Time to shake off the winter cobwebs. It's pre-season testing back once again in the Middle East. The Bahrain International Circuit plays host. The teams have 24 crucial hours to make the cars pitch perfect ahead of a brand new season. We're starting here in Bahrain, the perfect place for testing. Day turns to night, optimal conditions. This is it. Time to get cracking. And who's got the best car ahead of the closest season ever? And here's how the calendar lines out. We start in Bahrain before moving over to Saudi Arabia and Australia, taking up into April. A month off before Azerbaijan, back-to-back with Miami. Imola then follows Monaco with the remaining May date. Spain moves to June, along with Canada and Austria leading us to July. British Grand Prix on the 9th of July, then Hungary, and then Belgium rounds us out to the summer break. We come back at the Netherlands, then Italy, 2 weeks later Singapore, back-to-back with Japan. Qatar back on the calendar with a sprint race. United States, Mexico, Brazil, new addition to Las Vegas as well on the 18th of November. The season rounds out in Abu Dhabi on the 26th of November. 23 races. It's the longest F1 calendar in history. It's time for the afternoon session to get underway here at the Bahrain International Circuit. It is pre-season testing here ahead of a whole new season. Session number 2 then, on day 1, night will turn to day. And around this fantastic circuit, the action is going to be very interesting. Track distance, that's 5.412 kilometers, 3.363 meters in total, full throttle for quite a lot of the lap. 3 DRS zones in total as well, 15 turns, elevation change of 15.2 meters as well. No need to take a look at the tyre compounds as well, but it's nice to see they've got a new graphic for the track update, which looks absolutely fantastic. But we're almost getting underway. It'll be a 4-hour and 15-minute session. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you are listening around the world. Welcome back to Bahrain. It's time for the second session to go. I'm Joshua Birch, and alongside me in the commentary box once again is Cynthia. Welcome back. It's been a long time since Abu Dhabi, and I'm ready to get in for a new season. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I'm very happy to be back with this pre-season testing, of course, where we started as well last year. And let's see what we're going to see this afternoon as well.
It's going to be hopefully a very fantastic session. The wind's blowing up ever so slightly as well. Just taking a look at it. Here's the commentary box for F1 TV as well, with their massive microphone covers, which I think they've nicked off me. Track temperatures at 41 degrees, air temperatures at 30 degrees as well, so it is increasing a little bit to what we expected. The as you see, 2 minutes and 40 until the session gets underway. It will be a 4-hour 15-minute session actually, so it goes on until 30 minutes past the hour. I must get that sorted as well, so there we are, adjusting the clock. And what do you expect you're going to see in this session then, since this morning Drugovich was the only main surprise with causing accidents, but we might just have a cool, calm afternoon, or all hell could break loose. That's pretty much what we see in testing. It's one or the other.
Yeah, definitely. We've only seen one car breakdown, which is maybe a bit unusual. I assume we might see a few more possibly in these coming few hours. And maybe we see some spins as well. I don't think we've seen any spin this session so far. So maybe it's gonna happen sooner or later now.
Fingers crossed, because we need some excitement. We have changed over drivers though. The only driver who was in this morning's session who'll be in this afternoon's is Max Verstappen. He's doing the entire day at Red Bull. So Logan Sargent goes in, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Charles Leclerc, Kevin Magnussen, Nick De Vries, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas all get put in. The time this morning though was Max Verstappen on a 132.959. He was the fastest, 2/10 ahead of Sainz, although as we know, synth testing doesn't really show the full facts until at least the final day, day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I can remember, I think 2020, Robert Kubica was first at the end of the day in an Alfa Romeo, which is obviously not very representative to that year. But yeah, the times, you can't really tell anything with these timers. But well, maybe a little bit, but well, it's going to be next week where we can actually find out how quick these guys are.
Indeed, as well. Something's going on. Let's have a look at the
point, Tom. Not on opening day. Let's spin the camera around. Hey, it's your choice to watch testing, and that is the.
Okay, they're just looking outside the commentary box camera.
The commentary box. I'm glad we planned that.
I was just hearing that they were bugging somebody in the commentary box. I got told from IHJ to say they're going to show the view, but we can't see the view. So it's a nice little view out of the commentary box there in Bahrain. It looks like they finally upgraded the monitor as well in the F1 TV commentary box to a bigger screen because everyone was complaining last year they couldn't see. But this can be good. Red Bull changing over. I'll tell you what, I'm seeing a lot of cars already having that issue where they're up on the jacks getting changed over with the setup because lunch was only an hour. So I don't think we're going to see a mass rush out the pit lane when the session starts in 3, 2, 1, now.
Yeah, no cars at the end of the pit lane just yet. So they're just fixing, I guess, a little bit what they've noticed from the end of the AM session. So we might have to wait a few minutes until we can see the first car on track.
Looks like we're going to have to as well. The green light is on, but the timing systems haven't actually engaged just yet, so that's going to be an issue as we see. But we are go. The session is underway, and I think they're just about to kick into gear. 71 laps this morning completed from Max Verstappen, 72 for Carlos Sainz. Albon did the most of anyone at 74, so compared to what we usually see with Williams, since as well with them struggling on the opening days of testing, they've hit the ground running with some strong competitive times.
Yeah, that's good, of course. They have in the past even missed some days because their parts were running late, so that's good that they've managed to fix that and turn it around. Yeah, let's hope for them it's going to work out and that they can be somewhere other than last, around last.
Yes.
I mean, we kind of miss them being at least a midfield team or battling at the front. Well, battling at the front, that's going to take a while if it's ever going to happen. So, but we can at least hope they can be back in the midfield.
Indeed, we want to get them back ASAP to make sure they've got the correct running order for Formula One, and fingers crossed as well that they're going to have a better season than they have in the last 2 years as well. Testing is just loading up with our timing graphics at the moment. There's some brake calipers going on at Alpine, I believe, to change over to Esteban Ocon. So the brakes got to be moved. Only one car per team, remember, for everybody. So that's why we get a little bit of a struggle. I understand we're going down to the pits.
Hello, folks. You say there's not a lot of action out on track. Not a lot of action in the pit lane either. Might sound like an odd thing to say, but obviously in testing these days, the guys aren't allowed to pull down the carriage doors. They're not allowed to put shutters in front of the cars. So normally, given that this is the first day that we've seen these new cars, you'd expect there to be a swarm of photographers outside Ferrari. There is but one. You'd expect there to be a swarm of photographers outside Red Bull. There are but 2. And I think Peter Van Egmond has just about got to Mercedes. There isn't the normal sort of swell of activity that you would expect, particularly not when you look. Let's just go back to Ferrari. Look at this. The whole rear end of the car's off. The whole rear end of the bodywork is off. At an opportune angle for a spy photographer, there's a decent amount of information to be had here today, because this is what testing is about. It's not just about seeing what you've got, of course, it's about seeing what all your rivals have got. There are photographers that will be placed all the way around the track. They will be at pit in, they will be at pit out, they will be waiting for the cars to stop and do a practice start, and then as soon as that car stops they will shoot it from every conceivable angle that they can. Those photographs sent immediately back to the factories for the teams at which these photographers, because they're not all editorial photographers, some of them do work for the teams. Here we go, you see nice close-ups of that new Mercedes front wing. Will be going straight back to whichever team they work for, so that they will be poured over along with the reams and terabytes of data coming off the cars themselves as everybody gets to understand what all of their rivals have brought. Now we're walking down the pit lane because I wanted to talk very quickly about, well, Alpine, who've had quite an interesting morning. I saw Esteban Ocon earlier and he told me he's really looking forward to getting in the car this afternoon. He was very ill, actually quite gravely ill over the winter. Chest problems, lung problems, I believe, an infection over the winter, but he is absolutely raring to go to jump back in the car. A lot of work going on, not just in the cockpit actually, but also on the brakes and at the front end. But the really interesting one is I had a really good chat with Alessandro Aluni-Bravi, the new boss at Alfa Romeo, and with Valtteri Bottas over lunch. Alessandro really enjoying his new position as the team representative at Alfa Romeo. And Valtteri Bottas really excited to get in the car. Now there are screens in front of the Alfa Romeo garage, and that means that the floor will have been taken off the car. That's the only time at which you can put the screens in front of the car, which is a shame because it's completely ruined the beautiful ending to this link. Basically, Alfa Romeo very happy with their first morning's running because it ran without fault. And Joe Guan Yu reported all the way through the morning. Should we get a nicer shot? We'll get a prettier shot back here. That essentially no problems with the car. The balance is wonderful, and so after last year, remember day one was not very easy for Alfa Romeo, a pretty difficult first day for them, pretty difficult test in fact for Alfa Romeo. None of that this year. They have flipped it 180, really happy with the car, really happy with the balance. Valtteri raring to go, but at the moment it's going to take a little while because as we see with those screens, floor must be off the car. Back to you guys up there somewhere.
Thank you very much, Will Buxton, as well as just been put a request in for an inhaler to be brought to me because somebody's mowed the grass and now it's caused me problems sat near a heater. Isn't that always the fun bit? So no one out on track, Synth, but the green light is on. No rain for this session, so we're just hanging around, waiting for something to happen. But we had the virtual safety car test earlier on this morning. We could see the safety car red flag test this afternoon, but do you think we're going to get a lot of running this today in session 2 in the first hour or so?
Well, we're not at the moment, of course, but I think as soon as the first car gets out on track, the other ones will follow very soon afterwards. So, yeah, it's just going to be waiting for the first one, and after that, I think it's going to be a lot of running. But, well, we're just going to wait for now. Yeah, the AlphaTauri doesn't look ready at all just yet.
Now, up on the jack still, changing over. This is the problem. I think Max Verstappen could go out there. He could get some running in forwards, considering that they haven't had to change his car at all from the morning session. It's still set up for him. So, let's go. Let's get out there. 21, that's the number for Nick De Vries, who's out there in this session. He's taking my racing number, the cheeky. That's mine, 21. I like 21. As they come through. Some marks this morning. Should we talk F2 while we've got the chance? And F3, a lot of interesting running up coming up this year. Arthur Leclerc, brother of Charles, moves. Thank you, man. Moves to Formula 2. What do you make of that?
Well, we've seen in Formula 3, of course, he's a very good driver, very talented, and often maybe in qualifying he gets a bit behind, but then in the races he's just so good at just coming back, making the overtakes, and let's hope he's always the one to watch who's making the races more exciting. So let's hope we're going to see that in Formula 2 as well. We know he's a quick driver, and just imagine having 2 Leclercs in Formula 1 later on in the future. That would be quite fun to see, actually.
Sorry, pink inhaler at the wrong time there because it makes you want to cough, but you can't cough on air. Just having a think about it as well, as Tom says, riveting stuff out there, guys. 13 has always been my assigned karting number, except only ever actually ran kart 13 once in a championship where I was number 13. Well, that was ironic. Maybe 13 is lucky for you then, Tom. Josh says, oh my God, Hey Synthol can finally put a voice to a face. Did you not, Josh, did you not see Abu Dhabi, the F2 last race? There are engines running in the pits, but nobody's going out. Oh, hello, car in. That's Ocon in the car. So he's getting ready in. Josh says,
I love
no,
that
question
helmet.
mark. It is a good helmet. It's a striking one, isn't it, for Esteban? No,
Yeah,
no
I
pink.
think they really nailed that one. Maybe it doesn't fit too much with the Alpine, but I mean, I think that helmet could fit with any car. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Does look good as they come through. The livery may need a bit of work doing to it as well. But
I'm surprised they don't have the full pink livery for testing now.
Yeah.
Because they're going to use it next week.
Yeah, so they're going to have to fly out more carbon fibre in order to test it as well. So they're going to have a secondary car coming from the factory, or maybe just the bodywork parts. But yeah, FIA official picking his nose. He walks down the garage. Well, this is really riveting. Tom's right. Tom, I hope when you take over the session with Ed later in the commentary, it's a bit more exciting than what me and Sid have got going on. Just a reminder, I'll be stepping out the box from France Tost is with Will Buxton.
So much. France, Happy New Year. We want to talk about Christmas, though. What do you get up to on Christmas Day in
Oh, God, are we into this already?
if you're all on your lonesome? Because surely there's no one else there.
You know, for me, it's the 24th of December. Christmas is something for the bambinis, for the little children, and for the retired people, but not for the working people. I am there working.
What are you doing?
This time I worked on a contract for Orlen. It was a lot of work.
Oh my goodness! So you're just
And a good one. I enjoyed it, to be honest.
so you're just sitting there going over reams and reams of paper, double checking in triplicate and dotting the i's and crossing the t's.
About everything, making my notes. I was also there on the 25th.
I find that quite sad.
Why?
I don't know. It's Christmas.
Once more. What did I say before?
I know. Listen, tell me about this morning. How's it all running? How's the new boy doing? Hello, Nick. How's he settling in?
Good. I'm very satisfied with the driver lineup. Yeah, Nick is doing a good job, and he gave us a lot of really good feedback during the winter months. He was always in contact with us. Both drivers had a good preparation during the winter months on the physical side and on the mental side, and we are ready to go, and I hope that the car works well.
Great. How has the car been working this morning? Any problems, any issues, or has it been running as hoped, as expected?
No, it was running without any reliability issues. That's important at this stage of the test. I hope that it continues like this, that we can do as many laps as possible. And this morning was mainly to get aero data with the different racks on the car, and now in the afternoon we will continue with this work, because you need a good basis on data for the development steps in the next months.
Wonderful stuff. Thanks, friends.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Ciao.
France Tost there, who is the team principal down at Alpha Tauri. I've decided to sit down in the commentary box because otherwise we'll be stood up for doing absolutely nothing for ages. Just looking at it then, cars still in the pit lane. We are 12 minutes into the session and there are engines firing you can hear in the background, but no one's heading out there just yet. Hi Josh, I saw you. Oh yes, I popped up on the side there. I was trying to get the camera sorted in the secondary view because it uses the same screen. In fact, I've got it here somewhere. Let me just show you what this looks like as well. Oh, I've made an error there. I've put it to the wrong thing. Hang on, just 2 seconds. Where am I? Hi. Stream glitching everywhere, trying to sort everything out. I'm trying to get this up here. This is what the screen looks like. Basically, with me and Synthol, this is the information screen we used up here in the commentary box. So it's that. So you show. This is basically what we have. So we've got the Discord call. This is where Synth is and Josh and whoever else joins us. Then we've got the race control messages just alongside, and then we've got the driver track on the far side. This is basically what I see on the second monitor. On the first monitor, we see the world feed and everything, but that's basically what me, Megan, and Ian both see in this commentary box here with all the information flying through. So that's just a little look as to how that works, Synth. And yeah, it's not really that exciting, but we've got nothing else to show during testing, have we?
Yeah, no, well, it's waiting a little bit. I think Leclerc was getting into the car and it looked like his car was ready to go. Let's
Yeah.
hope he's gonna go out on the track soon. I hope I will be seeing any cars on track. Oh, there we go.
You've
there
got
we go.
one. It's Max Verstappen. So, speaking as you're from the Netherlands, that's fantastic that he's out on the track now. And away we go.
Yeah, finally. It took a bit of a time. There we go. Then on the medium compound tires.
Yeah, that's a surprise. So he's going to go for a longer run, I would assume, in this session. So we might see him out for several laps. He now starts lap 72, equaling that of Carlos Sainz. He'll go more than Alexander Albon. And predictably, Max Verstappen will do the most laps in today's session number 1 because he's the only driver to do both of them. We'll have to...
Yeah.
We always
Yeah, and I think tomorrow we'll have sessions with 2 drivers the whole day, 1 driver the whole day as well, I think, yeah?
Yeah.
Was it Williams and Aston Martin? No, not Williams, Aston Martin. 2 teams, I think. I'm not sure which one, but...
Yeah, they're both got the same one, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to have a think about who's going where, when and how. Get everything sorted into the pictures at the moment then. You're live. And hopefully everything's staying operational for a few moments as well as the action coming to a cropper here as well as we're just getting everything sorted up here in the commentary box as well with
It was Alfa Romeo, by the way.
Alfa Romeo. They're the secondary team. Yeah.
Yeah, so Alfa Romeo will have Guan Yu Zhou in the car the whole day tomorrow. And Williams will have Sargent the whole day tomorrow.
Logan Sargent, of course. About to get his first taste of Formula 1 machinery in the Williams of 2023. I think he's deserved this an awful lot, Sargent. From F2 last year, now into Formula 1. He's proved that he's got the talent. He's proved he's got the pace.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he might be in the Williams, which is not going to be easy to prove himself, like you've seen before. But, well, let's try and get for him, try and get close to his teammate Alex Albon. That would be a good thing already to start with. Yeah, could be a very difficult season for him, but well, we know he's talented, so let's hope he's going to be close to his teammate. And as we see, Lewis Hamilton also close to getting out on track, I think now.
That's a striking front wing on that Mercedes. It's different to the one we saw this morning. It's more curved at the edges as well. But yeah, Hamilton, steps are there, ready for him to go in. Car's all been done and set up, so when will the 7-time champion climb aboard and give his first turns in anger the W14 as well? Still got no side pods on the side of the car though. Back in black for the first time in 2 seasons. Is it going to be any good? That's the question we all want to have a look at. As Max Verstappen, the only driver out on the track, still circulating then at the moment. Just ticked below 4 hours to go here in the session.
Yeah, I heard people say that the yellow on Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes, right? If you got the 44 in yellow, that they prefer that over the green from Russell. Well, I think otherwise actually, but I mean that's just an opinion, of course. I really love the green on Russell's car, and I think that looks so perfect. I think that Mercedes livery with the green from Russell is the perfect livery from this year.
I agree. The green just makes it look fantastic. It matches the Petronas as well at the side, or the Petronas, whatever it is, how you pronounce it. It does look fantastic. Into the pits comes Max Verstappen. So
seems a bit like the Monster logo, right? From
yes, it does.
The energy drink.
Yeah, which is a surprise considering isn't Hamilton tied with Monster? Yeah. Other energy drinks are available. Just sponsored, so I can't say anything like that. Josh said I just sent the full lineup in the comms chat. Yeah, cool. So that's Josh's PFD that I have only got day 1, I think, up here on the board, not day 2 and day 3. For the printout he sent out. Max comes straight in, and here comes Lewis. Purple on the helmet, still yellowy this time. It's a bit different to that we've seen in previous years. But is Lewis going to have a good day or a bad day? I imagine there's a bit of fear there at the moment, Synth, because the W13 didn't work. It was his first year in Formula 1 without a pole position or a race win. There's a lot of pressure to perform this year.
Yeah, well, they were definitely coming back towards the end of the year, so it should be okay. I mean, I think they said that maybe towards the end of the season they will be able to fight with the front, but maybe then that indicates that they are not really sure if they can immediately in the beginning start as well with winning races. But I mean, I just can't see that happen. I really still think that the Mercedes is going to be fighting for the championship this year.
Could be, could be. Ferrari, what's your thoughts on Ferrari? Could they be in the championship hunt as well, seeing that they've had a new management team being put in as well?
Yeah, well, it's you know, you never know with Ferrari, to be honest. It's going all, you know, it's up and down always. You know, it's been a few years close to the championship, then they had some very bad seasons like 2020.
Yeah.
And now they got close. Well, at the start they got close. It was just going away from them towards the end of the season. But yeah, the Red Bull just looks so quick. But maybe with the penalty they've gotten, Ferrari might be able to get closer to Red Bull this time out. Let's see if they can. I hope we're going to see a three-team way battle for the championship with Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes.
Fingers crossed. So much fingers crossed. I really want to see that team, all three of them fighting together as well. Flovis Paint is now on the AlphaTauri of Nick de Vries as he completes his first laps in the AlphaTauri, the AT04, as it heads down the start-finish straight. And we are going to get some lap times as well on the board. We ride with de Vries down towards turn number 1. I can hear it scraping out a little bit at the bottom, but it's actually quite good as it enters the first corner. A little bit of a wide angle there.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it the Ferrari that's
Yes.
focusing the most at the moment?
Yeah, a lot this morning in practice hitting the bumps as well, and we had Max hit the bumps, but no porpoising from the Red Bull. But still, yeah, Ferrari had the worst car this morning in terms of movement down the straight. De Vries looked like he was doing it a little bit, but he's okay through the segment. I think it's obviously going to be a scruffy lap. It's his first one in the car in testing, so he'll get quicker and more used to it, but I just hope he doesn't have to be helped out the car after today like he did in Monza, which surprised me because doing that in Formula E, it's harder and there's no power steering.
Yeah, and it could be a very tough day for de Vries, of course. Let's see what he's going to be able to do this time out. Not much bouncing going on. We saw a lot of sparks behind the Red Bull, of course.
Yeah.
Due to the bumps and stuff. Can we see it through here especially as well, I think, with the Red Bull. I think really de Vries is taking it very easy this first lap, obviously. So not too much to expect from this lap so far. It will be a lot of paint on the left-hand side of the AlphaTauri.
Yeah, they're testing on the left-hand side, aren't they? So they're trying to see the airflow to the new floor, the new setup they've got with this trail sort of halo effect that Mercedes have running as well. The car bouncing a bit over the bumps, but it's a 1:39.232. That puts him 11th fastest, so it is the slowest time so far of testing for Nick de Vries and his teammates this morning. To take a look at it on the board. So I'm trying to look for the second one, which is Sonoda, did a 1:34.671. So that's the time for him to beat at some point this evening. But he looks like he's out there on used compound tyres. Hey, let me have a look. So de Vries is out there on 2-lap old medium. So they look like that after 2 laps on the C3 tyre sim. They're already battered. Oh, and Ferrari's out there too with Leclerc.
Yeah, well, let's hope that's just... I don't know how that's possible, but I don't think these tires would be going off that quickly. As there we can see the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. From the front, it may just really look like an Alfa Romeo as well, or other way around, because if they're going to be next to each other, I really couldn't really tell the difference between them. Yeah. Unless that, apart from that, the Alfa Romeo has a bit of a darker red compared to the Ferrari, but furthermore they look very similar, as we can see clearly on the rear wing of the Ferrari. Some
massive aero rake. My goodness me! Looks like he's driven through some gates sort of on in Aero Park as well, and he's just got it dragging in the back. I mean, massive aero rakes on the back of the Ferrari. Then as Charles Leclerc gets his second lap in a car after he did the opening 2 shakedown in the Ferrari season launch, which I think was the best launch of the season, the Ferrari one. I said it on air. They were just absolutely fantastic, and they kept it so exciting throughout. I think Ferrari have sort of stepped up a gear this year. They've got a new energetic in them as well. Can Leclerc keep his head though after last year? Crashing, losing races, frustrated with himself, frustrated with the team. Can he keep a cool head to keep in the title fight, or is it going to go Sainz's way if Ferrari have a good car?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one. I mean, we saw Sainz was getting quicker and quicker towards the end, while Leclerc was maybe dropping off a little bit. So, yeah, it's just hoping that Leclerc doesn't think that that was his only chance to win the championship, and that he's just mentally prepared to go for another year, and this time out that he will be able to go for it and actually get the championship. But well, it's all in his head, of course. A bit of a slide maybe through there, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to be able to be the quickest one with a quick Ferrari.
Still on the run then down towards turn 13 and 14 now with the new Ferrari at the back. The original logo returning to the wing. I still think it would look better if it's in yellow. The rear wing name. Little twitch coming out the last corner as well, but that's the aero rakes affecting the handling of the car as well. Across the line, it's a 141.560 for Charles Leclerc.
Look at the bouncing.
Yeah, so bad still, that Ferrari down to turn 1. Don't know, it can't be the bumps. It must be the car itself.
Well, really looked like it has worsened since the end of last year.
And the rear of the car looks a bit unstable as well, coming through the track as well. It's sliding around a lot at the rear.
Yeah, around every corner he had a bit of a slide here as well for the final one.
Oh, it's just twitching.
Oh, this is live as well. Oh no, this is not.
That was the replay, this is live, yeah. If they're not careful, they're going to knock off an F1 camera look that they've got on the side there. That's too handy though. I know what that camera's there. That's been set up for pit stop practice as well, but we haven't had any just yet. Here's Russell. That's Hamilton, but in Russell's garage, usually they move the cars over, don't they? They haven't done that over the lunch break. That's interesting. But Hamilton is about to head out onto the track.
Yeah, yellow camera, of course, matching his numbers, his 44 in his car and his helmet, of course. They do actually. I don't think they did it last year, but they have the black and yellow cameras now. Changed for the drivers. I don't think they did that last year out. We can see the yellow camera now here on Logan Sargent's car, and it was black with Albon. So we can see that immediately how that works now this time out instead of last year.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to finally be able to tell the drivers apart. They got rid of that last year, didn't they? It was hard to tell who was who at some points as well, especially if the car was in backwards. But with the rollover hoop now strengthened and the new design, you'll be able to see exactly who's who. But ladies and gentlemen, for all those who watch us in America, Logan Sargent is out on the track. He's about to come into the pit lane though, but he has completed his first lap in Formula 1. I know everyone on the Grid Network is very excited to see what Logan can do in the sport. We've seen what he can do in Formula 2, Synth. As we said earlier, he's a very deserving driver. Do you reckon he'll move up from Williams at any point in his career? What other team could he go to?
Yeah, that's quite an interesting one to be honest. Maybe Aston Martin to replace Alonso. It's very difficult. It almost feels like every team is full for the next 5 years or something. But I think Sargent will have to move up later on, unless Williams finds something to be able to find more pace, and then maybe Sargent will stay at Williams. We don't know about that.
Yeah, it's really annoying that so many are already full and he can't really move into certain areas already. I mean, Hamilton, we thought he was only going to do another 2 seasons. He's now looking for a long-term, another 3-year contract coming in, which is bizarre. But I think that sort of depends on whether or not he's champion this year or not, or he's in a race-winning format as to whether or not he keeps going in the future.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think after he managed to get his 8th title, he'll not go on for much longer, I presume. But yeah, it's the opposite with Verstappen. I heard he was looking more to retire earlier than later.
Yeah, he said that he's got a contract until 2028 with Red Bull, and after that he doesn't know whether he wants to continue. And if you think about it, that would be 13 seasons in Formula 1 he would have completed. So that's around about the normal period for people to retire. So maybe Max will leave the sport. But he did come in as the youngest ever. He was 18 years old when he debuted in Australia 2015. And he's only right now, what is he, 24, 25? So he's not that old at all. And by the time 2028 comes around, he'll only be like 31, won't he? So he won't be that old at all.
yeah, that's why it's maybe
Yeah.
yeah, that we many like me and Dutch fans especially obviously want him to stay longer. But I mean, if that's his choice, why not? He's looking more towards endurance racing. I think after he leaves Formula One, he's definitely not going to be done with racing. He's
Yeah.
going to just find some different categories to drive in.
I'm not sure he would, you know, Max. I think Max Verstappen is the type of driver that will go, it's Formula One or nothing. It's a bit like Michael Schumacher. I get that sense from him that, you know, like Michael will never want to do anything other than Formula One after he retired. And I think Max is the same. He wouldn't want to, because it's like a world champion. He strikes me as that petty. Like Schumacher did, is in he doesn't want to see anything else that he's racing in doesn't really matter. It's not Formula One. That's at this age anyway.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, I think I heard Verstappen say he was more interested in, he was getting more interested in endurance racing.
Oh,
so,
brilliant.
well, maybe. We don't know. We're going to have to wait and see, of course, about that. Let's hope he at least stays until 2028.
Yeah.
Because it's always going to be fun with him in the car that we can see. That's a Mercedes. It just looks like an Aston Martin from a bit further away.
Yeah, I said that this morning. I was like, is that an Aston? Was that Drugovich? But no, it was a Mercedes of Russell, and this is Lewis Hamilton now on the circuit. And it just looks like an Aston Martin. We had this problem back in 2020, 2021 as well. Couldn't tell who was who.
Yeah, and again, from if it gets closer, of course, you can see. Look at this. It really does look like it's dark green.
Yeah.
But at this point, yeah, you can clearly see that it is just a Mercedes. But well, that's gonna be a bit confusing.
They hate commentators. The paint department hate commentators. That must be the only explanation.
Yeah, you got the Ferrari and the Alfa Romeo looking like each other.
Yes.
There's only a few cars which you can clearly see tell apart, like an Alpine or a McLaren.
I've just been told that Felipe Drugovich hasn't got a guarantee that he will be driving in Bahrain if Stroll is still unwell. We understand now that what happened was with Lance Stroll is that he had an accident and he's actually damaged his hand and his wrist. So that's why he's not in testing as a precaution. So he's damaged his hand and wrist. And if he can't race in Bahrain, Drugovich still might not get the call. But what, they're going to put Van Dorn in? Van Dorn is the reserve driver, but he hasn't even have no testing in the car. It would make sense to put Drugovich in, who has tested the car this weekend and is already in Bahrain. It's weird.
They can't pick Hulkenberg, of course, anymore.
Yes, that's true.
So, yeah, well, maybe they'd put Van Dorn in because he's got more experience in Formula One. Maybe they'll look at it like that. But yeah, for now, you might think that Drugovich is a more logical decision to put him in the car. But well, for Aston Martin's sake, let's just hope that Stroll will be fit when we get to next weekend's Bahrain Grand Prix.
I hope so. I understand it's just a precaution as to why he sat out testing as well, which is fantastic. So it's not going to be. It's not a broken or anything, it's just a precaution. So he's okay. So he should be fit for the race. But if he's not, we'll get into that on Thursday when we find out who's replaced him going into this one as well. But yeah, Stroll not racing again. He's had 3 races where he hasn't been able to start. One due to COVID, one due to an accident in qualifying, and one due to possibly this wrist problem if he doesn't start. Let's have a look. I can't do day 2 or 3 because Aston Martin is still TBC. Yeah, that's Aston Martin haven't decided whether to put Alonso or Drugovich in just yet. That's Esteban Ocon though, Synth having a bit of a moment coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, Ocon. Wait, does Ocon have the black camera this time, right? I'm
think he
gonna really
does,
be
yeah.
confused by that.
Yeah, Ocon's got the black one. I'm hoping by the time we get to Bahrain practice 1, everyone will be in the correct camera colours.
Yeah.
Because we've got what it's in the commentary box as well with the spotter's guide. It's literally just the names and then the colours. Let's hear from Pierre Gasly.
Pre-season is
With
upon
Laura
us.
Winter.
How excited, how motivated are you to be back?
Well, I'm usually excited. I know it's a brand, new challenge, new project with Alpine, so obviously quite a lot of new informations to absorb and to gather with this first test of the year. But it's been a long winter without racing. 3 months feels quite a lot. In a way, it was needed as well to spend some time with the family and sort of recharge the battery for this coming season. But yeah, I'm hugely excited for what's coming.
And a fair few hours of running this morning as well. What sort of feedback were you able to share with the team, with Esteban as well, and how did the car feel?
Yeah, it felt great. Obviously everybody's excited in knowing, okay, how the car was, etc. In 60 laps, in these conditions, it's all sort of relative to orders and fuel load and engine mode, etc. But based on my feeling, I felt comfortable. I could spot straight away what sort of strength and weaknesses we got from that car, what sort of direction I want to take in terms of car balance, etc. So no, it was very productive. Obviously excited to jump back in there this afternoon. Esteban's going to do some work and I'll be back tomorrow evening. But so far, I must say, we did all our test plans, so I'm satisfied with the work we've done.
Can you elaborate, I'm sure you won't, at all on the strengths and weaknesses you've mentioned? Any surprises, any issues?
No issues, but just areas we can improve, and then yes, I mean, it's obviously not going to give any details. You said it yourself, but no, I must say it's quite clear and quite important for me, to kind of spot or understand the car as fast as possible. And also communicate with the team in what sort of direction I want to take and what I like. But no, so far I've been really pleased with the way the team welcomed me and the way we've been working ahead of this season. And yeah, it's time to get racing.
I knew you wouldn't say anything. All the cards are so close to the chest at the moment, aren't they? You've mentioned there just how you feel within the team. You're settling in well, aren't you? It seems as though it's a really good fit already.
Yeah, I must say, it's obviously a big move for me in my career and a complete new challenge, new project with a different team, something different than what I was used to in the past 9 years. So, I need to reset my references and sort of habits and come with a very open mind and obviously try to deal with all these new informations, new ways of working, new ways of communication, but so far I've been really happy. We've worked quite hard this winter. I feel ready. I feel ready to start the season. And yeah, no, I mean, it's only about knowing exactly how much potential we got and where we stand compared to others. But at the moment, we better focus on ourselves, understanding this package, and we'll show our cars next weekend.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Best of luck this season.
Pierre Gasly there talking to Laura Winter on the F1 TV feed. Lewis Hamilton is 12th fastest at the moment. He's done a 1:38.595 on the medium compound tyre. That has done 4 laps so far, we understand, as they come through. But Hamilton and Sargent, the only 2 cars out on the track since, and it looks like Hamilton is getting up to speed straight away in the W14.
Yeah, improving in the first and second sector. Let's see where he can put his Mercedes a bit wide through the final corner. If you go a bit over the curb, it's going to be losing your time. Always quite far behind Verstappen. Stays in 12th, 5.1 seconds behind.
Mighty good time then from Hamilton, just getting going as well, 1:38. He is second fastest of the drivers that have run in the afternoon session. That's Norris, who's 11th, who's done a 1:36.872, and Hamilton a 1:38.071. Everyone below Piastri is this afternoon's drivers, and they haven't yet done quick times. We're still in the first hour of the session there, so it will increase as we go. Fernando Alonso getting ready to head into the car, and Adam Lemry says, hi Josh, glad to see you in here. F1 cars back on the track, bring on the season opener. Absolutely, Adam, can't wait. And of course you've got an American driver back on the grid with Logan Sargent and Synth. Hamilton was having a bit of crosswind coming through turn 11 into turn 12 as well.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a slide through there as well, and you can see the bumps, but that's not a corner where you want to get those slides, yes, because that's full throttle. So, well, all okay still for Lewis Hamilton. There we can see the Alfa Romeo looking very good. I'm really like this livery, but it's quite a mixed opinions I think about this livery, but I really love it. Valtteri Bottas there now. Let's see what he can do. The Alfa Romeo was really good, of course, last year in the beginning, but sort of. Yeah, got slower and slower towards the end of the season, unfortunately. So let's see what they can do this time out.
It's almost like a burgundy red, isn't it? Instead of a normal Ferrari Italian red, it's a darker burgundy look, and it suits Alfa Romeo, but of course we don't know what the car's going to be next year, because Sauber will be taking back ownership, because Alfa Romeo have leased the team out as title sponsor and name runner for the last 4 seasons. That contract runs out at the end of this year, but then they've got 2024 and 2025 where they've got to find a new name, because Audi take over in 2026 as Audi Sport Sauber. So whether it's just going to be Sauber for the next 2 seasons, that remains to be seen. What do you think's the more likely to happen? Another name temporarily, or will they just go back to Sauber for a while?
Well, I'm not too sure about it. It's I think they might go with Sauber and then just put Sauber and maybe their top sponsor as well in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. It's gonna be interesting, and yeah, their livery might change quite a few times then over the course of the coming seasons.
I love
so let's
this
see
helmet.
Bottas now with his first lap.
This helmet of Bottas as well, designed by his partner Tiffany Cromwell, who he's got his moustache on the front of it and his long mullet here at the back. It looks absolutely fantastic. And Valtteri with his moustache, I keep saying he looks like a 1980s American model that you see in the back of pages advertising Stetsons and denim waistcoats. He looks like a cowboy. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I did not know that he had that helmet by the way, so that's to see. Yeah, now I noticed it as well. That mustache looking really funny.
Bottas as well. Oh, and down at McLaren now with Will.
James Key, you'll just see on the right front there on the wheel brow, just giving it a bit of a wobble. And that's because they're having all sorts of problems with the left front. You won't have seen it because the guys have just moved away from it, but there was a lot of travel. Seems to have been reduced now, but it was moving away from the cake tin on that left front side, really pushing back. Now we saw that a lot, particularly towards the tail end of last year. We saw it on the Alpine, we saw it on the Haas, for example, that circuit in the Americas with parts which had been pretty well lifed, if we're being completely honest, and I believe it just started to lose a little bit of their structural integrity. But for a part that is ostensibly brand new, not great to see these bits with a little bit of wobble, a little bit of give. Now it may just be how they have been secured. There may, however, be something to do with the structural integrity of them and the airflow past them, creating some form of instability or weakness. Of course, we won't know until the end of play, and McLaren can debrief and let us know, or probably not let us know exactly what's been going on today. But yeah, definite movement out of that left front. If they're going to put the tyre on, one would suggest that that issue has now been resolved. But James Key certainly with a slightly concerned look on his face when he came down to check on it.
Oh, so problems at McLaren with the front suspension. So there is already worry, and McLaren, remember, since last year, lost a day of running due to brake problems. Oh, and speaking of brake problems, Kevin Magnussen having a huge lockup down into turn 8 as well, and just kept it off the track, kept it off the exit of the track there. And,
I thought his engine blew up. There was so much smoke. Big
a
lock up there. Yeah, where he's got a flat spot now.
And it's shaking already. You can see on the camera lens, but that was a huge lockup for Magnussen. So, yeah, coming back to McLaren then, problems already. Do you reckon this is a more serious or just something that crops up during testing?
I mean, yeah, these things obviously happen they can happen during testing. Let's hope they will be able to fix this problem very quickly. But I think only time will tell. If it's within another hour, they can't go on the track due to this issue, I think we can say that it's quite serious. So
yeah.
Let's hope they'll be able to fix it really quickly and get back on track as soon as possible.
We'll be keeping an eye on it all over the next 3.5 hours as well. And down towards turn number 1 comes Kevin Magnussen once again. No flat spot errors, it looks like, but this is what happens since that's at turn 4. I think it goes all 4 wheels off the track. Yes, he does, but the lockup happened further down the hill. Here it is.
Yeah, turn 8 of this. Was it on the curb? No, not necessarily. Just such a big lockup from Kevin Magnussen, front right. That's weird. It's a really weird one.
Yeah, usually if it's down in that corner, you look up on the left, not the right. So it's a turning in angle that it's gone. And it did look like the engine had blown as well. So you're spot on. Even I, looking back at it, I thought, oh, that looked like it did go. Because the sun was at just the angle. The lights have been activated, by the way, at this circuit. Even though it's still broad daylight, they have activated ready for the gradual transition tonight in the next couple of hours. And Alonso's on the pit wall. It's on board with the 21 of Nick de Vries. He's stolen my racing number. I've just realised on the F1 game, he's twitched to come into turn 11. I just realised I can't choose that number now as my career number on F1 2023 because he's stolen it. Oh, Nick de Vries.
Yeah, well, that always happens when a new driver gets into Formula 1. You can see those tweets already coming from, oh no, now I can't pick that number. Now it's your turn. You can't pick that number. But 21 is a number which I'm surprised it's haven't been in Formula 1 for a while.
Yeah.
Kind of a fun number.
Hasn't been in for a long, long time as well, hasn't it? I can't remember. I think Adrian Sutil was the last one to have 21 on the car. 21 my racing number because it's my birthday, 21st of April 1999, so it's 2104 as well, so I like the 21 number. I suppose I'll have to either go to number 4, but that's Lando's. So who's 99? Have we got a 99 at the moment? No.
Giovinazzi was 99.
Yeah, so I'll have to go to 99 for this season. Thanks very much, Nick de Vries.
Well, luckily I have two favorite numbers, so I
that's
can
good.
always pick between the 42 or 32.
That's a good. That's good. 21, love it. That's my number. Every time I go places, karting as well, they always say, "What do you want your number to be?" 21, please. 21. Oh, and again, Verstappen
Going
twitching.
wide. Sorry?
Yeah, Verstappen twitching.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's quite a big curve here because see De Vries, through that slow turn 10 with a big of slide, but I was actually, what was it, turn 8, I think it was. No, turn 7. That curve, you don't really want to be on there. Well, Verstappen did, so let's hope it didn't damage the floor too much.
Max having a few issues out there then at the moment. 3 hours, 30 minutes to go. Lando Norris is going to head out onto the circuit in the number 4 McLaren. And it looks like everything's A-OK for him as we get back into race running, because they're going to start their race simulations now going forward as well and doing as much as they can. 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. It's just past 1 p.m. here in the UK, 2 p.m. Central European time as well. At the moment, we've got Verstappen, Sainz, Albon, Zhou, Russell, Hülkenberg, Drugovich, Tsunoda, Gasly and Piastri. The top 10 for this morning have not changed over their times, and there won't be any improvements on those. But everyone from this session in number 2, it's Magnussen topping from Norris, Bottas, De Vries, Hamilton, Ocon, Leclerc, Sargent and Alonso, who has done a lap time in 19th position. Onto the track then comes Lando Norris. Finally he gets out there. And there's the lights I was on about, have already activated as the sun will begin to set in around about an hour's time, hour and a half's time. And the light begins to fade and we'll go more into a night running as well.
That black next to the Shell logo on the Ferrari, I'm really not a fan of that. As you can see, look at that on
the box, as I think we heard Richie call it earlier on in the commentary in session number 1. Yeah, the box effect doesn't look good. It looks too bad. There's another lockup ahead, so I wonder if that was done by Bottas, who's coming down the straight. Magnussen's ahead of him, so unless the Haas is locked up again.
Yeah, well, furthermore, I do think, Ferrari is one of the favorite liveries from most fans, right? So it's up there, but you know, there's just some black which shouldn't be there here. Kevin Magnussen on the front left, big lap up. He's again he's not really releasing his brakes or anything to try and stop the lockup. It's just continuous on, as you can see here. Oh, that's very wide.
Just doesn't want to stop it, does he? It just goes wide and wide and wide. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and Leclerc was right behind him, so he had to watch out for the Haas right in front of him, who is now going to start a lap as well. Charles Leclerc. No DRS open. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
A bit later than I expected.
Just at the line. He missed about a couple of meters there actually before turn 1. 3 DRS zones, as you saw on the track map if you were watching along with us at the start of the show. One on the run down towards turn 1, one on the run up towards turn 4, and one on the run down towards turn 11. You can see them highlighted on your track map with the 2 white lines either side of them in a checkered formation on the driver tracker monitor as well. If you can see my mouse actually on the screen here. Here it is, look. DRS zone is here, down towards turn 1, on the run up towards turn 4, and the run down here towards turn 11. They're going on radio at the moment, otherwise that wouldn't have worked. We'll be with USON, by the way, for most of the races this year. Can't wait to see. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, Norris is back in the pits now, so maybe
yes.
just a lap to check maybe if their issue is fixed, which they had. So, but at least they can drive a lap, so that's good. So, well, maybe just slight issue then.
Fingers crossed, not going to become a major issue for them going forward. We don't want any problems at all with the McLaren, because they lost somebody. They lost testing last year, and also they lost Danny Ricciardo last year at testing. He didn't do anything for race 1. And if you're looking for comparisons between Lance Stroll missing a test and Danny Ricciardo missing the test, that was it. Ricciardo was shocking in Bahrain. It took him 2 or 3 races to catch up on what he missed in testing in Bahrain. And Stroll, I think, is going to be exactly the same. Leclerc goes 11th, fastest of this afternoon runners, and the first one on pace, Synthel, because he's done a 1:34.896, and he's closing in on Piastri's time of a 1:34.888.
Yeah, these times will start to get quicker and quicker towards the end of this day, of course. Let's see where they can end up and if they can beat the times of the AM drivers. So that's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, Leclerc. Let's see what happened here. A bit of a moment maybe through the final corner. It's not Logan Sargent, it's Leclerc.
Oh, the twitched.
Yeah.
Under acceleration, the rear let go.
Yeah, at the later part as well of this corner. So maybe a bit surprising, but nothing too big for Leclerc. As we are on board with Logan Sargent now as well, with the green paint, green flow fit on the front left.
Weird the car twitched in that direction towards the right, Richie, because the wind's actually blowing to the left. So it wouldn't create that effect. It wouldn't sway the car in the same direction the wind's coming, which is bizarre. Really bizarre. Adam says, by the way, Josh, nice Mercedes hat as well. Oh, thank you. It's actually a McLaren hat. But with Mercedes sponsorship. It's Kimi Raikkonen from 2005. My sister got it for me from Australia back when the pandemic started. She was at the Australian Grand Prix that never was. So just a little bit of merch that I'm wearing only because I've got a haircut this afternoon. And because we clips some of the best bits, like Drugovich's stop this morning, we'll clip that and put it on TikTok later. I've got to have a continuity with the week, so I'm wearing a hat until my hair gets cut later.
Right. Ooh, Sargent's really struggling, it looks like.
Yeah, he's massively
pushing
struggling.
a lot more. Yeah, we saw through turn 4 as well, a big slide. And here again as well, look at this. Oh, sliding all over the place. That was through turn 8, and he's managed to save it, but he's really struggling with this Williams.
He's really pushing it. This is great looking from Sargent. Look at this again, sliding again through turn number 10. Can we actually highlight Sargent? Can I get him on the monitor? Where is he? Sargent. Where is he on the board? 18th. Here we go. We've opened up his lap tracker to take a look at him, although it's not showing us any delta, which is annoying. But he's pushing Synth. He's absolutely he's backed off 4.6 off the pace.
Well, I don't think he backed off. I just think that's the pace with this lap. Well, he's clearly struggling a lot somehow. I'm not sure. This is not really the ideal setup they should use next week. Here we can see through the final corner. Well, it's been okay through the final sector, but it was especially the middle sector where he was struggling. Turn 8. I want to see that replay of that turn 8.
And he goes into a good position there at the moment. Well, it's 17th. It's ahead of Ocon Alonso, 138.531. Verstappen is out of the track again. We've got Verstappen, Sargent, Leclerc, De Vries, and Bottas. I think, oh no, Bottas just pits. I think Leclerc's coming back out on the track now, according to the driver tracker, at least. And there is the Williams technical department, just making sure everything's okay. And fingers crossed it is. After that, the car was very unbalanced. Here we go then. This is the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas coming. Oh, this is Charles Leclerc. No.
No, it is Bottas.
It is Bottas. Graphics are getting it wrong.
Yeah, so the Alfa Romeo of Leclerc locking up in turn 10.
Oh, he's got back, has he?
This is Valtteri.
He's got back. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is Valtteri Bottas. God, the graphics. See, I double checked myself because it's a red car, so that is going to be a problem. But I recognise the helmet as Bottas. So yeah, he was making the
Just
mistake.
the Alfa Romeo of Leclerc, that's it. So we see the AlphaTauri now. It just doesn't look like an AlphaTauri from the front to me.
Doesn't, no.
The red, I think of every other car except for an AlphaTauri when I see the front.
Williams.
But yeah, from the the 2020 pre-season testing.
Yeah. Colgate one. Yeah.
Yeah, that one really does look like that more than the AlphaTauri itself.
What were they sponsored by? Was it no? It was Rocket, was it? Rocket, whatever. That's what was sponsoring them, not Colgate. But
No, it looked like a Colgate.
It did,
Those were the
yeah.
memes that were coming from it. But yeah, it was indeed something like I think it was Rocket, which sponsored them at that point. And then, for the rest of the season, they luckily did not use that livery because it didn't look too good in my opinion.
at Alpine, they are heat gunning on duct tape to cover up the mirrors. What is going on here? What's wrong with the mirrors? Are the mirrors broken because they're trying to duct tape them on? I think the mirrors
And
have
both
been
of them as well.
Yeah, have they been flapping around? Well, duct tape fixes. Who had duct tape on the bingo? Josh, did you have duct tape on the bingo? Duct tape will be used to solve something. Cross that off the bingo card. And this is what happened.
Oh, yeah.
They're
Look at the
loose.
left mirror.
Yeah. That's Ockhart down the straight, and the mirrors are bouncing around. And they're 2 meters wider this year, the mirrors, as well, so the drivers could see. So they've taped
But this
them
is
up.
the right mirror, right?
Yeah.
I only saw it at the left mirror.
A precaution, maybe?
Yeah, that could be probably precaution, yeah.
Well,
You don't want the mirrors to fall off, of course. And there is Leclerc.
and they've taken off that rear garden mess rake thing, the aero rakes. They've taken that off the back. So this is a good run now for Leclerc to try and get inside the top 10. But as track conditions cool, I mean, it's the same now as it was at the first 2 hours of testing, which was a track temperature 37 degrees, air temperature 28. That's the temperature it was this morning. So it's come back down again. Where it's going to get cooler as the sun sets, obviously, and the lights come on. And that's where we're going to see the faster times come in, the glory runs at the end of the day to see who's going to go fastest. Then again, do you remember, since at the end of day 3 at Bahrain testing, we had an extra 45-minute session for the Haas of Magnussen, and at the end of it, he topped the times by around about a second clear of Verstappen, and we were all thinking, oh my God, Haas have done something brilliant. Everyone forgot that the track was a lot cooler than what it was during the day.
Yeah, I do remember that, of course. That was, it's always funny to see someone surprising topping a session, but that can only happen during pre-season testing, honestly, because, during here they're just testing. It's not really representative like we saw with Robert Kubica, the example I given earlier. So, yeah, with the Haas of you remind me of it, but I did forget about it before. It was pretty fun that he topped the session then.
Speaking of Kevin Magnussen, here he is actually, getting his car sorted. He had Hulkenberg in the car this morning. He went 6th fastest on a 1:34.424. And again, just beginning to look through. I mean, testing is just an extended practice session, but not as boring as America practice 2, when everybody just wanted to go to sleep because it went on for an hour and a half. This is 4 hours, and actually, it's more entertaining than a normal practice session. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're just more excited because it's a whole season in front of us, and it's the first time cars on track, so it's just, I think, because of that, just more fun to watch than just a practice session where you feel like if there's less time, then it's going to be more exciting because there's going to be more running and practice and stuff like that. But during testing, I think we're just too excited to forget that it's actually, there's not a lot happening.
Bang on. I think we need to also take the mentality we have at testing into practice sessions. Like, we go down the pit lane and we have 5 minutes looking at cars and seeing what they've changed. We never get that in a normal practice because it's 1 hour and it's literally like this is what's changed this weekend. Look at it, they've got a new front wing. How's that going to be? And then you're left for 50 minutes thinking, well, what are we going to talk about? So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Also, I'm really annoyed that this is the only time of the year that Sky don't show any adverts. So for 4 hours we get uninterrupted testing, and then we get ad breaks during practice of the F1, which is always confusing me. But still.
Yeah. Well, luckily here in Netherlands we don't have that at breaks.
Yes.
Although I don't have Via Play anymore, so we just use
F1 TV?
F1 TV. Yeah. Yeah. So well, they
lucky.
don't have ads as well, of course.
You're lucky with F1 TV because you get the international feed as well, which has got the rotating commentators, and actually apparently they're better than the Sky F1 lot. And I must admit, looking at it, the F1 TV guys do a pretty brilliant job. So
There's no Crofty on F1 TV, and I do like Crofty.
yeah. Oh, you can select Crofty.
Can you?
Yeah, on the international. So it goes F1 live, and then just below it, there's international. If you click that, you'll get Sky and Crofty.
Oh. Well, I gotta check that out, I guess then. But well, during the races and stuff, we obviously watch with all of them. So,
Are you going to use multi-viewer this year?
Sorry?
Multi-viewer. You're going to use multi-viewer this year.
Multi-viewer, what's that?
Basically, you can have every single screen open at once for.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, on F1 TV, obviously, there's quite a delay. So
Yeah.
when we watched it live, and then it's not a lot happening on the onboard, so we don't really use it. It really, when you don't have F1 TV beforehand, you think like, oh, those onboards, that's gonna be so fun.
Delay.
And we did use it for the first races, but like, you don't look at it at all. You just look at the live pictures because and it's live, more live, and there's things happening. You can only see one onboard.
Completely agree with you because on the iPad, I waited for years to get the pit lane channel with the 3 boxes. I thought, oh, fantastic! I can't wait to see this. It doesn't work. It's 40 seconds behind. Although I am considering using the pit lane channel for the practice sessions this year because it'll be a constant run of TV pictures that we can commentate on for the practice sessions. So there's an option there that I've got to look into. But then you miss all the TED bits as well, and then the pit lane bits. So we need to find a happy medium. I need another box. I need another version to get it live.
We do use the onboards, like when there's a crash.
Yes.
And we get impatient with waiting for the replay. We just look at the onboard and see what happens immediately.
That's the only good thing.
So that's where we use it for.
Yeah, we get to see it 40 seconds as well back. Tom says, Viaplay is a name I despise to hear. Literally the one channel here in the UK for sports you want to watch, but don't care enough about to pay for. I know exactly what you mean with NASCAR. Because NASCAR's on Viaplay.
The opposite,
Yes, because it's your main one. I think it's a different, same Viaplay. It used to be Premier Sports, but Viaplay brought them out. But I know what you mean. And Josh says, am I the only one who loves Viaplay? Lol. Did F1 plan to have everything on PC with 10 seconds delay this year? Oh, that's true, yes. F1 did plan to have everything on with a 10-second delay this year for PC. So I'll have to see if they've updated that on F1 TV. But I doubt it's going to be the same for Sky F1. But I did know they wanted to have the same delay as a TV picture, which is 8 seconds. There's loads to look into.
They want to purposely delay it just to get it. Or I'm missing something here, I guess.
I suppose it's like, you know how the F1 TV is like 40 seconds behind? I think they want to take that down to 10.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, here, because Viaplay, that's also a reason why we don't like it. It's so much more behind compared to where we had with Ziggo and what you guys have with Sky Sports. It's just so much more behind. It's only like, sometimes the Viaplay the F1 TV is even ahead of Viaplay. That's sad enough, right?
It's ridiculous. I know exactly what you mean as well. We'll have to get you on for an actual race some point this year, like another sprint or an actual GP, and get you on for one of those. There'll be a lot. Tom has also said that my fear is that Viaplay are going to pick up IMSA rights. I know they had non-exclusive for the Rolex 24. I pray that deal doesn't get extended. I know, because right now we can watch IMSA live for free on the internet as well, and it's actually synced up to TV pictures, so it's in sync with the times, which is very weird these days, to have that sort of instant access. So, yeah, I agree with you there, Tom, as well. And I'll be seeing you, Tom, in around about 12 minutes' time when you're in for your stint. And then, of course, I'm going for a haircut. So Ed will be with you, Tom, to talk some F1. Very nervous about leaving the commentary box because I'm not leaving the premises. I'm just going back into the house to have a haircut. My hairdresser, she's very kindly coming to me. So I'll only be gone for like half an hour max, which doesn't sound long, but when you're leaving technology equipment like this commentary box alone, it could be an eternity. Leclerc's on lap time. Oh, excuse me, yawning. Now, what tyres is he on? He's on those Pirelli development tyres, isn't he? So the extra bonus they've got here, the C0, as they come through, which I think is just a mistake. I mean, well, I don't know about you, but it was good having the C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. We knew where we were. Now they're throwing the C0. It's getting a bit confusing to know exactly what we're using.
Yeah, well, they should just stick to one thing and just...
Yeah.
They're already wanting you to change it again. I don't know why. Just no reason for it.
And the new wet tyres coming in as well at Imola, which I suppose is good because they don't require tyre black-ins, do they? They can be put straight on the car. So that's good.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously had to fix something with these wet tyres because no one wanted to use them.
Yeah, they started Japan, which was in monsoon conditions on intermediate tyres because they didn't want to use the wet tyres.
Yeah.
But I think there's actually a procedure now where if it's raining as well and the conditions aren't good enough for inches, you have to start the race on the full wet tyres now, which is good. But that might trigger a safety car procedure, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it's too wet, that they will obviously start behind a safety car, and if you start behind a safety car, you always have to go onto the wets, right?
Yes, yeah. So I think Japan, I think it was right to start with the 5 lights, but they should have been on full wets. If they were, then we wouldn't have had a problem. But because they were on inters, that's where the issues came about with Sainz flying off the road. Other than that, it was fine.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's just very annoying that it had to go like that. That's why we had so many red flags due to the rain. I think it may have been possible to either when there was a red flag and they could have just started earlier, but then waited until it was almost dry enough to already go to dry tires.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to go into the wets and immediately want to go into the inters. So, well, that's just... I hope they fixed it this time out, that the wets are good enough to use, so they don't have to go into inters when it's not safe enough.
I wonder how many red flags we're going to see this year in Formula 1 in the races. I'm thinking at least 2, but rain at different locations could be loads. Commentary box has got Felipe Drugovich. Let's have a quick word with him.
Did you find out you were going to be in the cup?
Yeah, probably a few days ago. Got a call from the team. Went straight into, took my phone, booked a flight to the team, and went for the simulator to have a full day of simulator. Just trying to learn again and refresh all the procedures I needed to do here.
And give us a summation of the morning that you had. You had the slight issue, which brought out the red flag. How were things after that?
After that, it was really good. We got through the whole plan. Obviously, that issue made the schedule a little bit tighter, but after that, everything went smoothly, and really enjoyed it. Very thankful for the team that they got the confidence on me to put me on to got this job done, and yeah, very happy with it.
Who wants to ask him if he's racing in the first race of the year? I'll do it. Are you racing in the first race of the year, Felipe?
I don't know.
Yes, he is.
I've been answering this question for 2 hours probably now.
Yeah. Do you know when you're going to find out?
No, it all depends from Lance. It depends on his situation.
Because it's his wrist that he's doing, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing. I think he's recovering. That's the good news. The only good news I have. And yeah, he's recovering. He's yeah, he's gonna try to be here at the race for sure. But me and Stoffel were both assigned to be here at the race as well. So we need to wait and see to see if we're gonna be racing up.
And the car that you got to drive this morning, obviously the first driver at Aston Martin to take that out, get it nice and prepped for Fernando this afternoon. How different is it to what the team had last year? Because visibly it looks very different from what the team is saying. How much was there for them that they needed to learn to understand that was sort of majorly different from last year?
Yeah, there's a lot new. I think 95% of the car is all new. So there's a lot into it. The team is, you can feel the energy from the team. Everyone is really pushing to make a step
Magnus
forward.
has made a mistake at the last corner.
But yeah, I think this morning I got most of the aero tests done to try to help out Fernando as well. And yeah, I think I did that the best I could. So it was good to get to know a little bit the car, get to know a little bit, all the load we need, all the brakes, and to see if there's no porpoising or stuff like that. But everything was good. So yeah, I'm happy with it.
I know it's still early days, but do you feel like it is a bit of a step forward?
It feels like a step forward. Obviously, every team makes a step forward in the new year, but I think everything felt good. I didn't have a great lap, but driving-wise, but because I got traffic and stuff like that, but still was not a bad lap time. So I think it was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
How frustrating is testing as a racing driver? As you said, I didn't get my lap in, there was traffic. The team just want you to go out there, not ding the car, do the lap times that they want to see, report back on what they want to hear, get the data that they need. Do they care so much about the lap times, or is that just the racing driver in you that wants to go?
No, yeah, I think that's mostly the racing driver in me just wants to put on a lap time, but I think you need to be like that to improve, especially in my position that all of these guys that they have more experience than me than in an F1 car. So I need to keep pushing every time I'm on the track just to find the limit.
Tell us about the team overall. A lot of changes have been made in the last couple of years. You've obviously come on board as part of those changes, thanks to winning the Formula 2 championship last year. There seems to be a real team spirit down there at the moment with the new facilities, with the new personnel. Tell us what the team's like behind the garage door.
It is really cool. It's impressive to see how much everyone is pushing. I've worked with many teams, not F1 teams before, but teams from any category. And it's hard to see already a small team with this, just engagement and happiness to be working like that. And everyone is really pushing forward to make a step forward. And I think they are in the right path to do it.
We're just looking at a driver that you were racing on track with here last year. How happy were you that it was Bahrain that you got the opportunity? Because you've obviously won around here in Formula 2 before. So it's clearly in up there with your favourite tracks. In terms of performance, this is a good one to get the opportunity?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. To get a call up like that for a reserve driver to go on testing, it's always nice, because you have a lot of track time, and especially in a track like this that I know very well and I like so much. So yeah, I think it's something less to worry about in a test like this.
And a pretty wild start to the year for you, because a couple of weeks ago you were in Sweden, driving on the snow and the ice. We were, it was huge fun. But you'd never driven on the snow and the ice before. You did really well, got to the final of the Nations Cup brilliantly, and then a couple of weeks later you're here.
Yeah, just learning how to catch oversteers there.
Any of that come in helpful this morning?
I think it's always helpful. Anytime you're in the car, you're just trying to learn something. And for sure, ice driving, many drivers do it before the season, just to get the feeling back of car control and stuff like that. And it was my first time in the ice. So yeah, it was a great learning, and I really enjoyed it.
Who did you enjoy racing most at the Race of Champions?
Who?
Yeah, who did you enjoy racing the most?
Probably the slowest ones.
Well, to be fair, most of them were slow compared to you. You did incredibly well. You showed a lot of people.
Yeah, there are a lot of proper rally drivers and they were really quick. And I went as a passenger with some of them, and it's crazy how they can handle the car, and it's really different from Formula cars, but it's another way of driving as well. So it's really cool.
You did great. You did really great, man. Really great.
Just reflecting on your Formula 2 season, across the board. When you were pushing for driver deals for Formula One for this year, did that ever weigh on your mind? I know you had the points lead, but did that ever weigh that there might not be an opportunity where you wanted? Obviously, you wanted a race seat. You've got the reserve role. Did that play a part as you were notching up the points in Formula 2?
I think during the championship was I was trying not to think too much about it. Towards the end, let's say towards the last quarter of the championship, I started to think more and more about it, and I saw there was not an opportunity that as a main seat in F1, and I think Aston, they gave me a really good opportunity as a reserve. Giving me these opportunities here and testing as well with another car, it would be a great year, not just to try to learn and get myself prepared for any future opportunities that might come.
It could be an incredible opportunity. Taking what might be in the first couple of races of the year out of the equation, what does your planned year look like? What's your day-to-day role with the team?
Well, I'm going to be following the team most of the races. As we all know, Stoffel van Doorn is also reserved for the team. So we're going to be sharing a few races. It depends also on his schedule with Formula E and stuff. But
I do apologise for that brief interruption, Synthel, and to everybody. There was a paint emergency. First of all, I got knocked on the door because I've ordered some equipment for this weekend and it has arrived. A new capture card and some connectors. And then a plane, a big jumbo jet, flew very low down over us, and it's not supposed to. We're not near any airport. And then when I went back inside the house, my shoe, this shoe, got caught on a paint can and has gone over the kitchen floor. Luckily, the paint's been cleaned up. But for God's sake, you can't write this stuff, Synth. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Well, didn't miss too much. I just saw a post which says that Aston Martin reportedly broke Alonso's floor doing pit stop practice.
No. Oh.
And they were now working to fix it.
Well, that's a dream start for him, isn't it? How to break your car in less than 5 seconds. Oh, no. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that, but that's, very unfortunate, at least for Fernando Alonso. By the way, is it just me, or that new Williams livery, I thought it looked very similar to last year, but now you can see that on the halo,
yes,
they've painted it light blue as well, and that just really reminds me of Logan Sargent's car last year.
It does me. Yeah, I know what you mean. By the way, if anyone was wondering, it's this. I've bought some adapters for a HDMI cable so that I can use my iPad as a HDMI lead. So I was very clever. I'll get that sorted later on in the day. But blimey. Synth, it is 1:30. I don't know if you want to stay on for a couple more minutes or disappear, because I had to disappear myself, but it's up to you. What have you made of testing so far?
Well, I'm very excited for this season, so even though there's not too much happening, it's still really fun to watch. So, it was a very calm first 1.5 hours of this testing day, PM session at least. So, let's see if there's a lot more going to happen later on today. And then, I'll go and leave, and I'll see you then, I guess, tomorrow.
Indeed, I will get you on tomorrow. I'll release the timing. Actually, stay with us. Verstappen has just gone fastest in Sector 1 with a 29.423. We may as well send you off on a new fastest time of the day. I'll release the schedules, by the way. As soon as I work out who's where and when for tomorrow, I'll dish it out later on this evening. But basically, any time you're green for is when I'm going to ask you, and I'm not going to ask you in any time you're red. Verstappen, second sector. He's down, but only by 93 thousandths. Do you think this could be a new fastest lap?
Could be. He's got to go improve through the final sector. I'm not sure. It's been a while since he got that fastest lap which he has now. So let's see. One more corner to go. No mistakes. This is one of the trickiest ones as well. Bit too much grip. You can't really see from that angle if he makes a mistake or not.
Cross the line, and it's good time. It's a 1:33.020. It is the new fastest. It's not the fastest time. It's a couple of thousandths down. Okay, Synth, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Hope you have a great time. And go enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
So Synthil will be back with us tomorrow here in the commentary box, and Tom Dillon will be joining me shortly as well to talk all things Formula One as well. In fact, you speak and he appears as well. Oh, I see how it goes. I have a Ferrari. You take a. You have a Ferrari. I take a Mercedes. Is that how this goes now?
Well, you know, I thought I'd join in on the trend and you know, wear a cap for until I get bored and realise that I do look like a massive idiot. But anyway, no, do you know, this cap hasn't been worn for a good 15 years.
15 years?
It's my dad's. I've never worn it. He gave it to me many years ago, and well, now I'm wearing it here. I had to dig this out for this little gag everywhere. But how are you, Josh? It's been an entertaining afternoon session so far.
I'm very well, thank you, and your gag is very much appreciated. I'm just getting your camera correctly set up because Synthil's was set up at the same time, so we haven't got the right order. But I just need to press Discord, and then there we go. See, I've got your plugins all set up, but they're all in the wrong order for who's listed as who. But hello. Okay, so I've got the Mercedes McLaren hat. You've got the Ferrari hat. That seems about right. I need Megan with a Red Bull hat now as well. Out of interest, what have you made of the afternoon session so far? It's been a bit dull, actually.
Yeah, no, I sort of said it was entertaining as a kind of Phil line you do as a commentator. You know, you say, oh, it's been very entertaining. And well, you know, in seriousness, it has actually been a little bit boring. But this is what testing is about in many ways. Yeah. It's supposed to be boring. It's not meant to be entertaining. This isn't in many ways a spectator sport. Actually, it's very much just the drivers doing what the drivers have to do, and here we are. It's been interesting though. It's been interesting to see how the various different drivers have got into their cars. Not many of them have actually done any true extended running just yet, but you know, it's interesting. It's also been interesting to hear about Felipe Drugovich, who very well might have to race next week at this circuit in Bahrain. Depends on that injury to Lance Stroll that we're not too sure about just yet.
Yeah, we understand it's a broken. Well, it's not broken. It's a fractured wrist, isn't it? Something like that. He just needs time to get prepared upon. Josh says, "Guess I better get my hat." Yeah. Oh no, he's taking it off now. He's taking it off. Yes, he's given up.
Enough of that nonsense.
I can't take mine off until after I have my hair cut in around about 45 minutes time, which is when you're leading the session. And Ed's not joining us. He's had to go shop. Well, he might be shopping. He might not be. But Josh is going to step in alongside as well. So hopefully that's not going to be too bad on you. With you two being able to take control, both very experienced. But you won't be able to have any of the pit lanes. So if any side-by-side comes up, I can't do anything because I won't be here. So we'll hopefully not have that. We need to get hotkeys set up. So that, well, I just need to get you access, really. I can see if TeamViewer does. Me experience, no, says Josh as well. All right, then I'll get someone else. But no, we knew this was going to be something because Megan's not here. She's actually gone to a college lecture at the moment. Ergo, Tom is stepping in as super sub, which he will do many a time this year. As we take a look on board with the Alpine, it's turn 1.
So let's stay on board with this momentarily because we're going to make our way through turn number 1, 2, 3.
What's this with Esteban Ocon now? Just some stuff. Oh, what is that? Exploding. Is that glass or something? Is he running over his own glass with a wing mirror?
Looks like some form of polystyrene, but Valtteri Bottas appears to be involved in some description. Or either that or they're just showing his replay for no particular reason. Going through, I think he slid through whatever that thing on the track was, and I'm not too sure really what's going on there. But,
that's a bit weird angle, that one. Synthil says, I was not just wearing a Verstappen cap, I'm wearing a Verstappen cap with an Olav Mol signature on it as well. Oh, yes. I'll tell you what, we're just a cap gang at the moment, isn't it?
Speaking of signatures, Josh.
Yes, go on.
Just give me one moment.
Oh,
just give me one moment.
What have you got?
Well, you know, I received this yesterday, probably the most worthless thing I own. It's a signed picture of Jack Grealish. You can't see that it's such. My camera quality is horrendous. And my favourite thing is his signature.
We can see it.
His signature is literally a scribble. You see, it's ironic because as an Aston Villa fan, obviously, we don't really like him at the moment.
Yes.
And yet I've been given a signed picture of him, so that's very nice.
I tell you what, a friend of mine right now, she will be very happy that you have that as well, and she would want that as well. So afternoon, Libby, if you're listening. Let's go down to turn 4. Julian Palmer's there.
The braking point is a big one. About 70, 80 metres, you're picking up a brake point. And we've got a couple of cars coming through now. Esteban Ocon in the Alpine trundling, and the Williams there of Logan Sargent as well coming through. They're all coming through on slow laps now. But on the high speed, they look good under braking. The one thing that they do all have in common, especially the Red Bull I noticed coming through, and he's coming through in a moment as well. Here comes Max in the Red Bull sweeping through turn 4. Also not particularly leaning on it at this time, but he was just a moment ago and just got a little bit squirmy coming out of this turn 4 corner. It's a tricky one because you go over the crest here towards the exit, running wide, running maybe out of road on the exit as well. But Max, it was his first lap out of the pits, and he was definitely really leaning on it at that time. So the Red Bull looks on the edge, as we've seen so many cars being of rear grip. But Max looked like he had confidence to lean on it and find a bit of grip on the rear axle. Look round and see Charles Leclerc coming in the Ferrari. Haven't yet seen him on a real attack lap, and it does not look like this is going to be one either for Charles. So hopefully we get a view of a Ferrari on full tilt right now, but Leclerc still quite clearly not pressing on just then. But this is a good corner to just see everything that's going on. You've got a big braking zone. Here comes Lewis Hamilton. This is leaning on now in the Mercedes, and again, he's actually fighting the car quite a lot more than Verstappen was in the Red Bull. So Hamilton there, similar line, getting wide, getting out over that, just the rise on the exit, having 2 stabs at fighting the correction there. And whereas Verstappen looked like he could just drift it slightly and catch it, Hamilton just had to just wait a little bit more for the throttle. So the Red Bull may be hooked up more at this point. We'll see what Sargent does in the Williams. He's definitely more tentative at this stage, and I wouldn't blame him on that, but that was using a little bit less road than the Red Bull and the Mercedes, and not quite as on the edge either. Verstappen through once more. Nice and under control at this point, but I'm enjoying it down here. The conditions are actually pretty good right now. The temperature's really dropping. The sun is starting to go down. I think it's 5:30 is the official sundown time, so we've got a while till that, but maybe sun will be a problem in some corners, not this one. It's golden hour just behind me, and I'm going to move on somewhere else, guys. It's all looking pretty good here.
Thanks, Julian. Hamilton crosses the line, goes 5th, so he's the first driver in this session to break through into the top 10 as well, so the top 5 with a 1:33.901. Track's getting cooler, Tom. We're starting to see some more entertaining times finally.
Yes, 20 to 5, 27 degrees ambient, 34 degrees. Track hotter than when I was last in the box, but that's because I was last in the box early in the morning, so essentially the flip side of this at the moment. But, well, this is where the track's rubbered in as well, and the rubber's going to just keep increasing over the course of the next 2 days. It will keep increasing right up until that final hour of the final session, when we start to see the real lap times coming in. But right now we're seeing the lap times I say go down, actually 33.6s. That is, well, 33s I should say across the board, really 34s as well. That is faster by about 9 tenths of a second than what we were seeing this morning. 31.9 though I believe is Verstappen's fastest lap so far, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, anyway, it's an interesting session, and I expect as we start to see these floodlights come on, it's going to get a little bit faster.
Across the line comes Lewis Hamilton then as well to start another... No, this is the Aston Martin. This is going to be such a problem this year as well. We were just having this discussion a few minutes ago as well. The fact is that we've just got no idea which is which. We can't tell which one's the McLaren and which one is... Sorry, which one's the Mercedes and which one's the Aston Martin. This is Fernando Alonso back out on the track. So as you heard Synthel tell us... Yeah, no worries. As you heard Synthel tell us a while ago, that Alonso's floor had been broken as well by the Aston Martin mechanics during a pit stop practice. They've managed to fix it, and he's back out there again, but he's lost about an hour 30 of running, which is not decent when it's your first day in the car. Aston Martin have had a day to forget then in Bahrain, because this morning, electrical issue stopped the car on track, breaking the floor. It's not the beginning of a great partnership for Alonso and the team. And the car that's fastest on the dyno as well, out of everybody, is struggling on day number 1. So now where we see this morning, Drugovich was 9th on a 1:34.564. I would have been 8th. Sorry, 7th even earlier on. Alonso into the last corner then, boots it hard and goes off the track. So it does, ideally boot it, Tom, as well. I was just saying, it's not exactly the start to a great relationship, is it? Breaking the floor in your first pit stop and losing an hour of running.
No, definitely not. I have just been delivered food
nice.
as well. So next time we go to a track interview, I'm going to have to see if I can get through that. It's 2 hours 45 to go. It's been a quick day.
It has.
Actually, it feels like there shouldn't be only 3 hours left. I know that's actually still just over half, well, just under halfway, but you know, it feels quite nice. What, an hour and a half into, well, an hour and a bit into this, this final session of the day. It gets through it really quickly.
I suppose, have we been spoiled by the fact we do ERC a lot and we have to do endurances? So. But you're right, it has gone incredibly quick. It's only felt like we've done a practice session. That's it, 2 practice sessions.
Speaking of, there is one thing I wanted to mention on this stream. Not that I want to dwell on it, but have you heard in the time that we've been on air the passing of the football commentator John Motson? I don't know if you've mentioned it, but I think it'd be wrong for me not to mention it when I'm on the broadcast, because he was one of my broadcasting heroes. You know, it was very, very sad. He was one of those people that it just made you fall in love with both football and broadcasting, and one of the reasons why I'm doing this today. So I just thought I had to mention it because it was so sad.
Absolutely agree with you. I did mention it earlier when I said that he'd passed away as well, and only 77 years old as well, which is ridiculously young for broadcasters as well. I mean, you get Murray going at 97, and John Motson, who only retired a couple of years ago, goes at 77. It's not right. That is way too young, especially in this day and age. 77 is way too young. So heartbreaking as well, and the man behind so many great football moments and commentary as well, and mainly for the BBC. Did do a little bit for ITV, didn't he, and a little bit on Sky, but he was mainly the BBC radio man. He was always on BBC, England matches, World Cup finals in '66. It was just, it's a shame. And of course the Hillsborough disaster, which is something that he was commentating on, wasn't he, Tom, as well? And if I'm right there. Yeah, I am right, aren't I? I'm not making that mistake, am I?
I don't know, frankly.
Which one was the football? Which one was the football disaster where the stadium collapsed? That is Hillsborough.
Stadium didn't collapse in Hillsborough. The fans were in a
which one was it? It was Liverpool. So I'm thinking it's Hillsborough.
Yes, Hillsborough was the Liverpool accident. Yeah.
Good. I did not want to make a mistake there, because I was just thinking to myself. I was confusing it with Dunblane for a second, which is the Andy Murray story, of course, with many respects. So I was confusing who was who where then. But very disappointing as well, and I loved his attitude, and that big coat as well, the sheepskin coat.
Yes.
Used to come out all the time.
Well, it's a shame that my generation only really know him on through Match of the Day, but all throughout when I was younger watching him on Match of the Day. He only retired a couple of years ago from that, and I actually didn't know he'd retired from his work for Talk Sport. But
did he?
Apparently he has. Apparently he left. I think he was still on some form of thing. But that station's come to a standstill today, and rightly so. But we can go back to the action. I just thought it was something that I had to mention at some point in this broadcast, given how important he actually was. And again, he was one of those people that you'd watch on Match of the Day, and he was one of those people that really got me fascinated.
Yeah.
Him, Clive Tilsley, David Croft as well, to an extent, Martin Brother, one of those 4, 5, 6 people that really get you interested in this, and made me want to try and pursue it. And I know I'm not there yet, but you know, something that just, you know, very, very important figure, I think.
Absolutely, and it's like you get old, don't you? And you're just like, oh, another one's gone, another legend's gone, and the longer you stay around, there's like just so many people that you've grown up listening to and watching as well, and admiring, and they just disappeared. It's not nice. It's a horrible, horrible feeling. And as I said earlier on, I think to Richie, who was on when the announcement came, I said, testing is a terrible time to be a sports broadcaster who's retired, because Murray died at testing, and now John Motson's died at testing. So, and of course, only a few days ago, Dickie Davis died. So yeah, in the space of 3 days, we've had Dickie Davis and John Motson dying. So they always come in 3. So watch out who the third broadcaster could be.
Well, we're awkward. We're that awkward time, aren't we? In the sort of moving through the generations, we've got a new guard coming through, and it means that a lot of the old guard who were the old guard when we were young are now unfortunately passing away.
Stay away from Jim Rosenthal. That's all I'm saying. Although I like Jim a lot. We've got the ATV F1 theme actually as the new one. I don't know if have you heard it yet, Tom? Actually, the new theme and the intro.
I've seen the intro.
Yeah.
It's very good. It's very F1 league racing-esque, which is another rabbit hole we can maybe go down a little bit later on with what's been happening in PSGL over the last couple of days. But I won't throw you under the bus, because I know you're probably not allowed to say a lot about it.
Well, to be fair, Connor, who's the owner of it, has been saying how ridiculous it is with it. So I suppose we can. But it was the fact is that I admire the people who have actually stepped up. Tom, eat your food. Laura Winters with the Pirelli boss.
How are you doing?
I'm
New
good.
season is upon us.
Yeah, new season, exciting, new product. Waiting for drivers' feedback. as always, the first day, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Pirelli have come out with a few breaking stories as well. The C0 is coming in. You now have 6 tyre compounds to play with, and the wet weather tyre as well that doesn't need the heating blankets. That's coming in from Imola. Let's start with C0.
Okay.
What does that mean? Have you extended the spectrum of soft to hard, as it were, or has it just given you more options within that?
It's more option within that, because last year the C0, that was the C1, was a bit too hard on some circuits, but it was working well on other circuits. Like, for example, in Barcelona, it was too hard and everybody was focusing more on C2 and C3, the medium and the soft. In Silverstone was working very well. So we started with the idea of developing a new C1 with a bit more grip. And then when we had the result of the test from last year, we said it's probably better to homologate an additional compound. This is giving us more flexibility and also hopefully more strategies during each race.
Talking of strategies in each race, you've come to both Bahrain, Saudi and Australia with your set compounds, announced those already. What are they looking like and how have you made those selections?
Yeah, in Bahrain we are going to use the C1, the new C1, together with C2 and C3. Bahrain is a high severity circuit where you need a lot of traction and braking. Saudi, completely different situation. A lot of lateral energy going into the tires. C2, C3 and C4 is the selection. Melbourne, another type of circuit again, with a new asphalt that was laid down last year. And last year, if you remember, we decided to try a combination with C2, C3, C5 to give a bit more space in between the medium and the soft. We were not really happy with that solution, so we are going with C2, C3 and C4.
There we go. And in terms of testing here, what are you noticing? What are you picking up on out on track from what we've seen so far? Quite limited running, just about 5-6 hours, but
yeah,
we've got some action.
I can tell you that I'm impressed by the lap times because they are already quicker than last year.
Yes.
And everybody was talking about changes of technical regulations. Maybe the car are slower. We saw that from simulations. And we asked the teams, are you sure that you are going so fast from the beginning of the season? And they said yes, and they are through. Unfortunately for us, because this is putting more energy into the tires. In terms of first feedback, I believe there is a different balance between front and rear. Last year everybody was suffering a little bit of understeer, especially in low-speed corners. We decided to design a front tire that is a bit stronger, but also the new cars are different from last year with a different floor and so on. So probably drivers need some time to adapt to this new situation, because I believe that now they feel the rear a bit weaker compared to last year. Last year the rear was very, very strong, a lot of traction, but then understeer. Now it's more balance, and that means that you feel the rear tire that is probably weaker. But if I look at the lap time, as I said, they are not slower, so it's a matter of balance.
This 22 era of car is continuing to evolve, isn't it? We're seeing many different technical iterations of it along the paddock. There are certain trends evolving, though. Did anything stand out for you from the team launches and indeed the cars we're seeing on track now? Anything surprising, or any direction a team has gone in that perhaps you weren't sure of or didn't realise they were going to?
No, not surprises, but as you said, there is a continuous development. Last year it was the first time with a new car package, and we saw quite a high rate of development, especially at the beginning, but this is continuing, and that's why we decided to change the construction, not just to reduce the understeer, but also to give them a tire with a higher level of integrity. That is why we are using a lower pressure here. For example, we are 2 psi more or less lower than last year, and we have to follow their development. Basically, we have to freeze the tires at the end of previous year, and we know we cannot change it for all the season, while the cars are going to be developed hugely during the season. And we ask them to give us a simulation predicting the performance at the end of the season. So it's not very easy for them. It is not very easy for us, but what is important for us is to design a tire that is good from the beginning to the end of the season, without requiring any modification.
A mammoth task then. I'm sure you've had a very busy winter preparing for this, and now you get to see it out on track. Beautiful sunshine here. It's a stunning day in Bahrain, and we're expecting this sunshine to remain relatively consistent as well. But we will talk about wet weather. We look back to Imola last year, which was a particularly wet race, and that is where these new wet weather tyres are coming in. Just explain this new development for them.
Yeah, last year we didn't have a lot of opportunities to test wet weather tires. Drivers were complaining the level of performance of the extreme wet was not at the right level where we wanted to be. The intermediate was working well, but the warm-up and the performance of the wet tire was not right. We had the opportunity, thanks to an agreement that we had with the FIA and the teams, to have an extended period of testing, especially during winter. That was important for us because we had the opportunity to test in cold conditions. And in cold conditions, we tested the new compounds with new ideas, new ingredients, a new philosophy. One of these new compounds was working very, very well. We tested all the compounds without blankets, and comparing with the baseline from last year with blankets. And with 7 degrees of track temperature, the new one without blankets was better in terms of warm-up and performance than the old one. We tested again, we tested in Fiorano with Ferrari, we tested in Paul Ricard, and then at Portimao with Alfa Tauri. It was not supposed to be a wet test, but it was raining, and we took the opportunity to test the wet tire. In all the 3 conditions and with 6 different drivers, they said, we want these tires, and that's why I sent the request to the FIA to be authorized to change from Imola the wet tire. I believe it's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's exciting to see.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. A lot going on for Pirelli. It's good.
As usual.
It's good. Absolutely, it's brilliant to see.
Yeah.
Great to catch up with you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Mario.
you.
Back to you in commentary, boys.
Thank you very much, Laura, down there in the pit lane as well. As we're just on board with Esteban Ocon, who's proposing a lot there, Tom, down towards turn 1.
Oh, it's that word again, 2023, and he is. And, well, I was listening to the commentary whilst we were waiting. and not whilst rating, sorry, whilst I was on my break few hours, and they were talking about with Crofty and Anthony Davidson about the extra, not ride height, but for our intents and purposes, the increased ride height of about 15 millimeters or so for this season. And how that is designed to prevent porpoising, and there's been a few actual measures that have been introduced by the FIA. First of all, there's the increased ride height for this part of the season, and there's also been the sensors that the FIA have developed, and essentially if you're porpoising too much, again I'm oversimplifying quite a lot frankly because I don't know the technical details, but to oversimplify it detects if you're porpoising. The FIA then goes to the teams, they go, look, it's a threat to driver health, and you need to sort that out and sort out your settings. But this could just be at this stage in testing. Ocon is going, 4 seconds slower. This could honestly just be a how low can we go sort of run. At what point can we find that limit where the car does porpoise? At what point is the limit where it doesn't porpoise so bad, and where is the lap time in that? Because of course, if a little bit of porpoising is going to increase your lap time, or is in that range where you're going to gain more lap time through the corners than you're going to lose on the straight by porpoising, then that's when you have to say to your driver, you're going to have to deal with that little bit. So that's probably what they're having a look at here.
Yeah, it makes sense. Do it in testing. If your car's stable, just push it as much as you can. Logan Sargent's in the pit lane as well. He's only done 24 laps this afternoon. Max has done 106. Now, compare that to Sainz this morning. He did 72 laps. Albon in the Williams did 74. So Sargent's done 24, and he's got 2.5 hours left to get that up to another couple of race runs as well. So get that car fueled up and get it sent out. Lewis Hamilton is 5th fastest. He's done 20 laps as well. I'm surprised we haven't seen much on the times changing, actually, at the moment. Now, in about 15 minutes, I will be leaving the commentary box as well, and Tom will be taking over with either Josh or Ed in the co-role. I believe Josh might be joining in because he's got access to the Sky radio. So if there does need to be a pit lane thing or anything, Josh can switch up like I do, which is incredibly handy. I also need to send him the information on how to use the bus mixer with the track audio as well, which is incredibly handy. Megan's hair literally gets everywhere. I've just had to take one off the bus mixer of the little one. Her hair gets everywhere. She's only been in the box for half an hour. But that's her headset. Look, she's left her headset on the desk as well. The Audio Technica's one, just on the side. There you go. That's what they look like. We add in the sound guard. That's what they normally look like, of course. We add in the bigger one. Otherwise, the P's and the Q's sound a bit too coming through. Changed mine this year as well. Tom, we'll ask you one other question, though, about Fernando Alonso. Is this going to be his last F1 team? Surely it is. He can't keep going forever. I mean, he's 42.
Well, the conspiracy theory goes that he had that crash from McLaren a few years ago and actually believed he's a 21-year-old. But no, in seriousness, I don't know. It's Fernando Alonso. What the world thinks of Fernando Alonso versus what Fernando Alonso thinks of Fernando Alonso are two very separate issues. He thinks he's got another world championship in him. And to be honest with you, he probably has got another world championship in him if circumstances were to dictate that he's got it. Though I think get to the end of his Aston Martin contract, if Aston Martin aren't in a position to be winning a world championship, then he will just retire. I don't see him going to another team, though. I think is the key thing here. In 2 years' time, I think surely a nearly 50-year-old Fernando Alonso, I know he's only early 40s at the moment, so I don't know his age off the top of my head, but
42.
42, you're 2 years down the line, depending on where his birthday is, he's 42, nearly 45. You can't be, in the modern day, being a high-performance athlete, and that is what F1 drivers are nowadays. Some people call that Litterman syndrome, but they spend so much time in the gym. That is just a fact. Formula One drivers are high-performance athletes, and I don't think at 45 years old you can continue to be a high-performance athlete. I think, go away. Maybe he goes and does a few years in IndyCar. He can still have very decent sports car career at that age for 5-6 years. Go and just enjoy that. I mean, Pablo Montoya is still going.
He is.
And, well, he's got to be nearly 50 now. And so but no, I think Fernando Alonso, this is his last chance at a third world championship, and Aston Martin are seeming, with what they're saying in the media, to have a full intent of doing that. Oh, just as I say that, guess what's flashed up on the BBC website?
What?
Fernando Alonso, an entire paragraph about how Fernando Alonso, with an interview, believes Aston Martin can be successful. Let's have a read of this then.
Well, I think you're right, because Alonso's just gone fastest of this second session. 5th fastest overall, but a 1:33.764. That's fastest of anybody, and he's only done 11 laps. That Aston does have pace. What does the article say then?
So, talking about how he's heading into his 20th career, he was asked whether he could add on to his 32 race victories. He says, "I don't think this year. I'm honest on that. I cannot say to anyone with prizing the victories this year. But I want to have a good car to start with, and maybe in the second part of the year we can get closer if there is an opportunity, changeable conditions, something that when opportunity comes, we will not miss it. We have more possibilities of fight for wins and podiums next year if we have a good baseline this year." So whether he's talking about fighting for World Championship, there he's talking about victories specifically, whether he thinks he can fight for World Championship, I think the way his career is going to go, he'll next year, the end of next year, he'll say, look, are we in a position to fight for a World Championship heading into what will then be...
Heat guns being pumped onto those panels, and they're just trying to repair those so they can get that car back out on track before the session ends tonight. But a lot of work going on there. I thought at first it was a brake cooling problem. It's not, but it is a manufacturing problem here for the McLaren team, and they're just trying to get it sorted to take it back out on track. But that work is continuing, and the heat guns are being adjusted, so it doesn't look like it's completing anytime soon, but we probably will see the McLaren back out on track in a little while. But for now, it's not looking great down here at the 60th anniversary garage for McLaren.
So McLaren having more and more problems. We've got our timings back. Apologies for that little crash. Don't know what's happened with it. I guess it's just day one. The systems haven't been used in a long time, and they just like to... Well, we've run Formula E. That works, but it's that, yeah. T-Feed has been pretty tongue-in-cheek about it themselves. I think there's an F1 issue, not a T-Feed issue. Yeah, so every now and then it just crashes, and it sends our systems hectic as well. So we're just going to do a quick reset. Go on, Tom.
I can shed a little bit of light on this, because when I was trying to set up, well, actually your OBS things, which I promise I'll come, it's just been a very busy
no worries.
time. But I was trying to look at making our own T-Feed, essentially, pretty much, to see the feasibility of that. And I was reading about how they do all these, but not API calls, because F1 don't, well, understandably, when it's live timing data behind a paywall, they don't have an API where you can just pull data from the circuit. So what T-Feed basically has to do, and I'm a little bit hazy on this, they have to basically pull the data from the relevant channels, but it's not supported. It's in a raw form that they basically have to translate. There's no sort of nice things. If F1 were to slightly change the syntax of that data that's coming out of the track, essentially, then basically T-Feed would break. And obviously there's no cooperation from F1 here, because T-Feed isn't an official thing. T-Feed isn't pulling stuff from a quote-unquote supported F1 sources in an API or something. They're basically just scraping this data out from the FIA without the FIA really knowing about it and having to try and make sense of it. So if F1 were to change it, then T-Feed would break, which is why I think they're being slightly tongue-in-cheek with their messages, saying like, oh, hopefully live timing for testing, because frankly, after this long, they don't know if it's going to work, because the FIA over the course of the winter could have just changed what's being out on their live timing system.
And that's why we had a backup from F1.com signed in as all ready to take their data timing screen just in case the T-Feed didn't work. And I'm glad it does, because I like the T-Feed. It is the raw format. It makes it so much easier to see up here in the commentary box. Right, fingers crossed. Yep, that works. Good, we're back on. Up here in the main comms box, that works.
To be honest with you, I wish F1 did have an API for this sort of thing. because it just feels so wrong that live timing is kept behind a paywall. It seems like something that fans and enthusiasts should be able to pull from, put it into their own, business, and then essentially try and figure that out from there. Because the amount of data analysis that the nerds like us could do, would be incredible. I mean, I say like us, not like me. I wouldn't be bothered, but
I would
still,
have it up on, I'd have several screens, just data. Yeah, I'll have another.
So I think F1 should. I'm surprised other series don't, to be fair.
Yeah.
But even when their live timing is free, like well, actually, I say other series, like every other series that exists having free live timing, other than F1, because F1 has to be behind a paywall. Because F1 is special, Josh.
MotoGP charges 20 quid for one screen, and they don't even have a rider tracker. They got rid of that, and it frustrates me every single day.
I should say. Car racing.
Yes, car racing, yeah. But honestly, MotoGP's timings frustrate me so much. It's literally just a page. That's it. You pay £20 a year for a page of information, and there's no rider tracker. Nothing. There's no. You pay 20 quid a year and you get loads of data from Formula One and get it from the T feed as well. But you literally don't get anything from MotoGP. It really annoys me. They have the ability to do rider tracker, and it works. Right, here's turn 11.
Nearly there to the end of day one. I'm having an absolutely lovely time down here, by the way. I've been quite a while in the wild, and I'm really enjoying just watching these Formula One cars come through. The sun is setting. The temperature's dropping. There's a nice little breeze coming in as well. It's really, really pleasant. What I haven't seen is a McLaren in that time. As you mentioned, they've got quite big issues, and that's going to be a big concern for Lando, who's been through this last year. What I have seen is many cars coming through turn 11. And Mick Schumacher actually coming past on a scooter. Maybe pitched it from Lewis's collection. Logan Sargent quite wide there in the Williams coming through turn 11. And this is a really nice corner. Loved it as a driver. Love it as a spectator as well. It's really nice to see long radius, fast corner, up the hill on the exit, and there's a lot going on. You arrive at a high speed. You need a good amount of downforce on the car. What I can tell you, I can see quite big differences between the cars at this point. We've got the Red Bull and the Ferrari, I think, in a league of their own in just the few laps that I've seen, and it's all about front end on the turn-in. I think maybe because the wind's coming across, it's pushing the nose out. But the Red Bull and the Ferrari, they're able to take more curb on the entry, and they're just getting their front in. And you can see the Alfa Romeo, they're just understeering towards the exit. That was it was okay from Valtteri, but just couldn't get on the gas early enough to climb up the hill. And that turn 12 that he'll be greeted by will be flat out, if not now, then probably very soon as the sun sets, the temperatures drop, and the soft tyres are bolted on. Let's see who's coming in behind me now. I think it's an AlphaTauri. And this car, again, this probably looks like it's had the weakest front end all the way through here. And again, Nick de Vries only now just squeezing on the throttle, coming through the exit of turn 11. There's a massive difference between de Vries in the AlphaTauri coming through this corner and Verstappen in the Red Bull. Leclerc looks similar in the Ferrari. The Mercedes I've seen through once. They've been pretty quiet. I think Hamilton's in the car at the moment, or he might have just come back in after one flying lap. A little bit twitchy. The front end was there, but again was fighting a little bit more. The other car that I thought looked quite good, and again, it's a rare sighting at the moment, is the Aston Martin. Didn't see it at turn 4 in the big braking and the slow speed, but I have seen it come through here, and it's coming right towards us now, it looks like. That is not, that's Flovis green, and it's a slow-moving Williams. So there you go. Thought that was a bright green. Too bright, and it's Logan Sargent on a slow lap this time. But the Aston Martin in the hands of Fernando Alonso looks better than the midfield cars that it will be up against through this corner at least. Again, combating understeer on the entry, was just getting pushed towards that exit. You have to wait for the throttle. The Aston looks better, more poised on the entry, better than the Alpine as well, which looks okay. But this is probably the one fast corner on the circuit, so being good at this corner doesn't guarantee you success kind of anywhere else, but it does suggest that you've got a good working package in the faster corners, and it's a great baseline to go from. Hamilton on a slow lap, so we'll wait for him to come through on a fast lap on the next time around, but it seems like he's been very quiet as well. I haven't seen him too much this afternoon, Lewis Hamilton. But it's a tricky corner then to come through, nibble just the slightest bit of apex, but in the fast corners you don't want to be taking the curb on the apex, on the exit as well. It falls away from you, And it's easy, if you touch the curb too much, you're just going to get sucked off to the outside there and end up in trouble. And I think Charles Leclerc had a spin this time last season, so that's one you want to avoid. The entry curb is one you can take, and that's another one where we're seeing differences between the drivers and the cars. Ferrari and Red Bull, Verstappen and Leclerc able to take a lot more curb on the entry, which just means that you're widening your racing line and having a wider radius corner vis-a-vis, you can carry a bit more speed. Some of the other ones, Magnussen in the Haas, tentative with the curb. The AlphaTauri as well, tentative with that entry curb. And if you can't take it, you're just narrowing your corner. Sargent not on that entry curb, going very wide on the exit as well with understeer, pushing on that time around, taking a little bit of exit, but average, par for the course in the midfield, I would say the Williams here. And again, no entry curb for the Alfa Romeo there of Valtteri Bottas. Cars in general, they're looking so much better than last year though, guys, around the circuit. Last year it was porpoising, the cars were looking scruffy, sliding on both axles. It's just an evolution of the rules, but we've had 12 months of it to then produce this car, and they're looking so much better. I'm waiting for a Mercedes. I'm hoping this is going to be Lewis Hamilton coming towards me right now. It is indeed no entry curb there for Lewis. No exit curb, but a much more poised Mercedes, at least that time, not fighting the car nearly as much. I still think, though, guys, Ferrari and Red Bull are the best in the high speed right now.
Ace to see, and Ted Kravitz has once again done the genius thing of explaining F1 rule changes with cheese. I wish I was making that up, but I've just seen it on Twitter, and it's a 6-minute thing with the AlphaTauri, so that is something to watch this evening. Ted Kravitz on cheese. Not bad. Now, I'm waiting for my hairdresser to arrive, so I won't be too long before I leave the premises, and Tom takes over. Looking forward to it then, Tom?
Oh, I can't wait, actually. No, genuinely, I actually can't wait. That sounded really sarcastic.
No, I knew you were genuine. I can see you. If it was radio, I'd question, but I can see you. You do look excited.
Sincerely, I am actually quite excited. It is. I've just got a sarcastic tone with everything I say, apparently. But no, I am actually quite excited. It's going to be good fun. I love F1 testing, to be honest with you. I think it's probably my favourite week of the year, actually, in terms of, well, favourite Formula 1 week of the year. I think my favourite week of the year, motor racing wise, has got to be the Mon week, but it is my favourite week of the year, F1 wise. I love how we're at that awkward stage in the evening over there in Bahrain, coming up to about 5:15 in the afternoon. We're at the stage where the track looks in daylight, then you go down to that track level. Those pictures were from the pit lane reporters like Jolyon Barber and Cohen. You realise how dark it is out there. It's not far away from sunset.
Indeed.
Verstappen's slow.
Yeah, Verstappen is slow. Is that just to get out of the way for Alonso, or has he got a bigger problem?
Yeah, he's letting Alonso through.
Yes, he is. Thank God for that. I was struggling. I was worrying there. But I'm starting to get sniffles now. He's done quite a lot of stints, actually, has Max Verstappen on these tyres.
107 laps.
Oh, God. He's going to be maximum, isn't he? What's happened to my camera? There we go. Am I there? What's happened? I've gone slow again. Where am I? There I am. Hello. Don't know what that was about. So, just waiting, because obviously I need to... I'm not going to leave until everything's set up and my hairdresser's arrived as well. But I think we're coming over to the end of the session nearly. Josh has been able to find out what plane it was that went over my location. And considering where I am and which direction it was going in, it was the yellow one. Yeah, it's the. He thinks it's the. Yeah, that was it. That's the one that it was, and it's going to Humberside on approach. Well, that's not the right approach to Humberside Airport. It's going in completely the wrong direction. Yes, go on.
I pray you don't hear. I pray you don't hear a helicopter near me, and he goes, this is your exact address.
Oh dear.
Terrifying.
Oh God, we had a helicopter over here the other day actually as well, and that was terrifying because it was just hovering above our house really, really low, and it was so loud. It was ridiculous. And we still don't know why, but it was just hovering over our house for about 5 minutes. And then we had planes today. Go on.
we have an RAF base. Well, I say near to it. It's not near to us at all. It's next town over. So
yeah,
probably about a 40-minute drive, I'd say. I think I've been there once for like an open day, and we occasionally get a Chinook or something flying over. I mean, it used to be more regular, but now it's once in 4 month occurrence, I want to say. If at that, though I didn't really keep track of it, to be fair. Verstappen, by the way, is purple sector 1 and purple sector 29.440, rounding the final corner now. Looks pretty tight, able to get it out. So I say pretty tight. No, he's off onto the grass. You're not going to be policing track limits here. He'll still set the purple lap time. Yellow in sector 3 once again, 32.8.
So the fastest time of the test already, which, as you heard Tom talk about, and Jolyon, the track is getting quicker. Track temperature now 31 degrees, air temperature 24, so we are getting faster as we head into the night. 1:32.837 then, 4/10 quicker than Sainz's time from this morning. Alonso, who's the only other driver inside the top 6, that's actually Hamilton's gone third. 1:33.508, that was on this run, so Hamilton third fastest, and this is the mistake he made actually into turn 4, Tom.
Looking at it then, as he goes through. Oh, it's just wide. Saw that a couple of years ago. As he goes over onto. Again, he's been struggling all day actually with a little bit of corner, a little bit of mid-corner oversteer. That's what caused that little off. It was a mid-corner at the apex. He oversteers again. He has struggled with it. He struggled. It's it down at turn 1 a little bit earlier on in the day, and he struggles again. And that is also what virtually sent. Actually, no, I lie. What sent him off at the final corner was. Riding that curb a little bit too aggressively. Esteban Ocon, in the meantime, has had a lock-up through into the double left-hander. I don't know the corner number, 9 and 10. And, well, those tyres probably going to be flat-spotted quite significantly. He'll get away without a flat spot, actually, because once turning in as he locks up, he avoided that quite nicely. But difficult stuff at the moment.
So, we've got 2 hours, 10 minutes to go, and I'm waiting. Although there's a running joke with my hairdresser as well that she's always in such a hurry, and she's always a bit late. So I'm expecting her in around about 5 minutes or so. So I'll wait there. You haven't got anything after this, have you, Tom? I don't want to do in case I'm longer than I thought.
No, I haven't.
Fantastic.
I'm well, unless you're going to be till 9 o'clock, which would be quite dramatic. Then I do have a commentary.
I haven't got that much here. Should only take 10 minutes, and then I've got to go and put water through it as well, so there's no bits in the clothes.
Take the cap off.
Yeah, let's take the cap off. Have a quick shampoo and rinse and through everything. Go on, Tom.
Speaking of, is it time for our small tangents on the cheating scandal in PSG?
Yes.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. Now I'll preface this. Josh is a commentator for PSG. If you're not aware, you can go and watch them on Twitch. They will. And YouTube, actually, no, it's YouTube, not Twitch. I apologise. But incredible league, and to be honest with you, as someone who's commentated on a lot of F1, PSGL is the gold standard of league. It really is. And to be honest with you, I was gutted that I didn't get to commentate on it. I did get the opportunity, but unfortunately my schedule didn't quite align, and it was frustrating. But basically, preface this, say, Josh is a bit limited on the extent of what he can say potentially, so
pretty much
we're gonna talk about the facts. Basically, there's been a bit of an issue in F1 esports recently. There's been a lot of accusations, actually. First of all, there's been a huge cheating scandal, probably the biggest in sim racing history, in terms of it started off with cheats just existing and not having a formed anti-cheat to stop them. And then bigger and bigger names have started to get involved, not get involved, but get involved in the accusations. And there seems to now be a general distrust amongst the esports drivers that some of them are actually cheating, and perhaps they're not completely accurate on pace. And the issue with F1 is that these cheats are only being used very, very lightly. We're talking about cheats that are very, very difficult to tell. It's not a completely realistic game normally, so stuff can look unrealistic, but this is talking about things that are just that 1% extra little bit of pace that's being used at the top level. And well, it came to a head in PSG last night, and all I don't know a lot about it, but I do know that Jarno Opmeer's a little bit annoyed, as he was on his Twitch stream last night, I don't know what you know, Josh, or what your
I know a
opinions
little
are
bit.
on it without
Yeah.
putting yourself into hot water.
Well, from what I know is, with the grip hacks and the acceleration hacks as well, it's been around for a long time, and we do keep finding them in drivers through different leagues, whether it be F3, F4, down in the PC leagues. It doesn't affect the PlayStation leagues, it's only in the PC leagues, so we do keep finding them. What I do know is that it shows on the telemetry quite simply, but I know what I do in terms of helping fight this, and I know what other commentators do to help fight this as well, and I know what Connor set up to do it. So I know that either George or Jack last night would have had the same thing I have on in order to look for people who cheat. And if they found anything, then it's pretty much a slam dunk. So that's what I know there. What I do know is that Connor, who runs PSGL, and all us, the commentators, were all fed up to the back teeth of these cheats, because it's ruining the sport. It's ruining what we do, and it's massively ruining our entertainment of it, because we're excited in the commentary box for a great move, and then we find out later that the guy's been cheating, and sometimes it's very clear if they're cheating or not. But it's making us look a bit foolish because we're reacting to this, because we're not seeing their own personal streams. So people are saying, oh, look, this is not right. We're not seeing that at the time. We're just seeing our own pictures of what we're seeing up in the box. So it takes a lot to fight it. And I do know that there's a zero tolerance at the moment. There's absolutely zero. And I don't know what's happening as well. I know Jarno was very angry last night as well, and there's been a lot of things going around with the driver who won the race yesterday. But at the moment, as far as I know, there's no proof that's turned up. But I do know that they always look into everybody's data after the race. They look at everything. The stewards are really on it.
And it's a shame that we've got to this point, because you know I've done work predominantly for two leagues, PPR Esports and Alliant Motorsports, who back in their day were quite a popular, nowhere PSGL levels, but they were quite a popular league. And we had a guy who I think also raced in PSGL. I'm not going to name his name because, frankly, I don't want to get the wrong name and put someone into hot water. And he knows who he is, and he got a lot of backlash from it. And to be honest with you, I'd say unfair backlash. People were, doxing him, and I thought, at the end of the day, he's cheated in a computer game. You don't need to go to that far to name and shame him. But anyway, and I remember commentating on races that involved him. He was winning. People have got to remember there's a level when you're commentating on a racing game, you're spectating a racing game. There's a level of abstraction that has to occur in that system between what they're seeing on their screen with all the force feedback effects and everything, and what you're seeing on your screen. That happens a lot, because if you were going to simulate basically everyone exactly, as if it were client-side stuff, then it would be damaging to everyone's CPU. It'd be horrendous. There has to be a level of abstraction, basically, where they're sending sort of simplified data from their end to the server, pretty much. So it can be quite difficult when you're seeing these, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, by the way, this is just how I assume it works, essentially. So if you've got someone cheating, it can be very difficult visually to see. It was the case with this guy a couple of years, about 18 months ago now. And, I was watching him. He was very fast. He was blisteringly fast. But no one thought, actually, he's cheating, because the cheats he was using were so small that it was different. You couldn't see it from a spectator point of view. It was very difficult to see, and it was only after long accusation. This is the issue as well, because there's almost a witch hunt involved.
There is. And it's getting ridiculous.
Because the cheats are so small, the more and more people are getting accused. I mean, Lucas Blakely was accused, the world champion, a few weeks ago, and it was pretty much baseless. And the problem stems as well. I think it's Dan Hopkins who is in charge of F1 Esports. There's through some of the community, there is a lot of distrust for him and the management of F1 Esports, and there seems to be a general sense and almost a belief in a lot of the people that are following this scandal that actually they're covering this up,
They're
And
not. Yeah,
that's
the
where
thing,
I think the issue lies, in the fact there is not a trust of the people that are running this stuff, and not PSG. PSG are instant in this.
Yeah.
From what I know.
Oh, they are.
But
Yeah.
in F1
For
Esports
what I know,
particularly,
yeah.
in F1 Esports particularly, there's a distrust in the people running it, and it is scary.
It is. I know PSG aren't doing anything like that, and it's not me on saying as somebody who works with them. No, it's the fact is that I know the lengths and the confusing technical stuff I've had to put into my computer in order to understand what is going on. I know that every time I'm on watching the stream, it's the co-commentators who usually do it. So because Richie streams, I do this, and I know exactly what's going on. So I think what happens is that my data, because when I'm looking at it, I see all the telemetry. So I think that gets recorded. So we can tell. The system's in place. But there's no hiding. There is no hiding. And I think that's ridiculous now as well. Ideally, what everyone wants with F1 23 is the fact that you can't cheat on it. You can't activate anything like that. You've got to be the game, or that's it. But because it's costing us drivers in F1, the top tier, everybody's just saying, I'm waiting for the next game cycle because this one's ridiculous. And it's damaging. It's damaging to F1, it's damaging to us, because where does it stop with esports? As McLaren look like they're getting ready for Lando to go back out. But it's damaging. It's very damaging.
And how do you as an organisation recover from this? Because F1 Esports is on a downward spiral.
Yeah.
It's leagues that I know have basically ceased. We tried to get one of our leagues that we've been running for multiple years now back up and running, and we had 5 sign-ups or something stupid like that because people just don't want to play this game. You know, we had a very, very core community. People just don't want to play the game. It was frustrating, and it is frustrating. Because, you know, and again, it all stems from this distrust in the management of F1 Esports and how people are looking at it, and even the drivers now. I mean, looking at Jarno's clip last night, I know that itself isn't F1 Esports, but it involves F1 Esports drivers.
Yeah.
And you look at it, and I just think this is a man who himself isn't trusting the guys that are at the top, and he's being told basically, he's being begged by his team to not say anything silly on stream, because he knows, again, I think the term that was used was he's preaching to the choir. So many people believe in this to the point that even if it isn't true, and even if everyone is totally innocent, it's true.
Yeah, nobody cares anymore. They've seen something, so they're going to go for it, even if it's not true. It is true. I think it's that paranoia you mentioned earlier on, and the witch hunt starts to begin, because sometimes, I mean, Jarno, I'm surprised. I'm not saying, but I'm surprised nobody's questioning anything with Jarno, to be fair, considering the fact that he started the F1 22 game and he didn't gel with it. And it took him until this season to finally gel with it. And all of a sudden he's right back up there. To me, that looks a bit suspicious, but it's Jarno Opmir, so you don't think it. But that's the level it's taken me to think. The fact that you don't know who to trust. You're right. And Thomas Ronhart was quick in season 31. We didn't have a season 32 for F1, and he was quick in the start of season 33. So he's fast, and sometimes you are faster than anybody else as well. So it's slightly weird. Sam's down in the pit lane. I think this might be when we actually do the handover. So if nothing yet. But if I do have to pop off before Sam finishes, I'll leave you with Tom and Josh. But at the moment, I'm staying where I am.
I want you to look on the other side of the Red Bull garage. You will see a shiny new Red Bull chassis under construction. That's the second race chassis for next weekend. So they only one car by each team in the tests, but that's the second car. And quite a few teams are now beginning to build up the cars for the test. Now, I'm not sure if that car will be used by Checo or Max, because they might swap them around between now and then, because they swap between themselves anyway. But that's just what goes on. Now, Red Bull had an interesting diffuser on earlier in the day. Now, I'm not sure if it's still on the car at the moment, but it almost had a triplane lower beam wing, which is something I've not seen before. So you have the two elements, which most cars have most of the time, and they flared the back of the diffuser up quite high, and that gave your triplane arrangement. And that's something that could be getting a few eyes looking at it particularly Albert Fabrica, who works with us on Tech Talk, and he pointed that out to me. And yeah, it really is interesting. So that's something a lot of people are going to be looking at it. Ferrari's front wing, as we talked about earlier on, that is a huge topic of interest and conjecture and rule speculation. Ferrari going quite well, and I think for me so far they look like the most together team. They might not have the raw pace that you've seen on top of the timesheets, but the norming testing qualifying statements apply in that you can't really look at the timesheet, it doesn't matter. They're all doing their own programs, doing their own things, and it doesn't really matter who is doing what. But something Ferrari have introduced, we talked about it a little bit earlier, are these lights on the wheel guns. Now, almost exactly a year ago, McLaren introduced these LED collars on their wheel guns. That's something that a lot of teams hadn't done in the past, and the reason they're doing that is just to allow the tyre changers to know and to do their job. And those LEDs change colour depending on whether the wheel is tight or not. And in theory, that should help you avoid any pit stop mishaps, shall we say, or not quite as good pit performance as perhaps you expect to see from a pole position winning team. Mercedes, on the other hand, don't have such technology, but their pit stops are pretty decent as well. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about this car as well. It's been in the garage at the moment. Looks fairly routine what's going on, but as you notice, that is neither George Russell or Lewis Hamilton in the cockpit. That's one of the mechanics, so they'll be making some sort of setup change or some sort of change within the car. But you can see this, the amazing shape of this Grand Prix car and how different a direction Mercedes is taking compared to everybody else. Now, on the inside of the front wing end plate above the Ineos logo, you can see 3 checkered flag decals. Now, those checkered flags are not there to say, oh, we want to see the end of the race or the session or whatever. Those are optical contacts for a camera system that will be mounted somewhere on the car to look at how that front wing is moving as the car goes around the lap. So they're optical contacts for a sensor system mounted to the car. And I wonder if they're going to be looking in particular detail at those little grey winglets coming out from the inner face of the front wing end plate. Really neat engineering here from Mercedes, and I think they've done a great job with this front wing. And again, something a lot of teams are going to be looking at. That's something other teams can copy. The zero side pod concept, it will remain very, very difficult for them to be able to, anybody to be able to imitate who doesn't have the same cooling technology as they do, though I believe Williams do, but they're not taking full advantage of that for, well, their own design reasons. Working our way along to the very French corner of the pit lane. Alpine, not Alpine, Alpine. They have had a few little issues today, which haven't really been covered, but I noticed earlier on that they'd been wrapping the wing mirror supports in a lot of tape on the car, and I think they had a little bit of a fracture found in the wing mirror support. So you saw, I think it was on a Haas last season in Austin, the wing mirror flapping around as the car drove down the track and flying off, and it got called into the pits. Caused a bit of controversy between Haas and Alpine, and I think Aston Martin at the time, after that crash with Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso. And I wonder if just those wing mirror mountings were found to be not quite as strong as the team had hoped. So a lot of that silver tape had been applied. They did the job and got on with it.
Okay, well, that's enough there because it's time for me to leave the commentary box. So I'm going to hand over coverage to Tom and Josh, if you're around. If somebody could just let him know to come into the com box now. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. So I'll hand over commentary now to Tom Dillon and to Josh Turner. Bye-bye.
Welcome along, everybody, and thank you to Joshua Birch for the first, 6 hours or so of Formula 1 testing day 1. We've got an hour and 54 seconds, an hour and 54 minutes to go in this particular test day. The lights are now on at Bahrain. The sun is well and truly setting. We're coming up on 25 to 6. We passed 25 to 6 actually local time out there in Sakir, one of the finer circuits on the Formula 1 calendar, and of course now the circuit that we get the most running at in the season as a whole. Day 1 of testing. I'm Tom Dillon, taking you through the next hour and hour or so. And as Josh goes off to a haircut, the other Josh joins us in the commentary box. And I can see that you've got your, I assume, Donington cap on. Josh, you can't see you unfortunately on the
Brands
OBS.
Hatch.
Brands Hatch. There we go, close enough.
I
But,
thought I'd join the cap gang as it's become a trend now, but I am actually going to take that off. So, because this room is very hot. But welcome, and we are here for the next hour. I think I'm here until 4:30, so you get to go and chill out, Tom. Later on.
I do. After about an hour, so you've got a couple of hours going up, and yes, just asking to turn your volume down slightly if you can. Josh, that's
Okay.
from other Josh has told you that. I don't know if we're going to get our cameras back on. Oh, there we go. They can see us. Wonderful. Hello, everybody. Josh has put us back over. We are going to get coverage from the pit lane as well as and when Josh hears it in his ears, though not right now because the pit lane man is waffling away, but we need to intro our stream and things for the moment. But 1 hour and 52 to go then. Just to give you a quick run through of the order if you are just joining us or if you're listening audio only. Of course, we're not on USRN for testing, which is a little bit of a shame, but Verstappen leads the way with a lap time of a 1:32.8. Carlos Sainz did have the top spot for a while this afternoon, but well, he has been pipped to the post now fairly recently actually. That Lewis Hamilton is in third, Alex Albon lofty fourth, with Zhou, Alonso, Leclerc, Russell, Hulkenberg and Bottas rounding out the top 10. Then it's Drugovich, Tsunoda, De Vries, Gasly, Piastri, Magnussen, Sargent, Norris and Ocon. Drugovich did of course have an incident earlier on in the session, very start of the morning session actually. That car got back to the garage and he was able to do 40 laps afterwards. But Josh, what have you made of this test so far?
Well, it's been interesting. Hopefully that volume is better. Let's just wait for Josh to say. But yeah, it's been a bit of a. Of course, we had that Drugovich stop in the Aston Martin 10 minutes into the session. That was the first and only red flag of the session, and not really anything happened. Of course, we've had the fastest laps for day one of Verstappen, a 1:32.837, and that is the Haas of Magnussen out on track. And here is the Aston Martin in the pit lane of Fernando Alonso. Of course, Fernando Alonso going from blue to green this year, making the controversial and very interesting pairing for Alpine this year, which we'll have to see how it will develop over the year.
We will indeed. Two drivers out on track at the moment. I make it Nick De Vries and Lando Norris. Nick De Vries sitting down in 13th position, heading his way up into turn 4. Lando Norris making his way around the double left-hander of turn 8 and turn 9. But both of those guys, I imagine, on long runs at this stage in the day. The most laps being set is Max Verstappen with 121. That is closing in on about 2.5 race distances here at the Bahrain International Circuit. 53 laps a race around here, if off the top of my head. Well, 121 laps, obviously, that's, well, closing in, as I said, on about a lap and a half. Lando Norris on our television pictures, heading through up into the final corner. We'll have a look on board, see what is going on with this car. Looks pretty planted through that final corner. In fact, he looks to have a bit of a slow lap here. Hard tyres on board the McLaren, the wonderfully papaya orange livery. And I know the added black to these liveries has been a point of contention, Josh, and I don't know if you spoke about this with Josh earlier on in the day, but do you think that perhaps my suggestion of a percentage of the car has to be covered in paint would fix this? And more importantly, do you like the black liveries?
I don't know. It's because the weight limit has been brought down by 2 kilos. I think it's either 798 kilos to 795 or something like that for the car. But I quite like some of the black. It's the way that they use the black as well, but I do quite like them, and it's hard to point the Aston Martin and the Mercedes out, especially George Russell and the Aston Martin from far away. I think we'll have issues with that.
It's the AlphaTauri as well. I keep looking at it and thinking that's an Alfa Romeo, but of course it isn't. Alfa Romeo themselves have gone black this year, which is so uncharacteristic for them. It looks wrong. Sauber has always been white, and I did call them Sauber. Norris is on another lap. He's yellow in the first sector, 31.1. The fastest lap time for Max Verstappen, 29.4. That's for his 1:32.8. So not the fastest lap time at the moment for Lando Norris. He's further 2 seconds down in the second sector. These lap times obviously still slow. They're not running them. Is it? Oh, huge slide from Norris. Well, little slide actually through the final corner, but he has been having issues. He did on the previous lap there. Actually 4.5 off of the pace. Now, if you're 4.5 off of the pace in a regular practice session, you might be a little bit concerned, Josh, but at this stage, just making sure that car's dialed in. And, well, they do clearly seem to be having a few setup issues through that medium speed final corner.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of issues, and we'll have to see how it develops in the next 2 days of testing, as we've got 17 hours across the 2 days, so quite a lot of running.
Lots of running indeed. Of course, Max Verstappen is the only driver to have done the full day today. They were talking on the television broadcast a little bit earlier on about how it's interesting to see that Max Verstappen has chosen to go for the full day. I myself am actually quite surprised that none of the teams are choosing to run their reserve driver, apart from obviously Aston Martin, but that was a case of force majeure rather than anything. But I am surprised to see that none of the teams have chosen to run their reserve driver for at least a session in this 3-day test. I thought maybe Daniel Ricciardo would get a look in.
I would have loved Daniel Ricciardo back in the Red Bull he is in now, I believe, going back to Red Bull after going to McLaren, and I believe, did he just go to McLaren or did he go somewhere else?
Who is this? I apologise. Ricciardo?
He went from Red Bull not straight to McLaren, did he? Or did he go straight?
No, he went Red Bull, Renault, McLaren.
There we go.
His career path. Back to Red Bull now. But potentially not for a full-time race seat, I would suspect.
But I would love to see Verstappen versus Ricciardo with the team orders. That would be interesting, I think. But I would have loved to, and everyone else would have loved to see Daniel Ricciardo have a session, even if it was just for one. Maybe an AM session, because the PM sessions are the ones that matter most, because now the sun's setting, or has set it shortly, and we've got an hour and 3/4 of time left, which... Why am I going slowly?
Yes, we do. And most importantly now, we're actually at the coolest running of the day so far, 29 degrees. Track temperature, 23 degrees. Ambient, it was a little bit over that, and that was at 6:30 this morning, or 7 o'clock this morning, actually. In the UK, obviously 10 o'clock, the session starts over in Bahrain. And it did occur to me, actually, when I woke up at 4:30 this morning, that with a time difference, I always do this when we've got different time zones. I always like to think, where are the drivers in their routine? I don't know if anyone else does this, but it's something that I do. Where are they in their routine? I woke up at 4:30 this morning, and I thought, oh, I bet the drivers are having their breakfast now. Weird to think. It's 4:30. No one is up in my household, apart from the dog, because I woke up because Bottas has a bit of a squirm through the hairpin out of Sector 2. But yes, I thought they're having their breakfast now, and I find it incredible that the drivers are so nonchalant about a day of testing. You know, they go to a day of testing like we'd go to, you know, a karting practice session at our local track, just like that.
It was 7. If you woke up at 4:30, that would have been 7:30. So yeah, 3 hours before the session started, 2.5 hours ish. So yeah, they would have probably had their breakfast. But what I was trying to say before was, this is the time where the sessions next weekend will be the qualifying around this time. So this is the best time to get the lap times in.
It's an important point as well, because this is probably as well more like the track condition that we'll get next weekend, of course, because after 3 days there'll have been a lot of rubber on that track. The track will probably be more rubbered in than it will be next week. Arguably, it'll be more rubbered in now than it will be next week. But I think after about 4 hours of running, that's about right. Sargent sets a personal best. By the way, he goes up as the 16th position in his first, not an official F1 session, of course, with the technicalities of it, but his, well, F1 debut. Really, his car is what he is driving. Again, technically not true, but he's got his stickers on it, at least. So he can take that. Not Porpoising, I apologise, he's into the pit lane. This particular camera shot on the television feed showing one of the Haas cars. Massive lockup down into pit lane.
That would have been Magnussen.
Yes, I don't think they'll give them pit lane speeding penalties at this stage, but you can see almost a flat spot spawning on that front left, Josh.
Yeah, we saw this, and now we've just got a black screen. Now into the Red Bull garage if you're watching along with us. But we saw that with Piastri in the AM session having a massive lock-up into the pit entry, and we saw nothing. There's Max Verstappen talking with Christian Horner at the back of the garage.
As SHT said, did Norris have an issue just now? He was in the pits for quite a while. Yes, he did have an issue, didn't he, Josh? He hasn't actually registered on my T-feed as completing a lap. We have seen him out there, of course, and I'm sure he has actually completed a lap because he just commentated on it. So I think that might be slightly incorrect. Oh no, position that was, not lap counter. 15 laps he's completed. I apologise, I was looking at the wrong thing. Madness, but he's 18th. He did have an issue. I don't know, I didn't quite catch what the issue was, but I think you probably have.
I'm doing the thing that literally everyone does. Go on Twitter. It was round the break. It was the rear wing, wasn't it?
It was. I apologise. What was it? Sorry.
It looked like round by one of the air intakes on the side. Can't really see it from the photos that I've got, but I will keep searching.
As you keep searching on that, we've got Lewis Hamilton out on the circuit. It's a new colour scheme for him this year. It's somewhat, he's stayed yellow. But anyway, I did quite like his purple branding in 2020. I think it just looked so nice, very champion-like. But obviously moved down slightly. Mercedes taken that step back. He's track extending quite significantly, actually, out of turn 4. 1.9 off of the pace in Sector 1. These are probably, again, long run laps, medium tyres on that car at the moment. We don't have the C number, unfortunately, for you. I mean, Josh might, but I don't know on the team.
It would be the C3.
Yes, I don't know quite how it works now. I think there's only one compound of mediums, I think, this year.
2.
Potentially 2. Okay, there we go.
So C1 is white text, no markings. C1 is white text and markings. C2 is yellow text, no markings. C3 is yellow text and yellow markings. And then C4 is red text and no bracket. C5 is the red text and red markers, and then of course the green and blue intermediate and reds, but we won't need that. And then the prototype is no markings at all, and that is the C3 prototype. And the issue with Norris was an issue with brake cooling.
There you go, so you were correct roughly on your assumption. But remember Pirelli Rainbow? Get rid of that, they said. It's too complicated, they said. And now we've basically got a Pirelli Rainbow, except it's not actually a rainbow anymore, which is slightly confusing. In fact, do you remember Option and Prime? How simple that was, how lovely that was. And now we're here with this kind of thing. You know, I was talking to my granddad, who has watched F1 more over the last few years. Was you know, he's very much a 90s F1 person. It was his era. And he was talking about how he thinks they should get rid of the tyre compounds completely, go back to one tyre. If you want to fit it halfway through the race, you can, otherwise leave them to it. And I have to say, I wouldn't mind a return to either having literally just 3 compounds, soft, medium, and hard, or having a very simple. Now I know we do have 3 compounds in terms of when we get to the races, but a very simple option prime. I wouldn't be too averse to bringing that back. So, as we go back through inside of this session, 1 hour and 38 minutes to go. Bottas, Sargent and Hamilton, 3 out there as the wonderful hotel hospitality is starting to light up in the various colours of the rainbow blue at the moment. Out there on the circuit as all the track floodlights are on as well. Bottas is 1.4 down in the first sector. Again, this is long run territory right now. I remember a couple of years ago in testing, Daniel Ricciardo talking about in the Renault how he was basically just doing a full race run in that car, and he got out in the afternoon just basically dead because he'd done practically an entire race distance without anyone there, which must be quite boring. Josh, you look quite well, you look like you've found something.
Yeah, I was just scrolling on F1 Twitter, and incident where I used to live, I popped up, saying nothing F1 related. I will keep searching though.
You keep searching away at that's 1:37 to go now, and I'm afraid my television pictures here in the box are slightly not delayed, they're just slightly choppy, which is fine. Of course, Josh leaves the commentary box and something goes wrong, because that's pretty much how this works. But no, I can actually see what's going on, so that's okay. You don't need exact 100% fluid coverage at this stage. So it's medium tyres for all 3 of the men out on the circuit right now. Lewis Hamilton is going through the final corner as we speak. The T-feed, I should mention, is slightly out of sync with the track pictures as well. So I think T-feed is actually ahead, taking it live from the FIA. There's an Aston Martin out of the pits as well. That's Fernando Alonso. Hasn't appeared. Oh, he has appeared on my driver tracker. Messing me up because they still have him down as Alpine over on there. Didn't see the green. 22 career poles for Fernando Alonso. Did say that he's not expecting to rack up, well, another one or another race win throughout the course of this season. But he did say that next year is when they're going to be pushing for that. Very ambitious in that Aston Martin crew. Josh and, well, me and other Josh were talking earlier about his potential for fighting for another championship. Do you see him being a world champion for a 3rd time eventually?
Yeah, I could see Fernando Alonso win, but I believe Christian Horner is down in the paddock.
You see next weekend just how competitive we are.
Seen a bit focusing on the Ferrari and a couple of others today as well. Have you suffered at all with that?
No, but then we didn't really suffer last year, so we weren't expecting to.
All right, great. Well, listen, I hope the rest of the weekend goes just as well. Thanks very much, Christian.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Back to you, Crofty.
Well, that was short and sweet. We joined right as it finished, but back to the Aston Martin. Yeah, if they have a good car and we don't have stuff like the reliability issues which we had on day one earlier today on testing, but that is only testing. That was just them testing things out. So we can't really say just from that they are going to have reliability issues the first couple of races, because they've got an hour and a half of today, and then they've got another 17 hours over the next 2 days, so they still have got a lot of time to work it out.
And reliability as well, it should be mentioned, is something that can actually be fixed in software. As silly as it sounds, it isn't necessarily a pure mechanical issue with the car. You can find yourself actually, you know, tweaking a few settings in the software, a few lines of code potentially, and it can sort it out. And we see it in Formula E all the time, where literally their research and development is software and how you get it set up. So these teams, despite having designed the cars, some of them will actually need to learn a lot about their car, particularly for Aston Martin, Josh, who have gone into this season with essentially a completely different philosophy to last year.
Yeah, they have, and it will be interesting to see how it works and how they will do in the first couple of races and for the whole season and see if it works out.
On board with the Aston Martin on the television picture, speed trap 292 kilometers an hour, 181 miles per hour for those imperially inclined. Well, it appears to be, all of these cars appear to be porpoising on the straights. It's a buzzword we love. It's Will Buxton's favourite word, was certainly this time last year. I'm a bit harsh on Will Buxton. He's done a very good job today in particular. And I have to say, there was a video that came with my Instagram reels of him out in a nightclub dancing the other day, and I found that quite amusing. I'm surprised it didn't go viral, but it's amusing. Anyway, very good reporter, Will Buxton, despite what I may have said in the past, sort of jovially taking the mick out of his dramatic style occasionally. But all of the cars seem to be porpoising. It's not as bad as last year, I think, is my point, and I maybe don't see it being a problem. Don't know if you had anything to say on that, Josh.
No, I didn't. I am too focused on searching through Twitter, but there is nothing on Twitter, so let's just close that tab and check in around 10 minutes. We've got Ocon now going on a lap, just going through turn 8 down towards a double left-hander at turns 9 and 10. It's very, very hard corner. If you play the F1 game, you will know how hard that corner is at turn 10 now. Accelerating down the back straight, DRS open into turn 11, and then we shall get the sector 2 time up into turn 12. Just up to turn 12.
No, I've basically spent my afternoon sorting out some esportsy business with the sim racing team that actually Josh is at least loosely involved in, and well, we're sorting out driver lineups and things, but also been lapping this game in the 2022 cars with 2023 liveries on Assetto Corsa, and that corner does always hold firm in being a very, very difficult thing. You're basically holding on and hoping that the brakes hold through there as Ocon goes up into 18th position, 135. 3, and through that corner you're basically holding on to the brakes, and you've got to keep braking because otherwise you're going to overshoot the corner and find yourself spinning around. But you've basically got to be so tentative and so trusting in the brakes as you sort of hold them all the way through into the apex of turn 10. All the way from the apex, you're sort of braking, and you can see it on the brake trace as well in real life. You're braking almost from the apex of turn 9 through, trailing through into the apex of turn 10. You're turning for a lot of that as well. It's a really, really difficult corner. It tests your braking technique quite a lot.
It does, but it is so satisfying when you get it right. On one of the F1 games that I think it was F1 2012, because I've got that on Xbox 360. Other stuff is available. I couldn't find the word there, but it's really satisfying, and I absolutely mastered it. I've absolutely mastered that corner, so it's just so satisfying. Once you get it, it just stays with you until you try and push it a little bit further and brake maybe a couple of meters later, and then you have to work on that, and then you try and keep going up and up and just see how it does.
Yes, exactly. Just gone over the 1 hour and a half to go mark in this session. Lewis Hamilton out there on circuit right now in his yellow helmet, neon yellow numbers and stuff like that. And designated second driver, Teapot, I should mention. Alfred Sowery being the only team not to be running that. Not that I'm saying anything about Lewis Hamilton particularly. We have got a replay on the television, something that's happening. He's gone wide at turn 4 again. It is a habit of Lewis Hamilton. It was a habit of him in 2021, continuing here into 2023, and I mean, he's just testing the limits. They're not policing track limits in this session. There's, well, to be fair, no race control policing penalties, because you can't give a sporting penalty in what is, and you can correct me on my technical details here, in what is essentially not an official Formula 1 session.
Yeah, if they were policing track limits, it would be really, really silly, because then they wouldn't be able to push the limits of the car, and that's what you do in testing. You try and find what you can improve, you try and find what's right, you try and find what's wrong, and if you just try and get on the accelerator the tiniest bit earlier and run off, and they delete your track time, which wouldn't do anything. If it was in qualifying, then yes, that would make sense, but just for testing, there's no point.
You know, I liked the 2020 track limit rules. I thought they were bad, but they were good in a way. I quite enjoyed how they, how they allowed the drivers to push those limits perhaps a little bit beyond what other people would say. I think curbs should be part of the track. I think that should be fair play. Obviously, what Hamilton did there, you haven't seen it on the YouTube stream. You guys are, no track pictures, but it's that thing he did in 2021 where he goes wide at turn 4 onto that escape road. It is faster, but it's also a little bit dishonest going out onto the runoff area. And I think, again, it should be curves a fair game, but past those curves, no.
Didn't Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen go side by side one year? Is that what we're talking? Is that what I'm thinking about, the 2021?
So the drama,
or the 2020?
Yes, the drama of that race, 2021 it was, Bahrain Grand Prix, first race of the season, wasn't it? It has been for a couple of years now, and seems to have knocked Australia actually out from its opening perch, which I agree with. To be fair, it's always frustrating to come back from a Formula 1 off season. You've got Australia as the first race, but it was Hamilton had abused that track limit rule basically all throughout the course of the race. Verstappen had perhaps been a little bit, well, this is the argument anyway, perhaps been a little bit more honest about it. And then we got through into the end of the race, and Verstappen made that pass outside of the track limits, which Hamilton had been doing throughout the course of the race. He did something stupid like 30 times in a 53-lap race, and yes, Verstappen had to give it back. He was arguably given the penalty. Obviously, I mean, it was a case of, yes, it's deserving of a penalty, but in the context of everything else, you'd think maybe they could have given Hamilton more of a fair warning first. But it was a while ago. I'm not here to spark some Verstappen-Hamilton debate, but that was the context you're after, Josh.
Yeah, that was the 2021, the year we do not talk about. Anyway, here is Logan Sargent going down the front straight, chasing Lewis Hamilton. And was that Lewis Hamilton going slow into turn 1? No, it wasn't. He was in 8th gear, but that was a little bit of an on-track battle. And that could technically be counted as an on-track battle for bingo.
Only time Logan Sargent will be passing a Mercedes this year unless something has really gone wrong for those Mercedes guys. And this is actually quite a useful opportunity for Lewis Hamilton to test that car in dirty air. We know that with the ground effect cars, I should say, not ground force, that sounds like a division of the army. But anyway, with the ground effect cars, dirty air isn't as pronounced as it was, 2017, the worst year for dirty air in the history of the sport. But it's still noticeable. It's still something that you have to keep in mind. You can't. I mean, we have DRS. We wouldn't need DRS basically if there was no significant dirty air. And there we go. That is that. Speaking of DRS in the breakers, we're going down. Are we to Vasseur? Not Vasseur, and the AlphaTauri guy.
We can. Here we are.
Positive feedback, I must say, from both of the drivers. We started this morning collecting data, especially on the aerodynamic side. We were out with different brakes with all these sensors mounted on there, because it's very, very important to get a good database now at the beginning of the season for the development process during the year, because we don't have so many tests. And Yuki had a very back in the morning, and also Nick de Vries, I just spoke with him a few minutes ago, is quite positive about the car, and we will see now how good we will perform during the year.
I think during the lunch break, when you were doing your media duties, you mentioned that Nick is giving a lot of feedback to your engineers, almost giving them a headache. He's giving them so much feedback right now on the car.
Yeah, that's true. He did a test for us last year in Abu Dhabi, and afterwards he came up with very good ideas about our car, because last year's car was not so competitive, unfortunately, and he had a long to-do list which he handed over to us, and I must say that nearly all the points we covered. And I hope that this brings us forward and that we will have a successful season.
You said that finishing 9th was a bit of a wake-up call for the engineers in the team. Do you feel that they've responded to that now?
Yes, the 9th place was a big shock for us because this is not where we expected the team and where the team has to be. And this was a wake-up call for everyone in the company. And the designers, the aerodynamic department, everyone pushed really very hard. And we came up with good results because I know the weight of the car now, and I knew it from last year, and I must say that we made big progress there. And also on the aerodynamic side, this is what Yuki just told me beforehand, the car is much more stable in the fast and the mid-fast corners in comparison to last year.
We've seen what we think looks like a bit of porpoising going on right now. Is that what you're finding?
We didn't have problems with the porpoising so far. Don't want to say too much. The porpoising you can quite well influence with the right high. If you would have some problems, then maybe you have to lift the car a little bit. Could be that you lose some aero performance, but so far I haven't heard anything about porpoising, about problems from this side.
So that's just the bumpy track then we're seeing around here.
We know it's a bumpy track from the natural side, yeah, but porpoising should not be a problem for us, at least not up to now.
You've got an interesting year ahead, haven't you? Because both your drivers will want to outscore the other one, Nick, to show that, he's worthy of a place in this paddock, and 28 is quite old for a rookie these days, unfortunately. Yeah. And Yuki, because this is his chance to show what he's got, and if he doesn't beat Nick, that makes it a really tough season for him and a tough time in the Red Bull program, I guess.
Yeah, it depends which performance both of the drivers will show. Of course, Yuki is in the 3rd season, but I must say that he did really big progress in the last months, and also during the winter time with the physical training, with the mental training, with everything. He is much more focused nowadays, much more interested in the technical side, and therefore I'm not worried about him. And of course, he has to show a good performance, but also Nick. And I think it's a very good combination. They will push each other. This is what the team needs. And this is how Formula One is generally. It's in every team the same.
Very competitive. Listen, thanks very much for joining us, Franz.
Thank you very much.
Continue to have a good test.
Thank you.
The commentary box on the Joshua Birch Motorsports YouTube channel. Joshua Turner has jumped out of the commentary box and now probably about 250 grams lighter. Jumping back in is Joshua Birch. Welcome along, Josh. It's been, well, quite an eventful 25 minutes when you've been gone.
Really? What's been happening?
Just lots of lap times going in and stuff like that.
I step away for a few minutes and everything changes, and that always is the way. Alonso's just having a thing. Yeah. I only took 25 minutes. I thought it was more. Are you ready? So I can finally take the cap off. Hair done. New hair.
My reaction is going to be slightly belated. Oh, there we go. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. It looks exactly the same as last time I commentated with you a couple of weeks ago.
And that is how long my hair grows in a couple of weeks. It's insane.
Yes, well, at 1 hour 20 to go. It's just been a few laps going in, to be honest with you. Ocon's jumped up the order. Norris has got back out there. He's circulating right now, as is Leclerc. He's back out after a bit of time spent in the pits. De Vries has been out doing laps. It's just a case of long runs, as it often is at this stage in testing. And again, maybe seeing qualifying runs later on in the day, but I think right now, for the next 20 minutes or so, we're just going to keep seeing these long runs being pumped in.
Yeah, looks like it. The sun has set while I've been away, so I've had a haircut already, but only those of you who've been watching know that my hair's changed. Everybody who's been watching, who'll watch the clips that get uploaded to TikTok won't know, which is what the key continuity was. But it looks beautiful, doesn't it, under the lights? And another hour 19 of it. Looks absolutely fantastic. What's going to happen is Tom's going to disappear in around about 20 minutes. Josh's going to come back in. Ed Hunter's going to join us for a little bit. Then Megan's going to join me in the box as well. Ed's going to then leave, and it's going to be me, Josh, and Megan for the end of the day here. as well. And we've just been having a look that just been announced by PSGL actually, Tom, is that in a bid to improve F1 attendance and make up for the questionable calendar, round 7 will no longer take place in the PSGL F1 Championship in Singapore. It will take part at Spa instead. But for every other league in there, it will remain at Singapore, which includes PSGL F2, which is what me and Richie will be commentating on. So our next couple of rounds, our next round, round 2, will be at Singapore. Still, that's brave.
Well, we can demolish the circuit in real life next, where they have introduced some changes for this year, and other languages used. Says Josh. Yes, I've just got the announcement up on my screen.
Yeah.
Other language was used. Quoting Marcel Kiefer, apparently SH high T calendar, according to him.
One thing I don't know about anybody else has a haircut, even though I changed my shirt to my undertop as well. I put a different one on, but you feel itchy. You feel itchy around your collar for a while. It's weird. But I promise you, it's perfectly fine. And I even had my head underneath the shower head as well to get rid of any excess as well, just in case. So it was all properly done. And my hair will dry incredibly quickly now. It's very thin. And it's all set to go. So just looking at this, no red flag since the one this morning. So only one red flag on the count. I'm very surprised, actually, Tom, that we haven't had any more stoppages. They've all been retirements in the pit lane, so to speak, in terms of any reliability issues, such as McLaren here with Lando Norris.
Yeah, absolutely, and no crashes either. There's usually one car at least that has a little bit of an off early on into the testing session, but everyone seems to be pretty well. I should probably touch wood here because it's it's guaranteed going to change after I've said that. But everyone seems to be pretty relaxed and ready with the car and able to keep going. No one's really had any major crashes. We often see cars turning around on themselves and just a few issues. We've seen oversteer problems for a lot of these guys, particularly Lando Norris when he came back out of the pits. Max Verstappen had a bit of oversteer, but nothing huge, nothing that's going to send them off of the circuit and into the wall. And that's the important thing, because again, you don't want to be doing barrier repairs in a testing session.
No, you don't. They could take hours to repair those as well. So we've been very lucky that everyone's been okay. I must just say, I was listening. Stellar work from you and Josh doing the commentary there as well. Absolutely fantastic. Always a pleasure listening to you, Tom, lead a session like you do with the cricket. I'll be with you on Sunday for the cricket. Well, no, that's going to be fun.
Another World Cup final. Would you believe it? To supplement the Under-19 World Cup final that happened this year, to supplement the men's final last year and the men's Under-19 World Cup final last year, following the other men's final the year before. So really rare occurrence, a Cricket World Cup final. You don't want to miss it. USRN YouTube channel on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We'll link that in the description. I'm sure Josh get on the description and get it in from USRN. Josh said, would have been nice if I could find words quicker. It's pretty much normal. It's a testing session anyway. It's not a race. All be fine.
Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us anyway.
Oh yeah, I get flabbergasted sometimes as well. But I suppose you've sort of all heard now. Tom's leading the commentary on a couple of race events this weekend. This year, as we've already explained. So we're all in very safe hands with that as well. Wouldn't have chosen him if he wasn't a good commentator. So actually, Tom, I don't know why you don't do more ERC leading, giving us all a break. But you're driving a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, either that and without bad-mouthing anyone, I get put into stewarding sort of begrudgingly.
You do, yes.
When I'm not driving often. And I've tried to make it clear that I absolutely despise stewarding. I hate it. But at the end of the day, it's also not really fair to be getting the other guys to do it all the time. But, I'm cutting back on driving commitments this year, so hopefully I'll have more time. It clashes with my karting calendar quite horrifically. Actually, this year, first round, second round, and I think third round, half of the races clash with my karting. So apart from the 24 and maybe some of the later rounds, I won't actually be driving. So it will give me time to come back and help you guys out in the commentary box a little bit more.
Sounds great. Can't wait. And certainly the 24-hour Le Mans is going to be very entertaining. Hopefully we're going to try and do that all 24 hours. But I don't remember when it's actually scheduled. There's probably something going on. But yeah, I always feel bad when Ed says he needs help and I'm stuck in the middle of something else like this. It's like, I can't get there in time. But I always do.
It is, I can give you the date, because it is July the... It's not July. Ignore me.
June.
It is... We say it's June, but I don't think it is June.
I say that's too close to the real Le Mans, isn't it?
Oh, it was in my calendar. Oh, yes, there we go. July the 1st and 2nd. Same day as 24 Hours of Spa, unfortunately. Which is a frustrating clash, but apparently we can't do anything about it.
Let's have a look. Let's have a think. What about Merck? Mercedes. Hamilton's down in third position on a 1:33.508. Russell's time for this morning was a 1:34.178, but Hamilton's actually doing really strong. And another lock up there from Fernando Alonso and the Aston Martin down at turn 8 as well. We've been seeing that all afternoon. But yeah, okay, so the calendar should be okay. We should be fine. Should be fine. I'm going to look forward to hearing it anyway. What's going to happen? We said about how the day's sort of flown by. It's sort of dragging to the time you sort of want to go. It's like the work mentality, isn't it? You could be having a really quick day, but then you look at the clock and it's suddenly 4:30 and you think, oh, there's only half an hour until I'm out of here. Yes, it's that mentality, isn't it? You look at the clock and think, oh, there's only an hour and 12 to go. You sort of go, oh, I'll be out of here soon.
Well, I'm in college now. I don't work more than 3 hours straight. You know, I'm on the easy 2 years. I say that, I do have like one monster day that's, 6 hours long, but other than that, pretty fine. A couple of 2-hour days, Fridays, will be able to help you a lot more with free practice, at least until September.
Yes.
So I'm very excited for that. But,
I can't wait to have you more in the comment box, and also on weekends where we have all the things on the Friday. You can take over a lot more than quickly. So I sent everything over to... Yeah, Tom's literally got everything. When I say he's got everything, I mean he's got everything. I sent him every single OBS stream, every single... I mean, what was that file I sent you? It was like 30-odd gig, wasn't it? I sent you about the stream stuff.
Yeah, which is why I didn't download it. I am going to download it selectively ahead of Saturday. I need to set that up tomorrow.
The Formula E, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was going to set up a new one, the correct one, and send it over to you to get it all set up.
Oh, yes, okay. Wonderful. That sorts that out. I might also use Video Ninja just to stop me messing with the things.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If we all logged in for the OBS instead via your thing, it makes it a lot easier than doing it, because then I can just share the image on the Discord. A lot easier for people to watch, and then log in via that website. As you said, the
actually,
video
that's an extra point, because I'll be seeing the pictures. I won't physically be able to see your camera. So yeah, that is like the only way we can do it.
And it means I can also log in on my phone for the Video Ninja, which means I get a better camera than Megan's laptop. So I've thought ahead. But the audio will become... Yeah. Where would the audio will come from my Discord, though. So that might be something. The audios from the Discord, videos from the Video Ninja. So that's how it works. But honestly, when I say this, Megan's laptop is great, but it cannot handle a complete stream like this PC does, because we had to build that up from thingy. So I had to find another way, and Tom bang on. You're right there to help with all the stuff, streaming everything. So, all should be fun. I can't wait.
It's a good job. It's a good job too, because well, now we hope my internet holds up, because that is also no guarantee. Unfortunately, if you've watched the USRN streams, you've seen the various issues with my internet in the past. But it's sort of a feature of USRN. Matthew has issues with his internet too. Josh has issues with his internet.
Oh God, yeah.
How it works, I'm afraid. I always bring up the story of almost missing the championship points in the US Open final. That was embarrassing, but was what it was.
Well, the good thing is also I will have a backup stream on just in case, like with the timing screen data, like the battle screen. So if we run into a problem with you, I can take over and then we can swap back and forth in case. So there are backups among backups all set up. But yeah, the only thing I'm doing with Megan's laptop is I'm commentating on practice and qualifying, because I can do those solo, because no one will be awake at those times getting it all done. Megan will be leading the Formula 1 coverage on Saturday when I'm not there. I don't know. I think I'm moving you around a lot on Saturday, but I think, Tom, and I'm moving Josh around a lot on Saturday as well. I feel really bad because it's sort of like going to be right. You're here, Megan's here, you're there. It's going to be bad, I promise. So I'm sorry.
You don't have the schedule for tomorrow yet,
No.
do you?
No, not yet. No, I've got a rough idea where people are, and I know you're mainly in the morning, Tom, not in the afternoon because you've got the cricket.
Yes, definitely.
So I think
I was sort of waiting for the schedule, and then I was going to sort of plan it around that, whether I did it. Then it got to sort of this afternoon, I thought, well, I've actually got to set up the thumbnail and stuff for this if I am going to do it tomorrow. So I thought I'd say, look, afternoon, probably not going to happen, unless you desperately need me, of course, and I can just cancel the cricket stream. It's not a huge deal. But anyway, it's all set up on USO, and you can listen to it tomorrow. England versus South Africa, 12:50. We're on it. And sorry for the advertising.
If we get it, hey, do it. I'm not bothered by that. I'm not any of that. It's like I work with these people.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I work with them. I'm always advertising. Oh, Bottas has got wide down at turn 10. And again, just running off the track, getting back on again, simple as just a lock-up. But yeah, I'm work with these people. I'm always doing it. I mean, I was disappointed you went on the 500 Daytona.
Yes, I was on the Xfinity series,
Yes, you were,
and that was good fun. I find it so interesting how they do their radio. They have a commentator at each corner. It's so weird.
Yeah.
But it works for the ovals. It works actually really well. I
love it. It does
the only
work,
issue. Yeah. The only issue with that is that when you try to, it's quite difficult to, and I'm going to use the American terms because I'm sorry, I work around Rocket League a lot and sim racing for an American company, so I'm going to use the American terms. It's quite difficult to do the colour commentary as well, or the analyst commentary, whatever you want to call it, which side of the pond you lie on. That is annoying, by the way. My broadcasting terminology is tarnished by working for Americans. But it's quite difficult to lean into that and then lean into a bit of a tangent, but not a lot's happening, and then go back. But for a race that's going, it's a very good system.
I was finding it tricky because I was working as sort of pit reporter for the 500, so I was part of the commentary. I could still say what was happening and give my opinions, but I let Matthew and Matt were taking the play-by-play, so they were doing everything. I was finding things out on scanners and listening to all the radio and giving them information, but trying to interrupt them is so tricky because you've got to choose the right time to interrupt them, which is what I do love about it. But it was like because we can't see each other, which is really annoying. I swear we should have cameras, because see if you're going to interrupt, you've got a message and say I've got to interrupt, I've got to say this and all that lot. So I enjoy it. It's nice working with them all. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and we had a great deal of fun on the Super One. I know you got to watch a little bit of that broadcast. That was so much fun, and it was a nice dynamic because I didn't have to. I was very much presenting rather than commentating, which is something that I'm not particularly used to.
Yeah.
But it's quite good. It's a good skill to have, and yeah, I enjoyed it anyway. Because it was just good fun. We just got to have a chat. It was weird because it was like watching a game with your mates, but
it's weird, isn't it? Yeah.
You're on air. It was great. I loved it. It was good fun.
Just take us to this lap then, Tom. Yeah.
Okay. So, Esteban Ocon. Indeed, I almost said Fernando Alonso heading up through into that right-hander where you don't want to touch the curb. 1.9 off of the pace, goes down to probably third gear as you head through the second, down to sector 3, down to the final corner as well. Nice and planted, this car at the moment. It was ever so slightly nervous heading through the previous corner. Through the final corner, he looks pretty all right. 2 wheels on the curb on at the exit, using all of the circuits in the run to the line. Esteban Ocon goes up to 16th position. It's 2 seconds off the pace, but he won't mind one bit on the medium tyres. DRS ablaze as well down into turn 1.
Sorry about
looks like that might just be the end of his running.
Sorry about that, Tom. Ferrari having work done there. So they're obviously just doing setup changes. Trying to have a look and see. Yeah, Josh just said that's what I struggle with too. It's so hard. I presume that's finding the right time to interrupt. Which I know what you mean. It's so difficult in the pit reporter role as well. I don't mind it. Every time Josh has got something, he always either waves or has something up with a hand as well, so I always know he's going to say something.
This is when it's useful to have a producer, of course, which they even have for radio broadcasts. Obviously, we don't have the means for that, which is understandable. You know, when you this is the issue that plagues ERC as well. When you're not able to pay people, it's quite difficult to get people to do those roles, like producer and things. It's just one of those things. I mean, you know, I love doing this for free with you and with ERC and things. And the various jobs I do for free, I'm happy to do it. I do it because I enjoy it. But there's some people who don't quite share that enthusiasm, and it can be a tall order to ask people the amount of broadcasts what we do on here. I mean,
it's mad,
it's difficult, and I mean, I imagine you probably struggle to pay a producer to do that as well, because it's a lot of money for probably not a great deal of reward. And unfortunately, it's one of those things you've got to sit back and say, look, we don't have the means.
Yeah, I mean, I so wish we could have. Via Play is actually showing up on testing, by the way, for those of you in the Netherlands. I just got told. It's so difficult because there's some points as well as you know, Tom. At the moment, you can't see me live, and that's the problem. We need another. We need a system where we can see each other live, where it's not affecting the calls and all that. So that's what we need, and systems set up. It's just difficult. It's very tricky. It takes a lot of skill to sort of do all this, doesn't it? I mean, we've got it down to a fine art. And I think if it wasn't for ERC, I don't think we would both of us have the skill to start talking when the other stops and know that we're not just finishing a point, we've actually ended it. And because sometimes it's open-ended, isn't it?
Yeah, well, obviously my background starting in sim racing commentary, moving over to the other types of esport like Rocket League and things, you basically acquire a skill doing that in having to wait for the other person to stop talking. It can be difficult. Discord's got a delay as well, and if there's a little bit of lag, it'd be quite easy to chop over someone. It's also difficult to communicate on the Discord. If I'm having a conversation with you, and you'll see, or even if you're in a commentary box with someone, Martin Brundle does this all the time. And when I have been this co-commentator for people in the past, this can be quite difficult for main commentators to realise. But it's sometimes when Martin Brundle, say there's a huge race start, Martin Brundle will interject something into Crofty's sentence, and he won't be interrupting Crofty. He won't be trying to take the mic off him, so to speak. But it'll just be interrupting, and it can be quite effective. So, for example, down into turn 1, Crofty will go, and they're all through into turn 1, and then Brundle will go, look, someone's slow. And while Crofty's still talking, they'll talk at the same time. And it can be quite difficult to communicate with another commentator that you've got, that that's what you're doing. So you almost have to avoid doing that, because there's been times in the past where I've been on co-commentary for someone, and I've done that, and it's a perfectly fine technique to do. It's okay. It can be quite effective. It can sound quite good, and then they've just stopped talking. Like, jumping in. He's trying to jump in front of me. It's like, no, I'm not quite doing that. And it's really difficult to communicate that.
I mean, that's what I was saying as well, because we were doing Diriyah, the 2 races in Diriyah as well, and neither of us can see everything on the screen. So if I'm looking at something at the front, you spotted something at the back. That's why I always sort of stop. I've got that in my system now, where if you spot something and you're starting to say, look at that, I'll just stop, because whatever I'm talking about isn't as important as something you've spotted. Because if it's a move for the lead, but there's a crash at the back's more important. So I just stop. And that's what I did with Megan, and we talked about it earlier on with Joe's crash. Megan looks at the back of the field as Norris goes 8th, by the way, 1:34.097. So Megan noticed the crash. I didn't. She goes, "Whoa, crash, accident," and I stopped talking, and then we were all just interrupting each other, which was really annoying. But I've only done that once, by the way, where I've shut Megan up, which was Abu Dhabi, because she was going, Mercedes, and it was the radio, the famous, "No, Mikey, no, that was not right." But I didn't want to play it because we had Hamilton right behind Verstappen, and they were nearly touching. So I thought, I'm not going to stop the commentary for what could be the championship move. So that's the only time I've stopped her. Go on, Tom.
And I'll just make one more point before I jump out to the box here, because I realise it has gone half past. But I think as well, some people that I've commentated with in the past, have or not necessarily people specifically, but there's a lot of there's a style that some people have where they don't quite realise that as a broadcaster, your job is to paint whether you're commentating. It's different for a ball game like cricket or football because there is one thing to focus on. But with racing, because you've got so much going on, there's so many storylines. Your job is to paint a picture of the race. You're almost telling a story within that race, whereas some people sort of get a little bit confused and they think you're supposed to show all of the action. For me, I always say position takes priority. So I've had times where I've commentated for various leagues, and the producers switched over to like a battle for 16th and 17th when someone's chasing down the leader.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm like,
yeah.
Directly, that might be the more exciting thing. But in terms of the story that we're trying to project in this race, that's the more important thing, the lead of the race. You don't need to look at that, because at the end of the day, the viewers don't care about that. The viewers care about the lead of the race. And your job as a broadcaster is to paint a picture of the entire race, is to almost take away some of the information that just simply is not as important, and that can sometimes, unfortunately, involve missing battles for position towards the back of the pack. You've got to show the entire race as a picture. You've got to tell a story throughout that race.
I agree with you 100%. I always try and keep an eye on the front action as well, and me and Richie do the F2s, and we're doing that later on tonight as well. And sometimes, we've joked about this before as well, sometimes I've spotted something because I'm watching a different picture and it's for the lead, and I'm waving it in frantically going, we've got to go here, we've got to go here, or we'll just interrupt each other, and we both do it because we're not looking at the same pictures, which is a problem in esports. We need to get something sorted with that.
That is a problem. This is why I love iRacing stuff, because and RFX to an extent, because most of the time you're on the same pictures, you're the commentator, and that's when the issue stems, when you've got people on different pictures, because you're looking at different things and you cut across each other. You need to have, for me, to do an effective broadcast, you need to have one picture. Yeah, one picture, ideally that the lead is taking, because then that's where you need to go as well. And that's one thing that we need to sort that out, that we've got the same pictures. Usually, though, me and Richie, as well, saying, because we have different pictures, we've come up with a system that I haven't seen many other people do. Is the fact is that if we've come up with a system, and it's working very well, because if I'm saying I'm looking down at Cameron Downs' car, 7th position, we've got in the habit of saying the name and the position, so that the other one knows exactly, oh, we've got to press button 7, we've got to go here. And it works really well, because we're then looking at the same pictures immediately, and the other knows to switch it. So not many people do that, I've noticed. And then they just go shouting about other people. Yes,
I must let you go soon.
Yes, I could talk about this the other day. There's about 5 more points I'd bring up, but this is the sort of thing you need a podcast for. But I think we have got Josh Turner and Ed Hunter raring to get into the commentary box. So I will hold my point. We can talk about this tomorrow morning. We will. We'll put a pin in it for now, and remember about it. But I thank you for having me once again on
Tom,
this fantastic. On this day 1 of testing. It's been a pleasure as always. Thank you for letting me lead as well.
Pleasure.
And I'll leave you to it for the last 56 minutes. I'll be watching keenly.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you very much for leading as well. Can't wait to hear more from you throughout the year as well with other series, and see you soon. So, we'll wait now as Josh comes in, and Ed will join the picture also. We have 55 minutes to go on the board as well. My thanks to Tom Dillon for his leading the commentary while I desperately went and had a haircut because it was needed. As well. A lot of fun. We'll be hearing from him tomorrow. Nick DeFries just out there on the circuit at the moment as well. It's going through. Just waiting on Ed to come in. But Josh, can you hear me?
Hello, yes I can.
Hello.
And I did a silly thing of burning the roof of my mouth with my cup of tea right before I came on. So, fun times.
Ow. That's not good. That's not good at all. Can't work out why you've actually jumped ahead of where the TV pictures are this year. But it's looking good. So, yeah, that's not good. How on earth did you manage to burn yourself?
No idea, but I think I know. It's because alphabetically, my name's kind of like up, if that makes sense. But here is Nick DeFries at turn 8. getting it a little bit of a, on the curbs, and there is at turn 11 as well, getting it on the curbs as well, and quite a lot of bouncing. We've seen some porpoising, but not as bad as we've seen like last year.
Indeed, right. I've got. I can't get the other camera set up, so I'm just going to use the standing camera for the remaining of the session. It's only an hour. Less than that, as I can stand up, so I'll shut that down. And when Ed gets in the box, it becomes easier to do the 2-stream as well. If somebody has let him know that, because he did say.
I'll ping him.
Thank you. Verstappen, fastest at the moment on a 1:36.806. Well done, by the way, Josh, with you and Tom. Fantastic, loved that. Absolutely loved it. When it was coming through.
I was kind of turning into Will Buxton with the long pauses. It was great.
Yeah, but it's testing. It worked. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. I was listening to you while I was having my haircuts and talking. Fantastic as well. Have you seen it, by the way? Oh, you did, of course. Yeah. No longer need to wear the Mercedes hat. Ed's here. Hello, Ed. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, he's just getting his camera on, so maybe not just yet.
Oh, just about.
Hello. Let's wait for.
I'll turn the camera on.
Yes, no worries. I'll then I've got to get everyone. Oh, this might work out actually because you're both
Dark
above
in
each
here.
other.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, Ed. How are you? Nice to see you.
Josh, I guess I'll see you again when we do commentary later on. Delete
Today?
everything that's going on in the background because it's going to make my camera completely crap itself.
Oh yeah, your camera's buggy, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot about that.
Well, it's not just my camera. I think it's everything. Whenever I try and watch other people's streams as well, it tends to be at like a very slow pace.
No worries. If you need, just leave it off if you mind. Don't mind at all. We're not. Are we doing what's the race later?
It's Autopolis. It's British Touring Cars.
Oh, I
BRC.
didn't. Oh, right. I think I'll join. I think I joined for race 1, but PSGL's on at 8, the F2 season.
Fair enough.
I'll try and drag in there because I want to see what's happening elsewhere. Because I do love Autopolis.
It doesn't look like we're doing too well in the championship in terms of gravel track racing. They've probably got us.
I forgot. Yeah.
I think they're 102 points ahead with only 6 races to go. So and that's 3 of them are going to be tonight. So it's possible if they're more than about 60 points ahead or something like that, then they could wrap it up round early. But yeah, our guys are going to keep fighting. A lot of them are just saying, "Oh, well, I'm not enjoying this rear-wheel drive car, and I can't wait for the season to end."
Well, the
I
rear
think
wheels.
also the fact that they got rid of tyre wear as well, because the
Yeah.
rear-wheel drives had an advantage on tyre wear. Now we've sort of got a distinct. All the advantages of using our car gone basically. So.
Well, fingers crossed that we have a good end and just get over
We
it.
do have a good lineup, so maybe we can make something happen. Who knows?
It's Croft the last round, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
How's testing been going? I've not really been keeping up with it. I gather all the usual suspects at the front then?
Yeah, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, 1, 2, 3. Albon's the big surprise in 4th, with his time for this morning standing really well. Sargent's 10th, so Williams seems strong. Aston Martin, who were supposed to be the fastest team on the dynos, are all quick. I've had nothing but problems. Red flag this morning, 9 minutes into the session for stopping on the track with Drugovich. They did a practice pit stop and broke Alonso's floor, had to repair it. But at the moment, he's going in quite strong. He's 6th fastest, so...
Looks like Aston Martin must be self-destructing a little bit as soon as Alonso joined. Well, they were self-destructing before Alonso joined, to be fair.
Yeah, but as soon as Alonso joins, it's like the curse of Alonso, isn't it? He just sort of drags himself in more.
It just sort of goes into nuclear, doesn't it? Well, there's also Lance Stroll having to miss the whole thing as well because of that injury beforehand.
Yeah.
The bike injury, which is a weird one, isn't it?
We still don't know exactly what's wrong. We haven't actually...
It reminds me of, was it... Montoya had to miss a race in Bahrain one year because of a tennis injury, supposedly, and that was when I think he'd also fallen off a motorbike, and they lied. McLaren lied that it was a tennis injury. They made up that story.
Yeah, because he wasn't.
Got to drive instead and set fastest lap.
Got a podium as well, didn't he? Was that in? No, it was after he left.
Because Button got disqualified from 3rd, I think. So Alex Vert's got a podium, not Dolores.
Honestly, what a weekend it was whenever Montoya was there. I do miss Juan Pablo a lot. Hopefully we'll see him soon in IndyCar. He's doing the 500, I believe, again. So that's going to be exciting as always. and I'm just fixing
Yeah,
stuff.
I always feel like Montoya sort of got a bit annoyed with IndyCar because they had like double points penalty, didn't they? And that was the reason why he lost a few years ago.
Yeah.
When he came back and tried to do IndyCar. Of course, he did win it before he went to F1 as well. So there's an element of he just going to America because he likes it better, I think.
I would. If it was better than America, I would stay over there. He got, what was it, 2 500s, 99 and, no, 2000 and 2015, so 15-year gap. Leclerc's just gone fast, fourth fastest by the way, 133.267, so improves up the order.
I hope.
Oh, go on, Josh.
I hope Megan's watching.
Oh,
Alonso
yes.
second, 132.866, 29 thousandths behind Verstappen. So they've had issues earlier on, but back up the pace there. Leclerc, as you said, just gone fourth, and Verstappen had a problem with his rear right wheel, and
yes.
here it is. They tried to do a pit stop practice, and the right rear wouldn't go on.
What's Rachel saying about it?
It came down off the jack when it came in, so you can see
Yeah,
now
exactly what
Jonathan
Josh
Wheatley
said.
there with a couple of the mechanics looking really closely at the jack concerned. It's actually, they saw some marks on this one here in front of me, and they're comparing the two right now to see if they've got a problem with these jacks going forward. But it happened here just now, so Max's car is back in the garage. A couple of guys had a look underneath to see if there was any damage, but some concerns about this at the moment. But as we know, testing isn't just the cars, it's all the equipment up and down this pit lane as well. It's mechanics and engineers making sure they all know their job, and they'll bring new little bits of equipment like this to the race, to the testing sessions, to see if they work. Last year, of course, we had those rear jacks where they had to jump on them to lift the cars up because the weight had increased so much, and they had to find out who in their team was fit enough to be able to lift the rear of the car. But this is the jack concern that caused them an issue earlier. So that seems to be, though, Crofty, Red Bull's only problem so far today.
So the rear jack has snapped, basically, which is terrible. I presume Ted's in the commentary box with them all because he's not in the pit lane. That's worrying. And talking about Formula E for a second, Ed, you looking forward to this weekend in South Africa? Don't know if Ed's frozen, actually. Ed? Possibly frozen Ed. That could happen. Yeah, so we'll get back into it. So, Josh, with the Red Bull, another worry then, the fact that the car was bouncing this morning and now the jacks failed at the back. It wouldn't have damaged the car, would it?
It probably wouldn't. Ed's having some technical problems. Apparently he can't hear either of us.
Right,
his
no worries.
MacBook doesn't like Discord, but hopefully Ed can join us shortly again. But as Rachel said, it's the equipment and all of the engineers and the mechanics which are also they're doing their tests. They're getting used to their jobs because they've been off for the past 3 months. As we see Bottas, he's on a slow lap, but is still pushing 176 miles per hour on the turn 13 to turn 14 straight into the last corner. And the last corner here is the tiniest kink. It's not the final corner, it's the little kink just after the corner.
Yeah.
Which is turn 15, which takes you onto the straight. But in an F1 car, that is absolutely nothing. The speed trap for Bottas, 285 kilometers an hour and 177 miles per hour.
Really pushing it then as they complete it. Verstappen top on a 132.837. Alonso second as well. When Megan does get to the commentary box shortly, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. Sainz third, Leclerc fourth, Hamilton fifth, Albon sixth, Zhou seventh, Norris eighth, Russell ninth, Sargent rounds out the top 10 as well. Hopefully we'll get Ed back, but I do know that his laptop is a little bit dodgy with things like that. With every now and then, he was having problems a few days ago, so we'll let him have problems. Just let him know, Josh, as well. If he can't get onto it, absolutely no worries. Time to focus on the touring cars. Because that's the priority tonight for him to be able to do ERC.
I was literally... You read my mind.
Yeah, say it's from me as well, yeah. because the ERC's didn't put one. We've got Megan joining in the box in a second, and we'll get Ed on tomorrow as well, in case he can't get it sorted. But we'll wait and see, just in case he does have access. No one ever knows exactly if it'll work or not. I can't even find where the correct Discord is now. I had it and it's disappeared again. So the car's out on track with 43 minutes to go off the session. And I've found the correct one now, actually, where Josh is on the Discord call. And I'm just zooming back in as the action continues here. How many minutes to go? 43. Anthony Davidson.
That can find motivation year after year, no matter how old he is. For him, the age is really, I know it's a cliche, the age is just a number. He's still as hungry as he ever was.
He's still 21. He really is. Tadjastante, I hope I've pronounced your name properly, says, what's going on with Mercedes today? Sandbagging or really worried? Well, 5th fastest at the moment with Lewis Hamilton. George Russell did his stint this morning with 69 laps. I think, I don't want to read too much into the times. We're all getting really excited now because look, there's somebody up there that isn't one of the top 3 teams. But it will be interesting to answer that question maybe in 40 minutes' time to see if Lewis Hamilton is going to go out and do a more low-fuel run.
Yeah, well, I've got the cameras back on now while Ed's away. Would he do a glory run? Is that something that Hamilton would like to do, just to sort of say, I'm back, W14 is strong, go out there, put on soft tyres, blitz it, and just see what happens?
I think that's a possibility. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow or Saturday. I don't know what his schedule is. I'll have to double check it.
I think he's in tomorrow morning and then Russell's in the afternoon, and on the last day it's the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's Hamilton Friday AM and Saturday PM, and just having a look. David Croft has meant some sandbagging. Time to get the marker out.
Get the markers! Get the markers! Especially about everything you can do now in order just to mention it, which is getting a bit ridiculous. Right, a reminder about our coverage this weekend on PSGL this evening. At 8 PM, there is the F2 Championship. Myself and Richie will be commentating on that. Richie making his debut on the series. I'm making my permanent appearance on that channel because I did a couple last year, but now I'm with Richie permanently, which I'm very excited about. Can't wait. Both making our debut. Tomorrow, same time, 6 AM to 11:15 AM for practice. For day 2, session 1. Session 2 underway, 12:15 until 4:30, and then the same on Saturday. But also on Saturday, we've got just this once, because there's so much going on. We've got highlights from practice 1 of Formula E, and then that's going to be in the same show as live coverage of practice 2 from Formula E in South Africa. The only reason that is because we have no time to edit the 2 sessions together because of the practice, so because of this testing coverage. So practice 2 will air live, but it's all being called the practice highlights anyway. Qualifying's live 9:40, and then the race is live at 1:45. I'll be in the commentary box for that, so Megan's taking over here. Josh will be here as well. Richie will be here. Ed will be here. Well, Ed will be with me actually, and Tom. But we'll have plenty of people here as well, sorting things out on Saturday, and I will be here for the last hour of the test. As soon as the checkered flag falls for Formula E at 3 o'clock, I will be back in the commentary box for the last 90 minutes of the session as well. So that's how it's going to work. Saturday will be a more rotation of the commentary box, which was what was planned for testing this year, actually, a more rotation of the commentary team. Hello. Because it's just easier for me. So that's why Megan's here now, actually, taking up perfect timings. Ed will be hopefully either coming back or not, but he's got to focus on that. So I'm going to say good afternoon to Megan. Hello,
Hi.
Megan. Hello. Not the first time you've been in this box this afternoon, because you were controlling the stream for Josh and Tom.
I've had a criminology lesson in between.
That is true. Hello, how are you?
Tired.
Yes.
After crim, it's mainly a revision lesson, making notes for my mock test on the 20th. Well, sometime around 20th of March.
That will be a Monday. Yeah.
Either that or Tuesday.
Josh is with us for the end of the test. Might have to say it louder.
Hi.
I knew, massive slide from Hamilton coming out of turn 13. Nice save. Here's another angle. Oh, that was very close, but just had too much power there.
Twitched.
I wondered what was going on in the comms box because every so often I could hear like an echo for a couple of seconds. So I wondered if Megan or someone was in there controlling it.
I did go in there and I was reading, so you're probably hearing the echo of me turning a page.
Yeah, that was.
I must have left a mic on. Don't know where that was. But yeah.
Lucky I didn't start reading.
Yeah, out loud.
Out loud, yeah.
Don't know where.
Because I sometimes do that.
Could be this one. The handheld mic that we use.
I'm trying to hear it.
Yeah. Say hello.
Hello.
Do you like the new ones?
Yes, it's very professional. Kind of reminds me of an ice cream cone.
That's my one.
Mine's just that one.
Need to get you one of these sent over. But we've had your one is upstairs. Megan's got one of the same for her mic, but we haven't got your blue thing yet. That's why you can't use it yet.
She put me as a red one, so then it can be light side, dark side. You can have jewels.
You do realise that the point of having the blue is the fact it matches the logo.
And
I'm not putting you as red. Plus, red fades faster. But
I've got blue somewhere.
There is a red one. I'll have to send you the details for them as well. And I need to get you one of those mic shields made and sent over soon. As soon as everything's got done in, because we've actually got 4 more stickers, haven't we? We've got to find out where to put them.
They keep falling off your wall.
Yeah, I want to put one on the back of the iPad and one on the back of the laptop just in case we ever use it. But the other 2 have got things sent over. 36 minutes left of this session then as well. And it's been a good day. Good day.
Tiring day.
Tiring day, yeah. I've still got the F2 race later for PSGL.
I'm glad I bought you that Dr. Pepper now.
Yes, although I'll have lunch, but I've got to make the intro and film all that and get all that sorted. That won't take too long. Send that over to Richie, and then jobs are good. All go, go, go. And then I've got the start, Richie's got the end, and then next week we swap over. So it's just all sorted there. I just got a Discord ping that I need to check now on my phone as it comes through.
That was me. Don't mind me.
I feel sorry for Ed. I can understand Ed why you're tired. Watching the Avatar sequel, which is 3 hours long. Fun, but I found it pretty exhausting.
I don't think I've ever watched Avatars.
I did. Avatar was a little bit before, while you were still young. Avatar for me, and Josh actually, both of you. For me, Avatar was like, oh my god, this is an amazing movie. This is box office stuff. You look back at it now and you think,
didn't one of the actresses train themselves not to breathe underwater for like 5 minutes or something?
Yes, that's true. Yes, it's possible as well. 7 minutes 30.
7 minutes.
Yeah.
Did she break a world record for that?
Yes, she did. But they made her do it twice.
Broke it twice.
I love how that's the thing. Richard Hammond actually set the world record for the fastest ever accident at 320 odd miles an hour in the dragster, but it doesn't count because he had to do it in the other direction. And they take an average speed. But he is the fastest crash in Britain.
Honestly, no surprise there.
Which is surprising considering that Joe and other like Grosjean and all that lot had quite large accidents.
Yeah, but we're talking
speeds.
about Richard Hammond.
Yes, hamster, as he comes through.
I don't think he'd do well in F1 because he'd always be crashing into someone or something.
Do you know, from a purely a good standpoint, is the fact finally the commentary box looks a bit symmetrical. I love Josh's new camera because it's full screen for once. It's not minimised. Although it was always full screen. It's only because we had beforehand you used to share your screen for the notes.
IndyCar.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that anymore.
I love it even more because I can have stuff like that.
Exactly, the trophies, yes.
And
the cables are right, by the way.
Tiny Donny.
Oh yes, the Donington and the Browns. See, it's things like that. Whereas if you look at the side of our commentary box,
wood.
Why are they there?
bit because you couldn't get them in the loft.
No, I think that I've put them here for a reason. I can't remember what the reason is.
And if you want to know what's at the side of my commentary box, mirrors, which have been here for a year.
Actually, thanks for reminding me. Let's see. Actually, thanks for reminding me there as well, Josh. It might go a little bit wobbly.
I don't know what I reminded you about, but okay.
Oh, you'll find out what you've reminded me about in around about 35 seconds or so. Because if I turn that on, this probably isn't going to go very well. But Megan, if I could ask you please to take this and go stand over the other side of the commentary box.
To move?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I know what this is.
And Hamilton's on a lap time right now, but people have been asking me this for ages. So I want to show them whilst we've still got it operational. That's the wrong me. Hang on, 2 seconds, everyone. If I hit that, hopefully this is going to work. Megan, has anything come up on the screen? Yes.
Yeah.
Move your fingers out the way.
What am I?
There we go. Hold that. Just stay over there a second, because what I'm going to do is hopefully not break my computer.
You can see my book.
Yes. Hang on a second.
This is pure entertainment.
There it is. Right, Megan, you're the camera person. This is what the commentary box looks like. We've been waiting to do this. There's the one, yeah. So this is up a bit, Megan. Come on, you're the camera person here. We've been waiting to do this for ages, and now we finally can, thanks to the fact that iPhone have got a wireless signal together. This is how me and Megan commentate. It's a bit blotchy, but this is where I stand. If Megan looked to the floor, this is literally where I stand. Look, we literally stand in the floor of the commentary box. Over here. This is our main TV pictures, so this is what we see on the world feed. These are the monitors. That's what usually I see Josh on right now showing me. It's got a driver tracker and information screen. iPad over here. Look, we've got chairs full of information. This is our timing monitor. Megan and me mainly use this. What's happening?
Wait, no, it doesn't work. I looked at the screen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Here's our timing monitor. If you want to come around and come around. Our timing monitor, this is what we see in full. So Verstappen top, 132, Alonso second, all that. iPad shows us, usually it shows us different camera angles, but for testing it's got the timings. This is our bus mixer here. This drink. One, yeah, the drink, yeah. This bus mixer, look, if Megan, you're getting close because you can now. This is me on headset 1, so that's my volume, look. Mute button and all. Megan's on line 2, Dad's on headset 3, which at the moment is used for the handheld mic. Radio mix, that's now the world feed, so if you point over here, Megan, just over here, look, that's the speakers, that's how we get the audio, the pure world feed, we split it through the speakers. Aux cable, that goes to this laptop over here, where Josh is. World feed as well, that's Anthony Davidson, so listen.
Thoughts as ever, most well.
Crofty and Anthony Davison. The talkback's very handy because this controls the feedback. So if I mute, I can still talk to Megan and Dad or anybody who's directly in the commentary box. That's the output lead as well. Come up here. You can see. That's my microphone up here at the top. Just come over here a bit closer. My microphone at the top. Megan's microphone. Handheld mic, but Dad's headset. World feed input. That's the laptop. That's the world feed. That's our headphones. And that goes out to this bus mixer over here. This bus mixer has one input, and this is how Josh and anybody else in the commentary box hears the other feeds, because that goes round over here. I'll take over now.
I love the baby bus mixer.
Yeah, that goes over to that feed there. Look how much of a mess it is. Look, we've got Chris Packard down there.
We can't reach down there.
So that is where everything goes in at the back. The laptop, look, there's the YouTube stream and everything. That's how we all see everything, can control everything. On-air light as well, nice little JV Motorsports. Usually on the television, we have a pit lane map here. We have in case of a MotoGP, that doubles up here. And over at the end, we have our track map that drops to the bottom there. On the desk, we have little USB sticks of how we record sessions. I have pens. Megan bought me a drink. Megan bought me that, actually, is my favourite race in 2021, Sao Paulo. She bought me that as well. My friend Luke,
Christmas 2 years ago.
made me that for my birthday last year. He's also got me a mug. That's Megan's drink. These are Dad's notes, Ian Birch's notes. So look, so these are from MotoGPs to check things. Matthew Birch, how to pronounce a mate there from Grid Network. That's all Dad's notes that he tells me through. and then just highlighters and pens that get stuck over. Kitchen roll, because our noses do thingy.
Fidget spinner.
Yeah, fidget spinner. That, by the way, is all my notes in boxes that should go behind the curtain, but we just shoved on there for testing. Megan, if you could take back over the camera, please. Thank you very much. This over here, come closer, come closer, come closer. Look, we never get to do this in testing usually. This is our streaming PC. So this is the same as the T feed, but it gives me a drive. Oh yeah, behind there, look, with me. So we've got Megan bought me a vroom vroom. Fasten your seatbelt hanger. That was from Italy in a Ferrari store. My nana brought me that photo of Lewis Hamilton. It's in 3D. I don't know if the effect works sort of on stream a lot.
Kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, that's in 3D. We've got a Robo car and a Tachita car. Let's see if I can get in close there actually and give you a look there, look, as well. If back to this monitor that makes, if you just hold your hand here. This gives us, me, another screen. So usually we have USON's radio stream up here, but it gives me a driver tracker, temperatures on the circuit, all that lot. Come down, come down, come down, come down. This is the OBS stream, so this is how we control everything. Look, so I can go between battle screen and everything else. Oh, I've knocked a cable. We're still here. There we go. I knocked a cable. I hit the cable. Yeah, and everything there. Radio mic, if you come over here, Megan. Radio mic that we do all our interviews is, and this is good. Come on, come up, come up, come up. Go back a bit, go back a bit. These are my notes that I stuck up on the wall. Now, I've purposely left those notes from Abu Dhabi because I knew we'd need them for testing. So it's last year's race results that I make myself. So if you come closer, Megan, give us a good look up here. Come really close as well. Oh, and I've dropped your sound shield on the floor and I've kicked it away. Sorry, my fault there. Here you go. Put that back on. Troubles on live television. So this gives me date of birth, starts, wins, poles, fastest laps, podiums, best grid, best finish, world titles, first race, first win, last race, and where they were in last year's championship. It's the same for the constructors below. If you drop below, there we are, the same. And I highlight whoever's won a race, and over here is just the normal calendar progression, everything else. If you go back a bit, Megan, as well. If you swing round, no, the other way, towards me. There we go. Up a bit, up a bit. God, you're the worst camera person. This is what you normally see as well from your view, so the banners and everything. But what you don't see is behind the commentary camera, and it's literally just a massive mess. It's just a massive mess of information and notes that get stuck there as well. And that's the chair I sit on if there's a red flag. That's always hidden behind the curtain. So Megan, there's Megan.
And me.
Yeah, look, I'm trying not to show the mess of the back of the garage. Calendar that's out of date, and that's our monitor. So if I really do zoom out a bit, that's how we look. And that's what I wanted to get on stream a lot this year as well, which is that angle. So there's the commentary box. People have always asked me what it looks like, and now I can finally tell them. It's handy, isn't it, Megan?
You watch, you'll change it now.
Now look, that's the angle you usually see up there, and then that's the angle we see.
It's nice to have a closer view of it.
Yeah, people have been asking for ages, what does it look like, and now you know. And there we are on the stream as well. Now, how do I end this without looking like a...
Idiot?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, I know.
There we go. Pressed it. That'll do. Well done, Max. There you go. People have always asked. Now you know. That's how the commentary box works. Thank you to Apple, who made that possible with finally inventing the technology to use a wireless camera. What do you think, then? There's the commentary box. People have always asked. We've done the tour with 25 minutes to go of the session.
That was very funny. I was just saying, but if anyone wanted to know, same on
you've
air
got one
sign.
too.
Complete
It was.
coincidence, by the way.
It was, wasn't it? We did it completely by accident.
And
is my camera going to switch back on to the? There we go. The race.
I have the same much.
Yes, I told you to get that one, didn't I? Yeah. Same bus
data
mixer.
screens, notes, lights.
Same box, yeah.
And then just normal.
Yeah.
Stuff here.
Yeah, I told you to get that bus mixer because it's honestly so great. We've got the big one and the little one. In fact, the little one is what I'm going to be using this weekend as well, because it can do the same thing as the big one, but the big one has more inputs for everyone in the commentary box. Otherwise, I'd quite happily use the small. But there you go. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the commentary box tour, because people have been asking me...
my camera work.
Yes.
Yeah, mine does.
Yeah. But
I'm not used to it. I do art. That doesn't... Surprisingly, that doesn't require a steady hand. It means that you're constantly going over stuff.
I was looking actually for a selfie stick, but I realised it's behind me, set up, so I can't show it.
I wouldn't have been able
I
to.
am a very good cameraman if you are wanting one.
Yep, over here, the changeover. But yeah, do you see the mess of the commentary
It would
box?
take me like maybe 4.5 hours.
That's true. But I'll tell you what, the mess of the commentary box is unbelievable, isn't it? We need to fix it a lot. Because we haven't had time to clean it, so it's all still a mess, but it will be fine for next week. But there you go. People have always asked what exactly you're commentating on. There we go. And I want to do it when you were here, because it's easier for you to hold the camera while I show off.
Because it takes 4 seconds for you to pass me.
Yeah. Should have thought that. Although it worked, actually, and I'm glad that worked, because what's going to happen this year is for the pre-shows, that will be the camera as well, and we're going to try and put it in different locations, so it's going to look a bit different to normal, so I can turn around and commentate up there or something or other, and it just gives a different feeling instead of just this picture behind us. And Megan, of course, will be hosting some sessions because you're getting a new phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
Which means you can actually host a lot easier because you can use Discord.
Yeah.
You're delighted about that, aren't you?
Yeah. I don't like the responsibility of it. Because what if I mess it up?
You can't do as bad
That
as me.
sounds very, very convincing, Megan.
Yeah, can't do as bad as me, Megan. However, I just want to point out, Megan, you're very slow to realise.
To realise what?
You've been here for 25 minutes.
You are very slow, Megan.
Yeah, you've been in here for 25 minutes. You haven't even looked at the timing screen, even though
Yeah,
I pointed to it.
I know Fernando's there. I'm just trying to be calm about it. I know.
29 thousandths of a second off of Verstappen.
Not first.
Yeah, but this is Aston Martin proving they've got a good car finally.
And it's testing. Do you know
And
what
that is
McLaren
also
did
Aston
last
Martin
testing?
showing that they know the track limits.
Oh yeah, he's gone very wide at the last corner, hasn't he?
Do you know why I'm not that bothered? Because you know what McLaren did last testing?
Top to session.
Yeah, topped all other sessions almost. And what did they not do?
Win.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
So, it's like, I don't believe anything I see on this testing thing.
Yeah, but I think a lot. The Aston Martin pace is certainly up there.
It's getting better.
Verstappen has completed 148 laps in this test, by the way, in day one. Alonso 54, Sainz 72, Leclerc 53. So there's been less running in this afternoon session than there was this morning. That's interesting.
I thought Verstappen had already been today.
Yeah, but he's doing both sessions, morning and afternoon. Perez is in the car all day tomorrow.
Why?
Don't know. I'm surprised they rotated it that much. I thought they would have rotated it.
They
but
just wanted to top a session today.
yeah, pretty much. I think Perez will do the same tomorrow, and then day 3, Perez will be in the morning, Verstappen will be in the afternoon.
Not sure we'll top it though.
It
What's-
is for Red Bull. It is Verstappen in the morning tomorrow, Perez in the afternoon tomorrow, and then it's Perez all day Saturday.
Oh, so Perez is going to be day 3 only. That's surprising. I thought they would have done it Perez tomorrow and the other way around. Oh, okay. Max
Yeah,
doesn't
so
want to go in the
they've
car.
they've done the switch around tomorrow instead of Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Which
that's
is
great.
very interesting because I believe that's the only team who have done it.
Yeah, everyone else tomorrow's got one driver in. Okay. Chris Maitland's just said Alonso looks determined to try and end the opening day on top, running wide at the final corner. Are you going to have a hard start yet, Megan? Because
No, because I don't trust it.
if Alonso ends day 1 fastest, what are you going to say? What?
I'm gonna be happy.
You're gonna have to talk louder with the headphones.
I'm gonna be happy!
Okay, don't shout. That hurt me. I said raise your voice, don't shout down.
Well,
the
I raised my voice. Just you gotta tell me what decibel to raise it to.
not deafening and not dogs.
I'm gonna be happy.
That'll do.
There we go.
I have missed you in the commentary box. It's always bearable being your brother, but it's unbearable being your commentary partner. Dear me. Have you got your hearing yet, Josh? I haven't.
Maybe as those on the pit wall, on the Alfa Romeo pit wall, as we go back to the on-track action, and there is the Alpine of that would be Esteban Ocon out in the PM session with a 134.871 personal best, currently 17th. De Vries Norris, Leclerc, and Ocon also is on a outlap. Let's see if Ocon is going to start a gap.
Should do.
49 thousandths of a second
I know.
gap to his teammate Gasly, and then
I
Ocon
could
goes
shout
into the
again
pits.
to test your hearing.
Please don't. I've got to be in here for a lot longer than you have. Actually, maybe not on Saturday. Saturday, I think we're both equal
Well, I've got a lot of work to do tonight.
because of Saturday.
No, actually.
I do apologise,
Make
Megan.
sure everything's fine tomorrow. I've also got a lot of work to do for Monday. Basically, I just got a lot of work.
I'm just
to do.
tapping your head now because I feel sorry for you. Here's Alonso, Megan. Talk us through a lap with him. Come on. Fernando, you like Fernando. What's he got under there?
Right.
Well, this is turn 1.
Okay, let's see how he goes into turn 1. Not that I can understand something I just heard from it.
Went straight on and locked up.
You do realise there's a corner there, Fernando, right?
There was something in the air that night. The smoke was bright, Fernando.
Right, so he completely misses the corner.
They were stopping there for me and you. They're breaking boards, Fernando.
My view, my hearing, and everybody else's who is Watson's hearing has just absolutely exploded.
With happiness, because I like Joshua's singing.
You bloody don't.
I do like your singing.
That was not a good tune to hum off the top of my head.
But you're on karaoke.
Do not mention me in karaoke.
Anyway,
Still haven't forgiven Kirsty for posting that
Norris is
video
on
of
a
me
lap
and Jade.
time, 29.671 sector 1.
I still have not forgiven Kirsty
Have
for...
you forgiven me for finding it?
No, I haven't. I've not forgiven Kirsty for putting that on Facebook of me and Jade singing. I had the only video of that because I filmed everyone singing that night. But mysteriously lost mine, however.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then Kirsty goes and finds it and puts it on Facebook.
She made her own video.
I know. It was Isla. That's the problem. Iris was alright though. She came up on the stage.
Did.
Anyway, back to the action. Because at least all of the people don't know what I'm on about. Oh,
Yeah.
3 might.
I know. That's more
Yeah, the
what
people
matters.
watching in the house will know as well.
Yeah.
Nobody else. That's the problem. Norris has gone 5th fastest in that McLaren that was having trouble today. It's a 1:33.462 for him. Piastri is 1.4 seconds off. But remember, Norris has done his time in the night. Piastri did his in the day, so different conditions. So we've got to wait until Piastri's in the car in the evening to see a comparable time. And that's something that...
See inside of that rainbow of a chrome logo?
Yeah.
Rainbow.
It's the chrome. It's the chrome.
Chrome. It looks rainbow and going round that fast.
Oh, no, don't mention rainbow.
Why not?
Because in order to mention anything to do with political statements or anything like that, you must write to the FIA 3 weeks in advance and we wait to see if you get an approval. Lewis can't even wear a rainbow helmet this year.
What?
It's against protocol. Sorry. No political
How
statements.
is rainbow political?
LGBTQ+.
And? Shouldn't be a political matter.
Well, it is. You have to write to the FIA for permission to do anything now.
If anything, that seems like society going backwards.
Have you met the FIA recently?
Yeah, it's starting to seem just a little bit like Mussolini.
Mohammed Bendu, as I am told.
Oh, you can tell the FIA are Italian.
Well, he's actually stepped away from Formula One, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, after the winter of discontent for the sport, growing political concerns between him and the Formula One president, Stefano Domenicali. Basically...
They worry me.
Well, the FIA over the winter announced this year's calendar before Formula One did.
What?
Yeah. They said that Formula One wasn't for sale and it's an inflated price to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, this will be the virtual safety car test, I think.
Yeah, it will.
Yellow flag test.
Yeah, so unless someone stopped and we just missed it. No, it's the yellow flag test, I think.
No,
yeah.
it's the yellow flag test.
Like
We had this 15 minutes to go in the AM session, so yeah, this will be the test.
Unless they go red flag this time, which would be fun to see a standing start. But yeah, we had him saying that Formula One wasn't worth 16 billion or 26 billion, whatever it was.
It's worth a lot more than that.
Yeah, and also him saying as well that the drivers can't make political statements on that lot. We have a say in who gets the ownership of Formula One. They don't. And basically, Stefano Domenicali and the team said a cease and desist letter to him. and he had enough, so he's relinquished control of Formula One directly to Nicholas Tombasi, who's now the FIA president, who's now the FIA representative for Formula One. He's
I bet
in charge
Lewis
of it.
don't like all this.
No, nobody does. Basically, if you're watching Formula One this year, get ready to hear a lot about the FIA Formula One war, the FIA FOM war that we're going to have. A bit like the FISA FOCA war in the 80s, 90s. We're going to have a battle.
I like the sound of this because we can probably finally get the FIA to be quiet.
Virtual safety car has now been deployed.
I'm putting it into kind of words.
Yeah, so the virtual safety car is now out as well to test the system. This is all planned. But yeah, we're going to have another war, basically. It looks inevitable now. Where the FIA, because the FIA say drivers are not allowed to make any political or independent speech about anything related to matters outside of motorsport.
So basically, they don't have the right of free speech.
Exactly, and Formula One have said...
Which for the British drivers, that's against their human rights, which they can get in a legal suit about.
Formula One have said themselves, our drivers are free to make whatever statements they like. For FIA, say, no, they're not. So who's in control? Basically, the FIA at the moment...
family can make free statements about everything, then why can't they?
Formula One are the owners and they're in control of the sport. Formula One management and Liberty Media and all that lot. FIA just run the sport. They don't have control. They have control
They're
over...
getting too big for their boots.
They have control over technical and sporting, but anything else runs under Formula One management.
Okay, I know that the Aston Martin is meant to be green, but I think this is going a bit too far.
It's Fernando Alonso though, so he's just he's spraying. Actually,
Grinch.
I was going to say something. I remembered it's not. That's not exactly. That's something from Fernando Alonso. He doesn't like the car, so he like a cat marking its territory. Just before Stroll gets back.
My car. Sorry, Stroll. I'm lead driver now.
I think that was inevitable, don't you?
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner, baby. That's the truth. Fernando Alonso, second at the moment. Now with the airflow, will he go fastest overall? Well, not with this virtual safety car out. If they red flag it, we're over.
They have to ruin his run, don't they?
Yes, pretty much yes.
They can't let me have one thing.
FIA virtual safety car deployed then at the moment. It's good to be back. First day of running done here in Formula One. Less than 10 minutes to go.
If this means there's a war between F1 and the FIA, can I make as much, ranting about the FIA I want and just badmouth them?
As journalists, you'd have to be playing both sides, but considering...
I can play both sides quite easily.
Then yes. So
okay, FIA, what's going on with your blatant bias towards each other? And F1, why are you hiring people in the past who are literally not good at driving? And also, why are you showing favouritism? Okay, that was 2 for F1. What else can I say about the FIA? Oh yeah, people have free speech. You've got to actually remember that, and remember this isn't a society where you can't say a thing for fear of being cancelled. This is a culture where you can actually say whatever you want, and the fact that you doing this will actually get you to lose a lot of sponsors. There.
The first episode of Mob Rules.
That is equal for both sides. I criticise both of them twice.
What are we going to call your new show?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
I like Mob Rules, to be fair. Mob Law, I don't know.
How do you do law?
Mob Law. We've got to think of a name for your podcast, Megan. Or vlogcast, whatever it is. Less than 10 minutes to go in the session. Still under virtual safety car at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, Josh, I gave up. I've given her her own show.
Well, I mean, that would keep it away from the watch-along, so I bet that would work.
No, it won't.
To be fair, we should do a live version where it's just you watching the race instead. That'd be fun. Criticising the race instead.
Yeah.
I do love to criticise.
I'll tell you what.
When it comes to...
Tell you what, we will get you at some race during the summer. We'll get you to sit it out in the main commentary box. And we'll run a special edition of your show, whatever it ends up being, where you watch the race and you can criticise it live. So that because you know I hold you back a lot,
Yeah.
and I to
That's
sort of
because
take over.
When you hold me back on it, I'm about to say something that could get a lot of.
Yeah. So
It's like the FAA being mad.
So we do 2 watch-alongs, and in one it's just you and you criticise everything. You don't have to do the commentary. We can have Sky's audio in the background or my audio in the background.
I'll
and-
end up accidentally commentating.
Well, that's fine, but you can criticise things a lot more. We'll try that, actually. That's a great idea, Josh, actually. Yeah, great idea, Megan. Yeah, both of you, yeah. We'll try that. We'll get you on a special watch-along at some point in the year.
Virtual safety car ending.
Oh, great. Oh, so we're not going to go red flag then? Okay.
Fernando could get a lap in.
Oh, now she's happy. 3.
Fernando could get 2 or 3 laps in.
Green
Those
flag.
two. Needs to do a warm-up lap, then...
Where is he? Ah, he's at the last corner. He can go for it now. Fernando could do a push lap. Is he coming to the pit lane? I'm looking at his delta.
Better.
No, he's out there. Down to Rachel.
Into the pit lane here, ready to wait for him to come in, and he's coming down towards me now. So keep an eye on the rear jack and see if it works this time. This is the one that failed on his last entry into the pit lane.
He's doing the
Looked
slow lap
okay that
first,
time, didn't
warming
it?
himself up.
But yes, testing, as I said earlier, all the equipment here ready ahead of the race season. They've got 2 different versions of their rear jack down here at the moment, so we'll wait and see which one comes out for the race next week here at this track in Bahrain.
They spend.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Down there in the pit lane. Just trying to get this organised because I think we're behind on the main timing screen. So we're trying to get it fixed as quickly as possible. So I do apologise for that. There we go. 7:26. Yeah, perfect. So Alonso.
He's gone in the pit.
Alonso does go in the pit lane. That's annoying.
You better be changing tyres, mate. And you better get out there and then do a warm-up lap and then do a fastest lap.
In 7 minutes.
Yes, it can be done.
We'll keep an eye out. Verstappen's just headed back out on the track. He'll try and get to 160 laps
It's a
before
1
the end
minute
of the
30
session.
track.
Yeah, that's true. 2 minute out lap though.
Still, that was a lot of spark.
3 minutes to fuel the car. 2 minute out lap. He'll get 1 lap. Yep, I don't think Alonso will go back out. I think he's ended the day second. 29 thousandths off of Verstappen is still a good place to be, but I think Aston Martin want that glory. They want the glory runs, which is what this session's all about. So we'll keep an eye out. On board with Charles Leclerc. He's on the medium compound tyre, so that's the C3 tyre. He's on now. C3PO? Ah, 3PO, 3PO. On delay, on delay. You speak Spanish? C. 3PO.
C. 3PO.
Oh, we haven't got those. Why haven't we got the Robot Chicken Star Wars things?
Don't know, we should.
I know.
I should get you them for your birthday.
You should. That'd be fun. Megan's now just writing that down. Alonso's still... No, Verstappen's going in the pit lane, Megan. 6 minutes to go. I understand there might be a red flag test.
Josh, you see what I mean about my home button?
Yeah, that's why you need a new phone, Megan.
Let me off WhatsApp.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Josh, have you noticed on the app, by the way, on F1.com, that they've changed the design ever so slightly at the top? It's a bit more streamlined.
I haven't been on the F1 app yet, so no.
Ah, it's a little bit more streamlined this year. I mean, the driver track is still the same.
And plus, I don't have F1, I don't have the timing pass yet.
Oh, I see. I left it running, to be fair. I got 2 months free, which was nice, because they accidentally took out a month. So I sent them back, and they gave me 2 months free, which is this one. So I have to pay for it next month. Or, oh, actually, later on this month. Ready for the season. Yeah. Yeah. January free, February free. Yeah, I have to pay for it before the start of the season, thinking about it. Comes up at the end of the month. Megan?
Hold on.
I have no idea.
Wait, why is that the exact same? Oh, no, that isn't the exact same.
Well, at least we've one thing this year is that we've got the race control messages up permanently because I was able to reorganise things so everything's a bit more easy in draft. As we're coming through. And this is the pit lane, Megan, for Nick de Vries. Look what racing number he is.
I can't see.
Oh, 21. my racing number. He's nicked my number. And that means I can't use it on the F1 game this year either. Because you can't use the same one as another driver and you're in career mode.
Why don't you use your age?
Go what?
Why don't you use your age?
24. No.
Have you aged up?
By the time the game comes out, I'll be 24. No, I think I'm.
Isn't that Jose?
Hang on, Hamilton trying to get a toe off of Nick De Vries. De Vries bouncing and then hitting that bump that's caused all the problems down at turn 1 today.
Isn't Zoe 24 though?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe's 24. Yeah.
Why don't you use
19.
the same year as your birth?
99. I know, no one's got that number. It used to be Gutierrez, so I'm going to use 99 instead.
Giovinazzi.
Yeah, got now. No, Giovinazzi. Or is Crofty incorrectly called him for 4 years? Giovinazzi or Giovinazzi.
Giovinazzi.
It's Giovinazzi. Can you not speak Italian? Sometimes I think Crofty just doesn't speak English half the time.
It's like he said Giovinazzi. It's like
Gio.
It's Gio. Say it with an Italian accent. Gio.
To be honest, though, Murray Walker once went to the Isle of Man to interview Nigel Mansell after his 1992 championship-winning year, and he introduced him as Charles Manson. Nigel said...
I'm worried if he was our president winning things.
Yeah, Nigel said, I said, it's Nigel and it's Mansell. But yeah, Murray Walker called him Charles Manson.
I bet started from that.
Oh, lovely drift from Lewis Hamilton and burning up the rear tyres coming out turn 8. That was fast and furious. Fast and furious Hamo drift.
Alonso's out on track.
He'll get a lap in.
A warm-up lap.
Hang on a minute. No, he'll get round in time because look, he's at turn 13, so he'll get a lap in. Okay.
You better do it.
Do you reckon he's only got like 3 laps of fuel? He's going to go for an ultra-fast run. Alonso wants the glory. He wants to top a session. Last time Fernando Alonso topped a pre-season testing was when he was with Ferrari back in 2013.
Alonso is pitted again.
Oh, no. He won't have enough time now. Unless he's doing a practice start. No, he won't do it. Alonso's out. That's it. Alonso's done. He's not doing a practice start, I don't think. He won't get round in time now. 1 minute 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32. That's it. Alonso won't top the session.
Do you know I've already started planning Christmas?
Christmas?
You already have a Christmas present from me.
Do I?
Yeah.
Megan, it's February.
You also already have birthday presents. Oh, I just remembered another one of your birthday presents I have to put on.
Yeah, birthday is understandable because that's in 2 months, but Christmas is 9 months away. 10 months away. Christmas is 10 months away, exactly. Can we get through this season first?
No.
Right, it's only just started. Brilliant.
You've now got 3 birthday presents on my list.
Well, that's very nice. I look forward to seeing them.
So is Day-Day.
Hamilton, by the way, I think he's going to go for a fast run here. But he's on the hard compound tyre, isn't he, Josh? As we see him Tokyo drifting.
Yes, 20-lap hards. Leclerc's on 20-lap mediums. De Vries 18-lap mediums. Ocon 11-lap mediums, and Magnussen 19-lap mediums.
Alonso was such a tease. He came out on 1 lap of brand new mediums. He was such a tease.
I should start planning dads. Oh, I've just had an idea.
How about Kellyanne's? Consider it was a month ago and she's coming
She said
soon.
she's not doing it.
Nonsense.
We don't have to buy her anything.
We'll get her something. 23 seconds left.
Well, we have, but don't say it on air. She might be watching.
Why? What did we buy her?
I'm not going to say it on air. It's in the dining room. Don't!
5 seconds left of the session. 4, 3, 2, 1. And the checkered flag comes out with the red lights on. And the first day of pre-season testing for the 2023 Formula 1 World Championship comes to a close. The session is over. And now, anyone going to do any glory runs as Charles Leclerc has got Nick De Vries right up alongside him coming out. This is an on-track battle, Josh. Get your pen out. Mark it.
What are they battling for?
Track position. Oh, and Leclerc blocks off De Vries. De Vries locking straight up, trying to keep behind him. It's an on-track battle.
They've started a rivalry before they even began.
Leclerc's backing off. De Vries goes to the inside line, coming into turn 10. Goes for the move on the inside line. Brilliant move at the inside. Leclerc not wanting to do anything, backs off. And there's an on-track battle we've had in 2023. Josh, you've got the bingo card. Mark it off. How many have we lost in day one then on the bingo card? I presume a lot.
Let me get it.
There's a bingo card?
There's a bingo card on Twitter. Josh has had it out all day and has been keeping an eye on things.
So, number 1, and here's a replay just
Ocon.
quickly. This would be Ocon going wide and having a little bit of
Same
another
as
drift
this.
out of turn 8. But we only need to see someone making tea or coffee or a rookie tops a session for 2 rows.
Oh, perfect. So we're nearly done. That's a lot in one day.
We'll see tomorrow.
Because Crofty mentioned
Hang on.
sandbagging.
I had a cup of tea delivered to me earlier on in the day. Does that count?
That doesn't count.
Oh. Frightened me,
And
though. Mum went like this to me when I
You
got
don't
here.
see it, but I literally make tea right here.
Does it count, though? I think it does. It should.
Does it mean us making tea or coffee? Because I can just come in here with a cup of tea and some milk.
Does that count? Or if we get desperate, maybe, on Saturday.
But,
What else is left on the card?
Drugovich got the course car back, so that doesn't count.
Yeah.
We probably won't get an exclusive test in livery. And Roscoe hasn't been spotted at the track yet.
We did have Nick De Vries at the side of the track practicing a football. Does that count? You had to walk back.
It's not on a moped, though.
Oh, we need someone on a moped. Right, okay. Time to go over to Barcelona, to Bahrain and loosen some bolts.
Questions.
What's your questions, Megan? As you look at Fernando Alonso's eyes. What is it?
Why he didn't go out?
We're all thinking the same thing. Why didn't he, to be fair? I think he was happy being second. He wants to top the session.
Never be happy being second. Unless there's something dangerous ahead of you.
Like?
I don't know. They'll always make someone who you don't like go first.
Like a nuclear bomb.
Yes.
Okay.
Or a place you think is dangerous. And it's got rickety flooring.
Surely the Aston Martin is a dangerous car.
Precisely.
Well, he said
apparently to
Drugovich
Lance
out
Stroll,
is that...
bikes are dangerous.
It's his wrist, by the way.
Did someone fire a pellet at him or something?
No, Fernando Alonso just shook it too hard.
It's like, good to see you, man.
Fernando Alonso, or as people in the paddock call him, the T1000. Because he's 1,000 years old and hasn't left Formula 1 yet. He won't do for another 2 years, you're fine. Here's
Why are you limiting him to 2?
He's got a 2-year contract. Here's the results then from day one here. Max Verstappen tops the session at 132.837. 157 laps is the time for everyone to beat. Fernando Alonso is second. Carlos Sainz is third. Spanish 2-3. Charles Leclerc fourth. Fernando Norris fifth. Lewis Hamilton in sixth. Alexander Albon is seventh. Zhou Guanyu eighth. George Russell ninth. Logan Sargent 10th. Nico Hulkenberg is 11th. Valtteri Bottas 12th. Nick De Vries is 13th. Felipe Drugovich 14th. Yuki Tsunoda is in 15th. Pierre Gasly 16th. Esteban Ocon 17th. Oscar Piastri is 18th. And Kevin Magnussen is 19th fastest. Sergio Perez didn't run today, but we'll see him in the car tomorrow, as well as several others preparing to go racing. Well then, Josh, what was your views on day one of testing?
Firstly, can I turn Megan up now?
Yes.
Thanks.
Hi.
It's been it's been really interesting. Of course, we had Drugovich stop with the Aston Martin just 9-10 minutes into the session, which was quite a lengthy red flag, because it is always in testing, because they have to get the mechanics out of there, then they have to carefully load it onto the flatbed, and then they have to get it back, and then they have to unload it, etc.
Okay. Megan?
But yeah, overall good.
From what I've seen of it, there needs to be a bit more battling and a bit more spinning.
We'll see you tomorrow then. All set. Day 2 underway. 6:45 a.m. be here because it's going to be another exciting one as we go racing for day 2 of pre-season testing. My thanks to everyone for joining me in the box today. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.